Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 157. At most, the Great Yu Empire knew that Astral 10 had been exiled, but they didn't know exactly how bad it had been. Lu Yin tried his best not to divulge Astral 10's situation. Even if he omitted many details, such as the teleportation stone, ported battles, the rain observatory, the sand ocean, the trial zones, and so on, this information was enough to shock Shuashan Anna and Rocky Anna. Very few people in the Outerverse knew about these miraculous events, especially the ported battles. Being able to fight against powerhouses of the same generation in the Innerverse made Rocky Anna excited, but unfortunately, he wasn't part of the younger generation. I wish I could have been born a few hundred years later. If I were your age, I would have risked my life to get into the Astral Combat Academy, Shuashan Anna lamented. It's a pity that Jenny didn't get in, Rocky Anna sighed. Shuashan Anna's expression changed at the mention of Jenny. Don't mention that useless thing. As a direct descendant of the Anna family, it's fine if she failed the Astral Combat Academy exam, but she even failed the Sentinel trial and was captured. What a piece of trash. Lu Yin felt awkward. He was the one who had captured Jenny, so was Shuashan Anna trying to make him feel guilty. Although he was angry, Jenny was still Shuashan Anna's biological daughter, and she was even his eldest daughter. He couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. Lu Yin discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Regardless of whether it was hunters who could live for 1,000 years or cultivators who could only live for a few hundred years, they would delay having children as much as possible. Lu Yin had done some research before, and it was rumored that cultivators wanted to have children when they were at their strongest. This way, their descendants would have a greater chance of inheriting their innate gifts and creating a powerful family. For example, the Day-Night clan's children were much stronger than the average person, and there were also the Mavis clan and so on. Many cultivators in the universe dreamed of creating a powerful family, which was why they gave birth late. Shuashan Anna had lived for several hundred years, but he only had one daughter, Jenny Anna. Even undying Yushan only had a few children. Shuashan Anna looked at Lu Yin and softened his tone. What do you think of Jenny, little Yin? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. She's a good person. She's kind and beautiful. Shuashan Anna smiled. You don't have to be so courteous. As her father, I know her character. She's mischievous and has poor talent, but she's kind and beautiful. Lu Yin smiled. Miss Jenny is indeed very good. Shuashan Anna nodded and seriously asked, the engagement between our clans has already been set. When do you plan on marrying Jenny? Lu Yin fell silent, and after a while, he looked up and said seriously, Uncle, I want to increase my strength for the time being. Can you give me some time? Shuashan Anna replied, His Majesty has already discussed this with me. Although 3 years isn't a long time, it isn't short either. You can marry Jenny after 3 years, but you have to be engaged first. I don't agree. Someone suddenly shouted, and they all looked towards the door. Jenny angrily rushed in and glared at Lu Yin. Give up. I won't marry you. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Shut up. How dare you? Shuashan Anna slammed the table as he stood up and pointed outside. Get out. You have no right to speak here. Tears welled up in the corners of Jenny's eyes as she glared at Shuashan Anna. Father, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. I already have someone I like. What right does this person have to compare himself to Brother Feng? He's not qualified at all. Get out. Shuashan Anna waved his hand, causing an icy wind to sweep across the living room and sweep Jenny out before violently tossing her out. Rocky Anna hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Brother, don't be angry. I'll go talk to Jenny. Lu Yin didn't say a word from start to finish, and he didn't care either. In fact, he was very happy. This woman had done the right thing by rejecting him. If they were really engaged, he wouldn't know how to refuse. However, he still had to put on an act. "Uncle, who is this brother Feng that Jenny is talking about?" Shuashan Anna smiled bitterly. "The young master of the fire's melt planet, Yen Feng." Jenny went there to experience the two extreme powers and was unintentionally saved by Yen Feng. "Little Yin, don't take it to heart. There's nothing between her and Yen Feng. She was still young at the time, and I couldn't let her marry into the fire's melt planet either. That place isn't suitable for the Anna family." Lu Yin took a sip of tea. He remembered Yen Gang from the fire's melt planet, and he also remembered what Ghostfire had said during Astral 10's exam. That planet was tangled up with the Great Yu Empire, and its target seemed to be Wendy Yushan. "Yen Feng. Uncle, can I speak to Miss Jenny alone?" Lu Yin requested. Shuashan Anna thought about it and agreed. "Please bear with her. She's spoiled, so don't mind her." Lu Yin smiled. "It's normal for girls to be a little willful. She'll be fine after marriage." Shuashan Anna's eyes lit up. This meant that Lu Yin was willing to marry Jenny, which was good news. "Yes, yes, yes. All right, you can go." Rocky Anna returned and told Lu Yin where Jenny Anna was. Lu Yin slowly walked over. Jenny Anna gritted her teeth in anger. "You still dare to come looking for me? Humph, I'll show you how powerful the Anna family is." She immediately activated her gadget and sent a message. Lu Yin slowly walked through the courtyard, experiencing the Anna family's history. This family was truly impressive, and every place was filled with the family's cultural heritage. This was something that had been accumulated over time. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Jenny Anna and the two cultivators beside her. They were both Lemeters. Lu Yin didn't mind and continued walking forward. Jenny Anna pointed at Lu Yin. "Teach him a lesson." The two Lemeters didn't hesitate. They didn't know who Lu Yin was, so they immediately attacked him. Lemeters weren't uncommon in the Anna family. A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. He hoped that Jenny Anna would resist, but he couldn't go overboard and cause trouble. He needed to teach her a lesson and let the Anna family see his worth. With that thought in mind, he took a step forward and disappeared, causing the void to distort. With two soft thuds, the two Lemeters who had attacked Lu Yin collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Fresh blood flowed down their arms and dyed the ground red. 4 arms fell to the ground as Lu Yin had severed their arms in an instant. He then appeared in front of Jenny Anna and raised his hand to slowly touch the side of her face. Her skin was smooth to the touch. This scene completely terrified Jenny Anna. How was this possible? Those were Lemeters. Although they were ordinary Lemeters who hadn't grasped any battle techniques, they were still Lemeters. How had they been instantly injured? Furthermore, when she saw the scarlet blood on the ground, she felt a sense of impending doom. She didn't even try to avoid Lu Yin's hand on her face. "I can tolerate your naughtiness, but don't go overboard. Just this once." Lu Yin's gentle voice sent a chill down Jenny's spine. She trembled as she looked at Lu Yin. She had experienced this feeling before, when she had almost died during Astral 10's entrance exam. That experience had been etched into her bones, and now, she felt it again. This time, it came from the man in front of her, her fiancé in name. Lu Yin smiled. "We've known each other for so long, but I haven't given you a present. This is for you." An exquisite ring appeared in his hand. He had obtained it from the jade roll earlier. It was a very ordinary ring, but the craftsmanship was quite good. It should be worth it as a meeting gift for the Anna family's eldest daughter. Jenny Anna stared at the ring in a daze and didn't move. Lu Yin spoke again. Take it. This is my gift to you. Jenny Anna's heart trembled, but the blood on the ground just happened to flow to her feet, causing her to feel even more terrified. She reached out her hand. Lu Yin grasped her snow-white hand and put the ring on it. He praised, very beautiful. It was a pleasant meeting, and I look forward to the next one. He then turned and left. He didn't bid farewell to Shuashan Anna either. His every move was being monitored, and Shuashan Anna knew him like the back of his hand. After Lu Yin turned and disappeared, Jenny hurriedly retreated to avoid the pool of blood. She gasped for breath, and it was only then that she realized what she had just experienced. She looked at the exquisite ring on her finger and wanted to throw it away, but for some reason, Lu Yin's icy gaze and the miserable state of the 2 kilometers appeared in her mind, and she did not dare to throw it away. In the distance, Rocky Anna sighed. Bro, he's not simple. He actually used flash to such an extent that even Lemeters might not be able to do it. He almost tore through the void, so how did his body withstand it? It's too fast. Shuashan Anna was amazed. He had not only seen Lu Yin's strength, but also his methods. In just a few seconds, Lu Yin had subdued Jenny. No matter what methods Lu Yin had used, this King Zishan's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Bro, is Astral 10 really that powerful? He's transformed so much in just a few months, Rocky Anna exclaimed. Shuashan Anna calmly replied, there's no need to be so surprised. Those 2 kilometers are too weak, and even the U Academy's Hall Master could defeat them. Little Yin easily crippled a kilometer from the council, and these 2 aren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Drag them away and beat them to death. Since when can my Anna family act so casually? Consider this a warning to Jenny. Let's give her a warning. Rocky Anna couldn't bear it. Jenny's already been frightened. We should teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll suffer sooner or later if she marries King Zishan. It's better to face reality now than later, Shuashan Anna said helplessly. Rocky nodded. Right, King Zishan just gave Jenny a gift, so we should return the favor. We can't be stingy, Shuashan Anna said. Rocky Anna nodded. I understand. I'll get Toli to deliver it. Shuashan Anna muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. Let him deliver it. Elsewhere, Xenia Star's space station had been completely sealed off, and all surveillance equipment had been turned off. When the hatch opened, Wendy Yushan walked out. Zhu Lang, D.O., Peach, and Bezer were in front of her. Bezer's eyes lit up when he saw Wendy Yushan, and he immediately stepped forward with a respectful attitude. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor Wendy. Wendy Yushan casually grunted in acknowledgement. Zhu Lang and the other 2 stepped forward. Greetings, 5th Princess. The 3 of them were very respectful, not even to Crown Prince Doran Yushan. This was all because of Wendy Yushan's strength. Wendy Yushan's gaze swept across the 3 of them before finally stopping on Peach. Under Peach's expectant gaze, she took out a large pile of snacks. Here you go. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 158. Peach was delighted and quickly put away the snacks. She looked up at Wendy Yushan and laughed. Thank you. Wendy Yushan nodded. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. Next time, I'll get someone to move your favorite snack production line to Xenia Star. Many people were stunned. How domineering. Peach shook her head. No need. A little is enough for me. I don't know how to appreciate anything more. Wendy Yushan looked up. Yes, some people don't know how to appreciate things. She then took a step forward and disappeared. Zhu Lang and the others were shocked, but they hadn't found any trace of her. Wendy had become even stronger. Beizer's eyes were filled with passion and a trace of infatuation, but he quickly suppressed it. Wendy Yushan was very beautiful and naturally had a heroic aura about her. When she wielded a sword, it gave people the desire to conquer her. Beizer was no exception, but he hid his thoughts well and didn't dare reveal them. This was Wendy Yushan, and she would kill him without hesitation. He didn't think that he could stop her. Unfortunately, he didn't know who would benefit from this in the future. Beizer felt that it was a pity, and a man's figure appeared in his mind. In the palace's garden, Undying Yushan was quietly admiring the purple plant. Behind him, Wendy Yushan appeared with an indifferent expression. Undying Yushan turned around. "You're becoming more and more impolite." Wendy Yushan didn't care and casually sat down. "I killed nearly half of those people from the Interverse." Undying Yushan sighed. "I heard that I'm not a good father, and I even need my daughter to avenge me." Wendy Yushan stared at him. "Why didn't you inform me beforehand? With me overseeing things, even if their ancestors came, nothing would have happened." Undying Yushan shook his head. "Showing off isn't a good thing. Myriad Sword's peak isn't the strongest, and the 10 arbiters are powerful, but they still have to consider the interests of all parties. Sometimes, there's a gap between the rules and the results, and this gap is enough to bury all of us." Wendy Yushan's tone was icy. "Even if there's an exchange of interests, it won't harm me." Undying Yushan smiled. "I know who's behind you, but the winds of this universe will never stop. That person isn't immortal, so how do you know that she doesn't want the Undying Manual? Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that it's with me, it's enough for her to abandon you." "Yushan, Wendy Yushan, father, you're still so narrow-minded. That Undying. The person behind me doesn't care, and neither does the 10 arbiters. Immortality is an irresistible temptation." Undying Yushan sighed. "No one can live forever. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they'll naturally understand. I dare say that none of the 10 arbiters wants to steal the Undying Manual. Otherwise, if they reveal even the slightest bit of information, I and the Great Yu Empire would no longer exist," Wendy Yushan said. Undying Yushan nodded. "Perhaps you're right. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now that you've shifted the conflict from me to you, what do you plan to do next?" Wendy Yushan arrogantly replied, "I'll kill anyone who dares to cause trouble for me." "It looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Do you want to compete with me?" Undying Yushan suggested with a smile. Wendy Yushan turned her head away and did not respond. She was confident that she could defeat many powerhouses, but she was helpless against Undying Yushan. Even though he had been heavily injured and his strength had declined over and over again, he was still a powerhouse who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He far surpassed many people in the Innerverse and could not be judged by the Outerverse standards. Otherwise, the Innerverse powers would not have waited for news of Undying Yushan's death to make their move. "Father, I have to say that the Empire has truly declined. If you hadn't purposely set things up and acted at the end, Zhu Lang and the others would not have been able to stop the Innerverse powerhouses. There's also Yu Academy. They're too weak. I wouldn't have even bothered to look at them," Wendy Yushan said disdainfully. Undying Yushan laughed and looked at Wendy lovingly. This brat was still as competitive as she had been when she was younger. If she couldn't defeat him, she would think of other ways to turn the tables. She had used this tactic every time, and it had never failed her. However, she was right. Compared to the Innerverse, the Empire's younger generation was too weak. Other than Schutz, there was also little Yin. He was the leader of Astral 10 and surpassed Schutz. "Brat, father didn't set things up. I really did almost die, Undying Yushan said in a low voice. Wendy Yushan was shocked. She carefully looked at Undying Yushan and narrowed her eyes. That's impossible. You've recovered quite a bit from your injuries. With your current condition, you should be able to survive for at least another 100 years. Undying Yushan smiled bitterly and told Wendy everything that had happened. Wendy was shocked. What innate gift does he have to be able to raise a purple star to the level of a billowing star? Adai and ice have appeared before, but I'm not sure about the specifics, Undying Yushan said. Wendy Yushan fell silent and rubbed the hilt of her sword with her right thumb as she muttered to herself. There were too many strange innate gifts in the universe. If King Zishan really did have an innate gift that could raise a purple star to a billowing star, then his value would be too great. A billowing star was a treasure that was rare even in the universe. Investigate his innate gift, Wendy said directly. Undying Yushan looked at her sternly. If he says it's fine, then don't force him. I know. Although his innate gift is strange, I don't care about it. However, if his innate gift can raise a purple star to a billowing star, then he'll be worth it. I'll speak up for him and resolve his grudge with Baser, Wendy said. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. His value is only enough for you to speak up and resolve your grudge. Do you know what kind of humiliation Baser put him through? Wendy didn't care. I've already said that the weak are prey to the strong in this universe. Baser is very strong, so he can do whatever he wants. This person can only blame himself for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. The only reason I'm speaking up for him is because of his innate gift. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. Of course, as repayment for saving your life, I could transfer him to another academy. Astral 10 is just too weak. You can transfer him to another academy. You're not even a student of the Astral Combat Academy yourself. Undying Yushan was puzzled. Wendy laughed. Father, there are many disciples from the Myriad Swords Peak who enter the Astral Combat Academy. I'm the eldest senior sister, so a single word from me can get a disciple from the Myriad Swords Peak to take him to another academy. It won't be difficult. Undying Yushan fell silent. He felt that his daughter was too arrogant, and from her perspective, she did have the right to be arrogant. However, there was a saying in the universe, do not underestimate anyone. The humiliation that Baser had brought upon little Ian could not be resolved with a single word. Wendy wanted to use her overbearingness to resolve the grudge, but it would only make little Ian even angrier. It would be fine if little Ian was an ordinary person, but if he were to rise up one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Undying Yushan could guess that this was not the first time Wendy had done something like this. She had offended too many people, but no one dared to do anything to her under the might of the 10 arbiters. However, nothing was absolute, and the 10 arbiters were not invincible. Little girl, listen to your father. Go to the bottom and take a look. There are many things that cannot be seen from the top, Undying Yushan advised. Wendy turned around. Father, you've reached a certain height before, so you should know that some people do not need to be humble. Only by remaining at the top can one create a powerful future. I only need to look up. She then tore open the void in front of her, stepped through, and disappeared. Undying Yushan sighed. It was precisely because he had reached such heights that he felt even more strongly. The top 20 of the Astral Combat rankings were not the top, there were still the top 10, and even the top 5. Above that were the 10 arbiters and even more ancient and powerful seniors. Although these seniors had not been strengthened by formcast models, the accumulation of power over time was unimaginable. Lu Yin left the Anna family and flew towards King Zishan's palace in a spacecraft. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Great Yu Empire. Undying Yushan had created many legends about the Zishan family's treasures in order to scheme against the various great powers of the universe. It was also because of these legends that his family had allowed him to become King Zishan, which made sense. But what about Silver? He was from the Neo-Human Alliance, so he had a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire. Why? Was it also because of the Undying Manual? The Neo-Human Alliance's influence was great, but it was limited to the shadows. The great powers of the Innerverse had all concealed themselves when facing the Great Yu Empire, waiting for Undying Yushan's death. The Neo-Human Alliance's influence in the Great Yu Empire should not surpass that of the Innerverse, so why did they have such a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire? There were only two possibilities. Either the Neo-Human Alliance was certain that the Undying Manual was in Undying Yushan's hands, which was why they were sparing no expense in investigating the Great Yu Empire, or they had other motives. Lu Yin thought about how Silver had taken special care of him, and he guessed that this person had other motives. His family had also asked him to find a way to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so they definitely had other motives. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Great Yu Empire definitely had more secrets that he did not know about. Up ahead, King Zishan's palace appeared in front of him. Lu Yin was sitting in a spacecraft and the void in front of him suddenly distorted. A beautiful woman with a simple sword shuttled through it, causing the spacecraft to almost explode. Lu Yin ignored the spacecraft and instead stared at the woman. She was Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan crossed through the void and accidentally brushed shoulders with Lu Yin. She glanced at him and a strange look flashed across her eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his surroundings returned to normal. Everything seemed like a dream, but that woman was indeed Wendy Yushan. She had recognized him, but she had not paid him any attention. This was the first time Lu Yin had been so close to Wendy Yushan. The woman's gaze was calm, and everything seemed normal. She didn't purposely show any arrogance, but this was her greatest arrogance. She didn't need to care about anyone or anything, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. He had not expected to bump into Wendy Yushan by accident. Was this fate? He did not know what would happen the next time they met. For some reason, Lu Yin became excited. He hated Wendy Yushan's calm gaze, and he wanted to break it. The next time they met, he wanted to see shock, confusion, or even regret in her eyes. The Astral Combat Tournament was an opportunity for him to display himself to the entire universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 159. Not long after he returned to the manor, Peach arrived with a conflicted expression. Lu Yin could guess what had happened when he saw her. "I'm sorry, I lost your friend," Peach apologized sincerely, her face adorable. Lu Yin smiled. "Peach, Bai Shui is an adult, and she has to take responsibility for her actions. Losing her is her own problem, it has nothing to do with you." Peach was helpless. "I don't know what happened either. She just mysteriously disappeared, and I didn't even sense anything." Lu Yin was shocked. He had assumed that Bai Shui had been taken away during the chaos at Yu Academy. The second prince had betrayed Yu Academy, and some of the Academy's people had left. It was very likely that Bai Shui had been taken away since she was an innate talent, but now it seemed that there was more to it. What happened? Peach was puzzled. "I really don't know what happened. Didn't she go missing on the first ring of the continent?" Peach shook her head. "No, she went missing at the 6th Squad's base. Some super powerhouse must have taken her away, but I couldn't sense any trace of star energy. I reported it to His Majesty, and he said that only a hunter or above could have done it. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary hunter either, as even he didn't sense anything strange." Lu Yin was shocked. Someone who could hide from Undying Yushan had to be a super powerhouse. Why had they taken Bai Shui away? Wait, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzan, and Su San had all gone missing as well. Could it be related to this person as well? They were all very ordinary people, and the only connection they had was Earth. However, Earth was a very ordinary planet, so there shouldn't be any powerhouses involved. Lu Yin couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly told Peach, "It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Peach nodded with a dejected expression. She liked Bai Shui very much, but she had gone missing. She left not long after, telling Lu Yin that Wendy had brought her many snacks from the Interverse. Lu Yin knew that she was referring to him, but he really didn't have any snacks, so he could only coax her away. Not long after Peach left, Tori Anna arrived. "King Zishan, this is a gift from the Anna family. Please accept it," Tori Anna said as he handed a chip to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the chip and smiled at Tori Anna. "Please thank Uncle Shuashan on my behalf." Tori Anna nodded and left. He inserted the chip into his gadget and saw a list of people who had once been loyal to the Zishan family. Sigmund Maddox was on the list, but of course, there were also some who had betrayed the Zishan family. This name list was similar to the one Silver had given him. Although it was more detailed, there were no differences. The Anna family had already shown their sincerity by giving him this list of names. Lu Yin would have been very happy if they hadn't given him any silver, but unfortunately, he already had it. He had received a favor for nothing, so he might as well have just given them money. Lu Yin destroyed the chip and looked at his gadget, remembering something. Before leaving Astral 10, Master Wuxing had instructed Lu Yin to wait for the Lockbreaker network to succeed. Lu Yin didn't know if it had succeeded, but he immediately keyed in the code that Master Wuxing had given him. Soon, the login screen appeared on his screen. Lu Yin entered his identification number in the Lockbreaker Society, and after several rounds of verification, a message appeared. "Congratulations, Lu Yin, for successfully becoming a lockbreaker. Please name yourself and begin your great lockbreaking path." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately named himself Seventh Bro. The next moment, the screen changed, and an interface appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was filled with all sorts of information about lockbreakers, and the bottom right corner kept flashing. Someone was trying to contact him. Lu Yin curiously clicked on it, and countless congratulatory messages flooded in. They came from all sorts of places, including the universe's great empires, powers, companies, academies, and even various lockbreaker societies. The countless congratulatory messages almost dazzled him. Lu Yin knew that lockbreakers had a high status, but he had not expected it to be this high. He had not even made a single contribution to the Lockbreaker Society, and yet, there were already so many people congratulating him. This was too exaggerated, and even the Great Yu Empire was among them. Lu Yin immediately closed the page. There were too many messages, and he didn't have time to read them all. Not too far away, there was a flickering light with the words "Sourcebox Catalog." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had read the book that Master Wuxing had given him, so he wasn't completely clueless about lockbreaking. Sourceboxes were the general name given to items that needed to be unlocked. The universe had existed for countless years, and countless treasures had been sealed away. These treasures were sourceboxes, and lockbreaking was the only way to unlock them. The Sourcebox catalog was a video that could unlock lockbreaking. Any lockbreaker who uploaded a lockbreaking video would be able to add it to their Sourcebox catalog. These Sourcebox catalogs could be sold or exchanged. Of course, if one was qualified enough, they could also upload them to the Sourcebox catalog on the Lockbreaker network for future generations to view and worship. The Sourcebox catalog flashing indicated that there was a new lockbreaking video. Lu Yin opened it expectantly, and one message after another appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, Seventh Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Mavis Bank has sent you 5 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, Seventh Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Exotic Metal Alliance has sent you 3 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. Shamrock Enterprises has sent you 3 sourcebox catalogs. Each message made Lu Yin excited. They were all from powerful organizations in the universe, and there were dozens of messages. Lu Yin had never heard of most of them, but anyone who could enter the Lockbreaker network and send messages was not simple. There had to be at least a Lockbreaker in the organization. The Mavis Bank, Shamrock Enterprises, the Day-Night Clan, the Blaze Realm, and various other organizations were all expressing their goodwill to Lu Yin. Even the Day-Night Clan, a powerful ancient clan, didn't dare to be arrogant in front of a Lockbreaker. This was the power of a Lockbreaker. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had joined the Lockbreaker Society, as he had seen another world. Filled with excitement, Lu Yin began to browse through the sourcebox catalogs that these organizations had sent him. The first one was from the Mavis Bank. In a desolate area, there was a strange black rock that towered into the clouds. A man slowly approached it, and as he approached, the void began to crack. The desolate land seemed to change as the man's appearance seemed to disrupt the balance of the area, causing the land to crack and the void to shatter. However, this was not enough to affect the man. The man walked step by step to the bottom of the black rock and raised a hand to touch it. He muttered something to himself as he circled around the rock and struck it in different directions. After an hour, the black rock gradually cracked and finally crumbled. The moment it crumbled, the void seemed to shatter. The man pressed down on the void with one hand and forcefully solidified it. Finally, a green halo enveloped the desolate land, causing countless plants to grow. In front of the man's eyes, a green root that towered into the clouds appeared. This root had been sealed by the black rock for a long time, and now, the man had released it. Lu Yin stared at it in shock. This was lockbreaking. The black rock was actually formed from the universe's star energy and various other strange energies that had transformed over time. The root had been sealed and dushed, allowing it to become a sourcebox, and now, the man had successfully unlocked it. The process seemed simple, but every step was fraught with danger. The entire desolate land was enveloped by the sourcebox's constant energy field, and anyone who stepped in would have to endure unimaginable pressure. Even the void would shatter. In order to successfully unlock the sourcebox, the man had spent an hour disintegrating the outer layer of the sourcebox's energy field. This was a huge undertaking, and any mistake would not only kill the man, but also destroy the sourcebox. The man was definitely a space-exploring powerhouse, or else he would not have been able to forcefully solidify the shattered void. Lockbreaking sometimes required more than just star energy control and understanding, it also required great strength. Without strength, one would not even be able to get close to the sourcebox. Lu Yin remembered that the title page of the book that Master Wuxing had given him had said, "There are no identical sourceboxes in the universe." Every lock-breaking process was unique, which was why the requirements for both star energy and experience were extremely high. This was why the sourcebox catalog had been created. Hundreds of thousands of lockbreakers constantly watched other people's sourcebox catalogs in order to increase their experience. Not only did they want to succeed in lockbreaking, but they also wanted to preserve their lives. Lockbreakers enjoyed the highest status in the universe, but at the same time, they also shouldered unimaginable dangers. This was because the sourceboxes were sealed in the universe, and trying to unlock any one of them was like fighting against the universe itself. Lu Yin sighed and muttered to himself for a moment. He wanted to watch the sourcebox catalog again, but unfortunately, he could not click on it. Any sourcebox catalog could only be viewed once, and he had to purchase it if he wanted to watch it again. Lu Yin was helpless, so he moved on to the next one. This time, it was at the bottom of the sea, and the view was not panoramic. Instead, only a pair of hands could be seen. It was obvious that this video had been recorded with a gadget, which meant that this was a lockbreaker's own lockbreaking video. The pair of snow-white hands clearly belonged to a woman. As the video shook, Luine finally saw the source box. It was a fish, or more accurately, a fish that had been solidified by a gray substance. This fish had been sealed for an unknown period of time, and it looked very ancient. It slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. As it floated up, countless sea creatures rushed over with scarlet eyes and attacked the woman. The woman casually waved her hands, and the sea instantly turned red. These sea creatures were only melders, and most of them were sentinels. However, the woman was at least a Lemeter, so she could easily deal with them. Most Lemeters were discerning elementary lockbreakers, and this sort of video would be of great help to Luine. The previous one was just a dream, and he did not know how long it would take for him to reach that level. The woman easily touched the fish and held it in her hands. She slowly stroked it as if she was sensing something. Luine guessed that she was using her star energy to sense the surface of the fish, trying in vain to break down the dusty substance on its surface. After a long time, the dusty substance on the fish's surface gradually faded. It had originally been gray, but now it was a grayish-white color. Another 2 hours passed, and the fish's eyes flashed with light. The dusty substance on its surface completely disappeared, and the fish returned to its original appearance. It was brightly colored, and its eyes flashed with intelligence. This was a very valuable fish. The video ended there. Luine did not know what the fish was used for, but it had clearly been hidden away by the video's owner. Anything that had been sealed was valuable. Of course, there was no lack of openings, and the contents of the sealed source box would disappear with the passage of time. However, anyone who encountered a source box would be willing to try to open it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 160. Luine looked again and clicked on the next one. This time, what appeared in front of him was a dark chamber. There was a very small stone in the middle of the chamber. A man appeared and slowly approached the stone. However, in the next second, a white light flashed in the void. The space was cut into pieces by an invisible attack, and the man was also reduced to pieces. Luine was shocked, as this was a case of failure. Lockbreakers took on a huge risk, and many lockbreakers died every year, which was very normal. The sourcebox catalog not only contained successful cases, but there were also cases of failure. In comparison, many people were more willing to look at failed cases, as they were all bloody experiences. Although there were no identical sourceboxes in the universe, many of the dangers were similar. For example, the white light that had flashed through the void had left Luine traumatized. He was certain that in the future, he would run away as soon as he saw such a white light. This was experience, and the experiences of those who had died were very precious. Luine had obtained more than 100 sourcebox catalog videos, and it took him several days to finish them all. Most of them were successful, and only a few were failures. Only 3 of them were videos of lockbreakers dying. These videos were very precious, and others would not easily give them away. Luine rubbed his head. The job of a lockbreaker was difficult, but it was also simple. There was not much specialized knowledge, and it relied on one's strength and experience. However, this was also the reason why it was so dangerous. Lockbreakers were like a suicide squad that humans had created to compete with the universe for treasures. They enjoyed the highest glory, but they also had to bear great risks. It was no wonder why Master Wuxing had told Luine to contact him before his first lockbreaking attempt. He had been afraid that Luine would accidentally die. To be honest, after watching so many videos, Luine did not feel the urge to lockbreak. In fact, he even wanted to avoid it as much as possible. This was gambling with one's life, especially for someone like him who did not have a mentor to guide him. It was very easy to lose one's life. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die. His eyes flashed, and he decided to postpone his lock-breaking until he had a better understanding of the situation. He would withdraw his money first. He only had 3,000 star crystals on him, and he did not feel safe at all. Elsewhere, Bezer met with Wendy Yushan. Take this and contact that lockbreaker. Ask him to help you lockbreak, Wendy Yushan said as she tossed a lump of dirt to Bezer. Bezer was put in a difficult position. Representative Wendy, is this a source box? Wendy Yushan looked at Bezer coldly. Just do as I say. Tell that lockbreaker that this source box isn't offensive, and he can try it out. Whatever he obtains from the lock-breaking will be his reward. This is the Outerverse Youth Council sincerity. Yes. Bezer was shocked and quickly left. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and looked at her gadget. A screen popped up, showing Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. Of course, Lu Yin's name did not appear, only 7th bro. I didn't think that a new lockbreaker would be on Xenu Star. I hope that it's not someone from the Interverse. Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy cold. Even she did not dare to underestimate lockbreakers, as any lockbreaker had the potential to become a peerless powerhouse because they were the key to opening source boxes. Many lockbreakers did not interact with the outside world and instead focused solely on exploring ancient planets in search of source boxes. Once they found a heaven-defying item, they had the potential to become a powerhouse, and such people could not be provoked. That's enough. Do you still want to meet me? Lu Yin grew impatient. Bezer gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do as you say. Don't worry, I'll send it over tomorrow. Lu Yin hung up, satisfied. As long as he left the source box in the palace, he wouldn't have to worry about Bezer finding him. There were many people in the palace, and there were also court officials and foreign officials who entered every day. With the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons present, even Bezer wouldn't be able to monitor him, so his identity wouldn't be exposed. Bezer reported the situation to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan smiled. The Imperial Palace. She was very curious about a lockbreaker who could enter the palace, and she wanted to see who it was. Lu Yin entered the Mavis Bank, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. He had forgotten that Bezer couldn't monitor the palace, but Wendy Yushan could. The palace was her home. He had to think of a way to lure her out, or else it would be dangerous to obtain the source box. He currently had a total of 22,000 star crystals in his bank card, so he took them all out and stored them in his cosmic ring, filling it up in an instant. The cosmic ring in his hand was a super large one, and he had spent over 1,000 cubic meters to purchase it. It was definitely enough for most people, but it was still not enough for him. Furthermore, super large cosmic rings were only for the average person. There were a few more types of spatial rings, but unfortunately, those cosmic rings could not be bought in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin walked out of the Mavis Bank and used his gadget to check on Wendy Yushan. He was pleasantly surprised to find that she didn't live in the palace, as she had moved out after reaching adulthood. Her residence was some distance away from the palace. Lu Yin thought about it, and his lips curled up. He wanted to test Princess Wendy's limits. The next day, Bezer entered the palace under the pretense of visiting Undying Yushan, but he left not long after. Wendy Yushan had already entered the palace before him. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the source box, and he instead stayed in King Zishan's palace to study the star charts. This had become something he did whenever he was bored. On this day, no one touched the source box hidden in the palace, so Wendy Yushan wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Wendy Yushan monitored the source box for another day, but no one touched it. She guessed that the lockbreaker might have known that she was watching. On the third day, no one took the source box. Wendy Yushan frowned and muttered to herself. On the morning of the fourth day, just before the start of court, Wendy Yushan was considering whether or not she should give up her surveillance when a piece of news infuriated her. Her residence had been attacked, and dozens of drunkards had flown a flying device into the residence, leaving it in a mess. Wendy Yushan didn't even think about it and immediately left. At the same time, Lu Yin entered the palace and followed the courtiers into the palace. He had just retrieved the unremarkable source box from his cosmic ring. He didn't know if Wendy Yushan had left, but he had done everything he could. If that woman was smart enough not to leave, then it didn't matter if he was exposed. However, he guessed that there was a 90% chance that she had left. According to the information he had gathered, the princess's residence was very important to her, very important. Today was a special day, as the Great Yu Empire's war against Duke Yushan was temporarily suspended. Many foreign courtiers were participating in the court session, so there weren't enough seats. Lu Yin only strolled around once before leaving without showing his face. Less than a minute after he left, Wendy Yushan returned to the palace. She glanced at the flower bed and her expression turned cold. The source box had been taken away, and when she thought about what had happened in the princess's residence, she was furious. She had been played. Wendy wasn't stupid, and she had been played because she hadn't expected that someone would dare to trick her. She was Wendy Yushan. You can run now, but you can't run forever. You better pray that you become a useful lockbreaker, or else I'll let you know the price of fooling me. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the black dirt in his hand. This was the source box. Although it looked a little shabby, it was indeed a harmless source box that he could experiment with. Lockbreaking was something that required both ability and experience. He was about to begin his first lockbreaking session in his life. If Lu Yin wanted to unlock this source box, he would have to dissolve this complex energy bit by bit. He took a deep breath and began his attempt. As long as he could see it clearly, it was not difficult to dissolve it, but it would take a long time. After all, the energy had already become tangible, and there was just too much of it. 5 hours quickly passed, and the source box's surface became slightly smoother. This proved that Lu Yin's lockbreaking had been effective. He looked up and exhaled with a bitter smile. It would probably take him more than 20 hours to completely unlock the source box. Whatever, he decided to continue. Without this serious art, Lu Yin would not have been able to succeed. Even with the serious art, it still took him 27 hours to finally unlock the source box. When the last thin layer of energy disappeared, a very inconspicuous piece of gray metal fell to the ground, making a clattering sound. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He had already reached his limit after continuously using the serious art for 27 hours. He really could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had succeeded at the last moment. He picked up the gray metal, which was probably a component of some sort. Because too much time had passed, most of the component had decayed, and only this piece of metal remained. It was a pity, but since this piece of metal could withstand the corrosion of time, it should not be simple. Lu Yin put the metal away and activated his gadget. He uploaded his entire lockbreaking process to the sourcebox catalog and waited for it to be reviewed. He then closed his eyes and went to sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, his gadget beeped, and he opened his eyes. When he looked at it, his eyes lit up. His lockbreaking video had been reviewed, and a new star had appeared on his own page on the Lockbreaker network. Lu Yin was delighted. From this moment onwards, he was a true lockbreaker with contributions, a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. The star was so bright that it almost dazzled Lu Yin. With this star, his status had risen once again. Lockbreaker's status was not only because they were sought after by outsiders, but also because they were protected from within. Any lockbreaker with contributions was a treasure to the Lockbreaker Society, and killing one would result in the retaliation of all lockbreakers. It could be said that the Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members. Lu Yin liked this sort of protective organization. When he had become a one-star lockbreaker, the society had immediately sent him a congratulatory message and given him 20 sourcebox catalogs. These were all lockbreaking videos of discerning junior lockbreakers, which were very suitable for him and were very precious. At this moment, someone contacted him. Lu Yin took a look and saw that it was Master Wuxing. He tapped on his screen, and Master Wuxing appeared with a serious expression. "Student Lu Yin, you were too rash." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself." Lu Yin frowned and solemnly replied, "I'm done. What are your thoughts?" Master Wuxing's expression was serious. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. "It's very stressful, but it's also very interesting." Master Wuxing's lips curled up. Interesting. Very few people find lockbreaking interesting. Although there are hundreds of thousands of lockbreakers in the society, there aren't many who can actually lockbreak. Of these people, quite a few reject lockbreaking because they don't dare to. I hope that you won't become that kind of person. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he slowly bowed. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Master Wuxing nodded, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Lockbreaking can sometimes rely on external objects. There are always mystical items in the universe that can help lockbreakers, such as this. Master Wuxing then took out 2 dark green leaves and placed them on his head. Under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he calmly explained, "These leaves can clear my mind and increase my train of thought by several times. You've already lockbroken once, so you should understand how beneficial it is to lockbreaking." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. He deeply understood. If his train of thought had increased by several times, then he wouldn't have needed to spend 27 hours. This was a treasure that could increase his efficiency. Master Wuxing saw Lu Yin's yearning gaze, smiled, and put away the leaves. "Don't look at me like that, I only have 2 of these leaves. If you want to obtain more, then come to the Society's headquarters when you're free. There are similar items that you can exchange for. Of course, the price is not cheap. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. Both the 15th and 16th will be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support." This had shaken Astral 6, and he had become the most talented lockbreaker after Dao Bo Lu Yin replayed the process of unlocking the revealing sword, and he was shocked by Karen's exquisite control of star energy. Although this person could not see as clearly as Lu Yin could when he used the serious art, he had relied on his familiarity with star energy to forcefully unlock the source box. This was the method that most lockbreakers used, and Lu Yin would have been cheating if he had used the serious art. Sharon was truly a genius lockbreaker. Even though Lu Yin was replaying the process, he was still sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, his gains were not small, as he had fused with Karen's body, which was equivalent to having Karen's lockbreaking experience. This was a valuable asset. With a clang, Lu Yin retrieved the revealing sword from his cosmic ring. The sword's blade was light and agile, and it was silvery white in color. The sword's edge glowed with vibrant colors, and there were faintly discernible veined patterns on its surface. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge crack appeared in Karen's cultivation room. Lu Yin was shocked, as a room that could be used for a Lemieter's cultivation was definitely not made of ordinary materials. However, the revealing sword had been able to easily cut through the room. It was too sharp. Furthermore, the veined patterns on the sword's edge were clearly not simple. This was a weapon that had been sealed away for an unknown period of time, and it possessed a mysterious power. Lu Yin was a little greedy, and he really wanted to obtain this sword as well as the wealth within Karen's cosmic ring. However, after some thought, he decided not to be too greedy. He had already obtained Karen's lock-breaking experience, and if he robbed Sharon of everything, he would be met with retribution. The universe was mysterious, and although Lu Yin did not believe in retribution, he still felt apologetic. This was also a type of retribution. Although he did not want to rob Sharon of his wealth, that did not mean that Sharon was useless. Sharon was one of Astral 6's strongest powerhouses and the Tao of Purgatory's area master. He was on the same level as Frankfurt, so he had a ready-made backer. Lu Yin recalled Karen's experiences, and his lips curled up into a strange smile. This guy was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was emotionally miserable. However, he was just right for Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out dozens of letters from the corner of his cosmic ring and blinked. Sharon, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. You'll have to suffer for a while. Just as he finished speaking, a pulling force appeared, and Lu Yin closed his eyes and reappeared in the dark space. He then traversed an unknown distance and returned to King Zishan's palace. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately took out a piece of paper and began writing. At the same time, in the distant Timor weave, Sharon crawled up from the ground and rubbed his head. What was going on? Why was he lying on the ground, and his memories seemed to have disappeared? Suddenly, Karen's pupils shrank and his face went pale. There were dozens of letters on the ground, and they caused his mind to rumble. His secret had been discovered. Sharon could die, but there were some secrets that could never be discovered. However, the letters on the ground clearly told him that someone had mercilessly scanned through his secrets. Sharon trembled as he put the letters away, his entire body cold. Who could it be? Who could have knocked him out without a sound? This was his most secret training room, and he hadn't told anyone else about it. Who could it be? At that moment, a string of numbers appeared in front of Karen's eyes. It was the number of his gadget, and Karen's expression changed. This was left behind by that person. Did they want him to contact them? Sharon opened his gadget and hesitated. In King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin checked his cosmic ring and was saddened to find that he only had a little more than 500 star crystals left. He had used up 200,000 in one go, which was too terrifying. This was definitely a huge money grubber, but he didn't regret it. If he could fuse with Sharon, it would have been worth it even if he had to spend another 200,000 star crystals. Without those 200,000 star crystals, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Timor weave. 6 points had given him a huge surprise, but at the same time, it had also made him a pauper. Lu Yin felt both pain and joy. It was time to make some money. The commotion caused by Shi Yu's incident had gradually died down, and there were no more spendthrifts knocking on his door. He had to find another reason. Just as he was thinking about how to scam someone, his gadget suddenly rang. His lips curled up as he tapped it open. A screen appeared in front of him, and Karen's bloodshot eyes appeared. Sharon was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. He had thought that the person who had plotted against him was a space-exploring powerhouse, but it was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. It was impossible for someone of that age to plot against him. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled. You must be the Sharon that my uncle was talking about. Uncle? Karen's eyes widened, and his expression turned ferocious. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Where is your uncle? I want to see him. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, my uncle has something to do, so he won't see you. However, he did tell me a few things about you. How interesting. Karen's body turned cold again, and he stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? What do you know? What do you want? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Winborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. The 15th and 16th will both be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 163. These 3 questions were enough to prove how terrified Sharon was. The secret that Lu Yin had discovered was too shocking. Sharon was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was too unlucky. He liked a woman, but before he could even confess, she had already become his sister-in-law. This had happened the night before he had unlocked the sword-shaped sourcebox, and it was because of this stimulation that he had decided to unlock the sword-shaped sourcebox in order to seek death. He had never expected that he would succeed. After becoming a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Sharon had thought things through and did not want to die. However, his feelings for that woman had not changed at all, and he could only write letters to soothe his feelings. He only wrote them for himself, and no one else knew. Even that woman did not know that her brother-in-law liked her. It was as if Sharon had sealed his feelings in another world, and no one else knew about it besides him. This was his greatest secret, and he had never thought of sharing it with anyone, but Lu Yin had found out about it. It had to be said that Sharon was a sentimental person, but it was a pity that he was unlucky. In Lu Yin's opinion, if he allowed Sharon to continue suppressing himself like this, he would sooner or later go crazy. It was better to help Sharon find an outlet, and Lu Yin would be that outlet. Of course, Sharon would have to pay a price, such as protecting Lu Yin in the trial zones. Those letters are well written. Brother Sharon, your writing is very good, Lu Yin praised. Sharon clenched his fists, and his body trembled from fear. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at him. I heard that you're a student of Astral 6 and one of the area masters of the Tao of Purgatory. Sharon did not reply. Lu Yin smiled. Then it's simple. Let's make a deal. You protect me from harm in the trial zones, and I'll protect your secrets and never let anyone else know about them. Sharon was shocked. You're also a student of the Astral Combat Academy. Which Astral 6 are you from? Astral 10, Lu Yin replied. Sharon was stunned. Astral 10. Astral 10 still exists. Lu Yin was displeased. What was this? Astral 10 was still alive and well, but this guy hadn't returned to Astral 6 for a while. He might not know what had happened in the past few months, but he should know that Astral 10 had arrived in the Outerverse. After all, he was from the Outerverse. Tell me if you agree or not, Lu Yin said impatiently. Karen's eyes turned cold. Fine, I agree. What's your name? Lu Yin stared at Karen's icy gaze and sneered. I'm guessing that you're thinking of how to kill me right now, right? Karen's expression changed. No. We're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, so I can't kill you. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled. I advise you to stop thinking about it. My uncle has a few letters with you. Don't you think that a few of them are missing? If something happens to me, these letters will appear untouched on your brother's desk. Oh, that's right, Astral 6, and even the entire Astral Combat Academy. Think about the consequences. Sharon felt his scalp go numb. If that really was the case, then his life was over. Although he hadn't done anything to that woman, once this matter was exposed, he would have no place in the universe, and that woman would also be implicated. I, Sharon, swear on my reputation that I definitely won't do anything to you. But you also have to promise that your uncle won't publicize my letter, said Sharon urgently. Lu Yin smiled. I promise that you'll be fine as long as I'm fine. Sharon heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was somewhat dejected as he continued, "I'm the aerial lord of Whitebones Gorge in the Tao of Purgatory. You can go to Whitebones Gorge directly after coming to the Tao of Purgatory. I'll also spread the word that you are under my protection. What is your name?" "Lu Yin." Sharon nodded and casually closed the screen. He knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, as Lu Yin had already grasped his weakness. At the same time, Lu Yin sighed and smiled. He now had a backer. An aerial lord was enough to make many shrink back. Unfortunately, it would be better if he was a realm lord. That way, there would be almost no one in the entire trial zone who would dare to act against him. Karen's deterrence could only intimidate a group of students at most, and aerial lords were not included in this list. He thought of Jared, who was at the top of the Blaze Realms rankings. If Sharon spread the word, then Lu Yin didn't know if that person would personally appear to attack him. After spending 2 days reviewing Karen's lock-breaking experiences, Lu Yin opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. With Karen's experience in the serious art, he could definitely become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, Sharon himself had only succeeded because of luck. If Lu Yin wanted to successfully unlock a source box similar to a sword-shaped source box, then he would need to activate the 9th star just to be safe. Once the 9th star appeared, both the serious art and serious palm would undergo a huge transformation. That would be the opportunity for Lu Yin to rise to prominence. Right now, everything could be pushed back, and the most important thing right now was the 9th star. However, the 9th star was far too difficult. Even if he remembered the crazy headmaster's deductions, it was useless. He just couldn't find the right opportunity to activate it. Perhaps he would have a better chance in outer space. Lu Yin rested for another day before heading to the Imperial Palace to bid farewell to Undying Yushan. "You're going to the Umbral Butterfly Weave?" The Undying Yushan was astonished. Lu Yin replied, "My mentor gave me a mission, so I have to go." Undying Yushan nodded. "Then go. Although it's far, your spacecraft has Astral 10's insignia. Not only will you be protected by the Astral Combat Academy, but you'll also be protected by the 10 Arbiters Council. You won't encounter any danger, but remember to take a detour if you encounter any strange phenomena in outer space. Astral disasters are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even I can't guarantee that you'll be able to safely pass through them." Lu Yin grunted. "I understand, Your Majesty. Also, Wendy is back. Do you want to meet her?" Undying Yushan asked as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "I've already met her. It was a coincidence." Undying Yushan nodded. "In that case, go. Complete your mission and return to the academy as soon as possible. Remember your responsibilities, and remember that ring of authority." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Undying Yushan didn't tell Lu Yin that Wendy had wanted to resolve the grudge between him and Bazer with a single sentence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lu Yin, he understood that unless Bazer died, the humiliation he had suffered that day would not disappear. Furthermore, Bazer probably wasn't the only person in Lu Yin's heart, Wendy was as well. Just thinking about this gave Undying Yushan a headache. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was extraordinary, he didn't think that he could surpass Wendy. Reality wasn't a fairy tale. Wendy had received the inheritance of Myriad Swords Peak, and even the 10 Arbiters valued her highly. There were almost no youths in the Outerverse who could compare to her. However, this couldn't become a knot in Lu Yin's heart for the rest of his life, and it could only slowly fade away with time. Lu Yin watched as the scenery on both sides of him rapidly receded. The aurora broke through space, and with a slight tremble, it stabilized and sped towards the Umbral Butterfly Weave. This journey took a month, and they had to pass through dozens of wormholes. Without these wormholes, who knew how long it would take to reach the umbral butterfly weave? Lu Yin took out his star chart, tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and immersed himself in the ninth star. He hoped to leave as soon as possible. A day after Lu Yin left Xenu Star, Wendy Yushan checked the Lockbreaker network and was surprised to see that there was a new star on Lu Yin's interface. It was so bright and dazzling. Wendy Yushan was shocked. He succeeded so quickly. She immediately paid some money to check Lu Yin's sourcebox catalog. There was only one lock-breaking video, and it was a video of Lu Yin unlocking the Earth-like sourcebox. Wendy recognized this sourcebox, as she was the one who had given it away. Wendy looked at it for a long time before retracting her gaze. This person had really succeeded. She had thought that a newly certified lockbreaker like him would take at least a few months or even a year before he could successfully unlock a sourcebox. It seemed like this person was a genius in the field of lockbreaking. Baser, immediately contact this lockbreaker called Seventh Bro. I need to let him know of the Outerverse Youth Council's goodwill, Wendy ordered Baser. Baser immediately acted and contacted Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in outer space looking at a star chart when he heard his gadget beep. When he saw that it was Baser, his eyes turned cold, but he smiled and changed his voice. Baser, what's up? Oh, sorry to disturb you, Mr. Seventh Bro. I just wanted to ask if you've succeeded in unlocking the sourcebox. Baser's tone was much more respectful than before. Lu Yin grunted and then sternly asked, What, do you want to take back what you obtained from unlocking the sourcebox? Of course not, please don't misunderstand. I've already said that everything obtained from unlocking the sourcebox belongs to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's decision, as well as Counselor Puyu's. Lu Yin raised a brow. Puyu? Baser replied, Yes, Counselor Puyu. He's one of the highest-ranking counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council. This is his goodwill to you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Puyu. It seemed like this person was the one behind Baser, and it was probably this person who had allowed Baser to humiliate Lu Yin. Otherwise, Baser wouldn't have needed to do that just because he had defeated Ghostfire. Ghostfire had also provoked Lu Yin, and everything was related to Puyu. This person wanted Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin analyzed everything in an instant. I understand. Counselor Puyu, right? I'll remember him. Baser was delighted, as this was exactly the effect that he had been hoping for. Puyu needed any lockbreaker who had made contributions, as such lockbreakers had limitless potential. Who knew when they would be able to bring them something good? In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Seventh Bro any further. Lu Yin grunted and then ended the call. Puyu. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was troublesome, and he was on the same level as Wendy Yushan. He was definitely powerful, and if Lu Yin wanted to join the Outerverse Youth Council in the future, he would definitely run into Puyu. He had to be prepared. Traveling through outer space was an extremely tedious task. Although the sky was beautiful, it was also filled with danger. Half a month passed, and Lu Yin had rearranged his route 6 times. Each time, he had avoided danger ahead of time. Even so, he had almost been swallowed by a black hole that had suddenly appeared. That time, Lu Yin had almost been scared to death. If he had been swallowed, he would have died. His spacecraft was not strong enough to tear apart a black hole. Danger ahead. Rearranging route. Route updated successfully. A pleasant voice rang out. Lu Yin was astonished. Did he have to take a detour again? As he thought about it, he looked into the distance, and his expression changed. Were those 2 people? Happy New Year's Eve. The 3rd update will be released at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 164. Two figures crisscrossed through space, and then space began to violently collapse as planets shattered one after another. An indescribably terrifying attack swept past the spacecraft and into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked, but before he could think, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The battle between the two had created a strange vortex in space that the spacecraft could not escape and was sucked in. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, he was done for. He did not know how strong these two were, but every attack could easily shatter the spacecraft. And from the looks of it, they did not care about his life at all. Bang! A loud sound rang out in space, exceeding the limits of the spatial seal. Lu Yin almost fainted from the impact, and the surrounding planets began to shake as they were pulled towards the two. The vortex grew larger and larger, like a newly born galaxy. Lu Yin stared at the scene and felt dizzy, but then suddenly became clear again. Coincidentally, 8 planets were revolving around the two and being swallowed by the vortex. Lu Yin's spacecraft was the 9th. In that instant, Lu Yin calmed his heart, and the serious art began to circulate around his body. Soon, a 9th star vaguely appeared. The planets began to crack, and red magma and blue seawater began to evaporate into space. As the planets exploded, the void began to crack. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and his lips began to bleed. He could not escape, 3 planets had already exploded, and the vortex was sweeping towards the 4th. He was not far from death. He watched as the 4th star exploded, and the two were still fighting at the center. Lu Yin was sorrowful, he had activated the 9th star, but he did not even have a chance to use it before dying. The serious art slowly dissipated from his body, and the faintly visible 9th star broke away from the serious art the moment it dissipated. This was a result of Lu Yin's unstable state of mind, and he had not been able to control it. The perfect imitation of the 9 stars had begun to collapse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he personally took control of the spacecraft and charged towards the center of the vortex at maximum speed. The spacecraft warned him of danger, but Lu Yin did not care and continued to charge forward. At the center of the battlefield, the two who had been fighting stopped and looked at the spacecraft strangely. They watched with interest, but they did not try to help or stop him. The vortex could be absorbed, but it could also be used to separate itself. It all depended on whether or not Lu Yin could control his meridians. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, with his connection to the 9th star, he was able to control the veins of the galaxy. The Aurora spacecraft borrowed the power of the vortex to escape the 8th star's explosion and was sent flying. Behind him, a planet exploded, causing the heavens to undulate. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Yin, as he was already out of danger. Position shifted. Replanning route. Route setup successful. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. He hoped that he wouldn't encounter such a situation again, as it was too dangerous. Behind him, the 2 students were shocked. I didn't think that this brat would be able to escape. Based on the insignia on the spacecraft, it's from Astral 10. That academy has been quite lively lately. So what? From what I've heard, only 12 new students were recruited this time, and quite a few of them came from the Interverse. They can be recalled with a single order. That academy has already completely declined. As long as the director returns to normal, no one will dare to have any ideas about Astral 10. That's true. Of the 10 deans of the Astral Combat Academy, that old guy is the most terrifying. It had nothing to do with him, and he had no right to interfere with the Day-Night Clan's matters. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the serious art. He needed to stabilize his 9th star as soon as possible and perfect his serious art. This was something that he had risked his life to comprehend. Due to the constant changes in his itinerary, Luin took more than 10 days to reach the umbral butterfly weave. Just as he arrived, Michelle appeared at Astral 10's trial zone entrance. After 2 months of Elder Kai's guidance, she wanted to challenge 100 victories in ported battles and enter the trial zones as soon as possible. Of the 12 new students, Schutz had the most victories aside from Luin, with a total of 52. Of course, he had also paid a heavy price for his victories, with a total of 237 defeats. He had challenged more ported battles than anyone else, and he had won more than 100 battles than Luin. Schutz had been challenging ported battles before the new student competition, and the others had stopped long ago. It had not been easy for him to obtain 52 victories, and it had been mostly due to his battle experience and luck. Now, Michelle had appeared. Her previous record had been 13 victories and 56 defeats. After she entered the teleportation stone's range, she only came out after a long time. The trial master opened his eyes. Michelle, 17 victories and 57 defeats. Michelle, 23 victories and 60 defeats. Michelle, 39 victories and 65 defeats. Michelle, 72 victories and 88 defeats. Michelle, 93 victories and 98 defeats. When Michelle stepped into the teleportation stone's range again, Silver arrived at the trial zone entrance just in time to hear the trial master's results. He was astonished. It's only been 2 months, but she's improved so much. Should I call her a genius? When Michelle walked out again, the trial master opened his eyes and looked at her seriously. Michelle, 99 victories and 99 defeats. Congratulations, student. You're only 1 victory away, Silver congratulated her with a smile. Michelle looked exhausted, as she had spent several days at the trial zone entrance to reach her current results. It had been too difficult, but it also reflected the tutor's teaching ability. Thinking back to her 2 months of hard work, every mission had been the most effective training for her. As expected of an Astral Combat Academy tutor. However, Michelle still had her doubts, as the tutors of the other academies did not have such an effect. Astral 10's tutors seemed to be different from the others. She turned to Silver. Do you want to challenge? Silver smiled. You can go after you win 100 battles. Michelle did not refuse and stepped into the teleportation stone's range again. At the same time, Xiao Luo arrived at the trial zone entrance and glanced at Silver. He walked over to the trial master and said something. The trial master nodded and pointed at the teleportation stone. Go to the trial zone. Xiao Luo smiled and nodded. He walked over to the teleportation stone and waited for Michelle to walk out. Not long after, Michelle walked out of the teleportation stone's range with an excited expression. The trial master's aged voice rang out in her ears. Michelle, 100 victories and 100 defeats. Xiao Luo was astonished, but he quickly congratulated her. Michelle suppressed her excitement, as she had finally won 100 battles. Although she was excited, when she thought about how Luin had already won 100 battles 2 months ago, she felt that she was much slower than him. However, her innate gift was destined to be extraordinary. If her sister could achieve that, then so could she. Silver stepped into the teleportation stone's range, and Xiao Luo watched him leave, deep in thought. Not too far away, Michelle walked up to the trial master and respectfully said, Tutor, I wish to enter the trial zone. The trial master nodded. All right, go in. Michelle was confused. Go in? Where? The trial master pointed behind him and sighed. None of you are enlightened. Michelle stretched her hand forward, exactly like what Luin had done in the past. Her eyes flickered, and she stepped in, disappearing from sight. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was time for him to enter the trial zone. Michelle was no stranger to the trial zone mountain, and she directly entered it. She closed her eyes and chose the 6th Tao of Purgatory. She had chosen the same path as Luine, but the treatment was different. Luine had been ridiculed and ambushed upon entering, but Michelle had been met with stunned gazes and enthusiastic introductions. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've done my best and have been writing throughout the new year. I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 165. It had to be said that beauties had an advantage at certain times, and Michelle's outstanding appearance dazzled anyone who saw her. Few people in the trial zones were willing to have someone else appear beside them, but Michelle was not one of them. Michelle looked around and saw that everything around her was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory, the place where astral success main forces gathered. She turned around and saw a towering black mountain range in the distance. If Luine had been here, he would have recognized it as Spear Mountain, the place where he had lost his life. Michelle pondered for a moment before heading towards Spear Mountain. Just as she got close, a black shadow suddenly attacked her. Michelle's expression changed, and she instinctively retreated to avoid the attack. She looked up, War Spirit. Michelle knew more about the trial zones than Luine, and she immediately prepared to fight the moment she saw the War Spirit. War Spirits had no intelligence and could only fight when they encountered each other. Suddenly, danger descended, not from the War Spirit in front of her, but from the other side. Michelle subconsciously activated her innate gift, and a red lotus bloomed beneath her feet as she disappeared from her original spot. Red lotus. 2 men and 2 women walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man, and he was looking at Michelle, who had appeared in the distance with surprise. Michelle looked at the man in shock. She felt an extreme sense of danger from him. This man was very strong, very strong. He was strong enough to kill her easily. That was what Michelle felt at the moment. The War Spirit suddenly attacked the man, but he casually raised a hand and flicked his finger. There was a flash of light in the void, and the War Spirit froze. The space around it collapsed, and the War Spirit vanished along with it. Michelle's pupils shrank, and she retreated a few more steps. She stared at the man in shock. He was too terrifying. He could tear through the void so easily. She was on a completely different level from him. Red Lotus, I remember that there's a Red Lotus Witch Bow in Astral 6. What's your relationship with her? The man asked curiously. Although the question was abrupt, his tone was gentle, and he didn't seem overbearing. The 3 people behind him also looked at Michelle curiously. She's my sister, Michelle answered in a low voice. The man nodded. No wonder. I've seen her before. She's a very flirtatious woman. He then looked up and smiled at Michelle. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Lu Tang, the captain of the Spirit Hunters. Michelle was astonished. The Spirit Hunters were teams that specialized in hunting war spirits in the trial zones. Their purpose was unknown, but it was rumored that they were there to find out the truth of the trial zones, or perhaps to comprehend something. No one could say for sure, but one thing was clear, the Spirit Hunters were all very powerful. My name is Michelle. Lu Tang smiled again, nodded, and turned to leave. Michelle watched as Lu Tang slowly left. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying person right after entering the trial zones. Lu Tang. Lu. Primeval surnames. At this moment, another man appeared and walked up to Michelle. His eyes lit up as he said, "You must be Michelle." Michelle stared at this person warily. This person was also very strong and had a hint of dominance. The man smiled. My name is Frankfurt, and I'm the area master of the Spear Mountain Range. Senior Mira helped me in the academy. Hello, Senior, Michel said politely. Frankfurt waved his hand. You're welcome. Senior Mira has helped me a lot. Michel, since you've come to the Spear Mountain Range, you should stay. You can comprehend some things here. Michel shook her head. Thank you, Senior, but the Spear Mountain Range doesn't suit me. Frankfurt felt that it was a pity. That's true. You and Senior Mira both have the innate gift of the Red Lotus. In the entire Tao of Purgatory, the only place that suits you is the Heavenly Drum. Michel nodded. The Heavenly Drum was the greatest place to gain insights and experience in the Tao of Purgatory. It was also where the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory resided, so it was the only place that suited her. By the way, Senior, have you heard of Lu Tang? Michel suddenly asked. She was very interested in that person. Although they were both from the same generation, he was too strong. When he heard Lu Tang's name, Frankfurt's expression changed. How do you know him? Did Senior Mira tell you? Michel shook her head. He was here just now. Frankfurt's expression darkened. These spirit hunters are still so unruly. This is Spear Mountain, my territory. He then looked at Michel and asked, Lu Tang didn't do anything to you, did he? Michel shook her head. Who is he? Is he also an area master? Frankfurt replied, he's not an area master, but he's definitely not weaker than any of them. He's a student of Astral, too, and he's from the Sword Sect. Michelle's expression changed, and she exclaimed, the Sword Sect. Frankfurt nodded solemnly. That's right. The Sword Sect's leader is the Lu family. They're an ancient family with a primeval surname that's viewed as an enemy by countless people in the universe. Lu Tang is from that family. You should know that one of the 10 arbiters also has the surname Lu, and he's also from the Sword Sect. Michel did not ask any more questions. The words Sword Sect represented many things, and it was no wonder why she felt that the surname Lu was familiar. Her sister had once mentioned that one of the 10 arbiters had single-handedly flattened an entire weave with a single sword. He was unrivaled among the younger generation, and Lu Tang was from the same sect as that person. It was no wonder why he was so powerful. Michelle left, as Spear Mountain no longer attracted her. She wanted to go to the Tao of Purgatory's most important training ground, the Heavenly Drum. Whoever occupied the Heavenly Drum would be the Realm Master. This statement represented the Heavenly Drum's status. He arrived at the Umbral Butterfly Weave, but he was still a few dozen realms away from his target, the planet where the giant tribe resided. A few days later, Xiao Luo completed his 100 victories at the Trial Zone entrance of Astral 10. He then followed the Trial Master's guidance into the Trial Zones. Not long after his success, Silver also completed his 100 victories and entered the Trial Zones with his trademark foxy grin. Xiao Luo entered the Tao of Heaven, which was where the powerhouses of Astral 5 resided. He was very lucky, as this place was very close to his destination. In less than 3 hours, he saw a gigantic spacecraft-like technological product inserted diagonally into the ground. Lu Yin looked over and saw a pale, thin youth looking at him bitterly with a face full of despair. What, you don't want to be seen? Ah Mu then dismissed the others. These people had been sent by the Umbral Butterfly clan to take care of him. Although he had been abandoned by the Umbral Butterfly clan, the Umbral Butterfly clan would not go overboard on the surface to avoid giving others the impression that they were bullying the weak. Can you do it now? Do it. If I die, a lot of people will be able to relax. Ah Mu's voice grew hoarse, and his eyes dimmed. Lu Yin frowned and approached him step by step. As Lu Yin drew closer, Ah Mu's heartbeat sped up, and the fear of death enveloped him. His face went pale, and his lips trembled. Wait. Can you tell me who sent you before I die? Lu Yin sneered. Do you really want to die? Ah Mu's eyes widened. I don't want to die, but... Ah Mu lost all his strength and slumped into his chair. I can't resist. I can spare your life, Luin said. Ah Mu's eyes lit up, and he stared at Luin. What did you say? You won't kill me. Luin nodded. I won't kill you, but I have a condition. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow the wind, I'll continue writing. Tomorrow will be the third update. Happy New Year, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 166. What are your conditions? Ah Mu was excited. No one wanted to die, and he was no exception. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would grab it. It's very simple. Take me in. Luin pointed at the giant planet that was gradually appearing in front of them. Ah Mu turned around in surprise. You want to enter the giant planet? Luin nodded. What do you think? That's my condition. You're not here to kill me. Ah Mu was speechless. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that he had been overthinking things. Luin looked at Ah Mu and his gaze turned cold. Of course not, but if you don't take me in, then that might not be the case. Ah Mu was intimidated by Luin and quickly agreed. Alright, I'll take you in. You're not from the umbral butterfly weave. How do you know? Luin was curious. Ah Mu replied, because the astral combat tournament is about to begin. Anyone from the umbral butterfly weave can participate in the weave's trial unconditionally as long as they're from the younger generation. If you can't enter, then that means that you're not from the umbral butterfly weave. Luin smiled, but he didn't say anything. Although Amu was ostracized by the umbral butterfly clan, he was still a true member of the clan and had an extraordinary status. The fact that his clan's name could dominate the weave showed just how powerful the umbral butterfly clan was. Amu was quickly allowed to enter, and even his request to take Luin, who had suddenly appeared, was also allowed. No one cared. Hey, can you take me with you? Amu asked Luin just before they entered the giant planet. Luin laughed. Do you think I'll let you leave? Amu was stunned, but then he smiled awkwardly. That was right, he was a hostage, and this person was afraid that he would report to the powerhouses monitoring the trial after leaving. You'll sit in the same spacecraft as me, Luin ordered. Amu nodded and squatted down on the spacecraft. This personal spacecraft was very small, and it was fortunate that Amu was thin and weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fit in it. As for Lu Yin's spacecraft, he left it where it was. It had the Astral 10 insignia on it, which was too conspicuous. As the spacecraft trembled, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes rapidly changed. Dozens of spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere and landed on the giant planet, creating craters and creating shockwaves. This scene made Lu Yin sigh with emotion. Back then, he had faced the trial as a native, but this time, it was the other way around. He was about to appear as an invader, which made him feel rather conflicted. Everyone's landing spot was random, and Lu Yin's spacecraft had crashed into a cliff, shattering it and causing the ground to shake and dust to fill the air. When the dust settled, what appeared in front of them was the mouth of a beast filled with huge sharp teeth. It was biting the outer shell of the spaceship and letting out a loud roar. Lu Yin checked his gadget and was surprised to see a power level of 2800, a beast with sentinel strength. Not bad. Mu was afraid. This is a weave trial, and it's very difficult. It's filled with blood, and the giant planet is famous for being a planet of death in our domain. I think we should stay in the spacecraft. There shouldn't be any creatures around that can destroy the spacecraft. Lu Yin expanded his gadget's scanning range. The strongest power level in the area was 5,900, which was close to the peak of the Melder realm. There was no threat to him, so he opened the hatch and threw Mu out under his horrified gaze. He then kicked the beast. The beast was sent flying by Lu Yin's kick, and its huge body sent shock waves flying as it crashed into the forest in the distance. Lu Yin was about to speak to Mu when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the person standing in front of him wasn't Mu but someone else from the umbral butterfly tribe, they definitely wouldn't be polite to him. However, Mu was an exception, as he had been abandoned by the umbral butterfly tribe. The umbral butterfly tribe doesn't just refer to a normal human race. It's a general name for the inheritors of a bloodline, and they inherit the bloodline of an ancient umbral butterfly powerhouse. This bloodline can be bestowed, and the woman who receives it is a member of the umbral butterfly tribe, Mu explained. It's New Year, and I wish all my brothers a happy New Year. From the Supreme Throne to the Star Treader realm, I've never stopped updating for a single day. On the first day of the new year, Windborn will also be writing for the sake of updating. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. For example, Mu had somehow managed to survive until now. He was ridiculed by every trial taker he met, and his situation was 100 times worse than Lu Yin's when he had first entered the trial zones. This time, he had even attracted murderous intent. 3 trial takers surrounded Lu Yin and Mu. They didn't speak, but the icy killing intent in their eyes couldn't be concealed. They were all melders, but their strength couldn't compare to Jerbaka's. Lu Yin didn't mind, but he was curious as to why Mu attracted so much hatred. When he saw Lu Yin's strange gaze, Mu bitterly replied, "I've already said that I'm different from the rest of the umbral butterfly tribe. Many people in the tribe want me to disappear, and they think that I've insulted the tribe." With a whoosh, the 3 attacked at the same time, avoiding Lu Yin and directly attacking Mu. Mu was very weak, and he couldn't even compare to Lu Yin when he had activated 5 stars. He was only slightly stronger than an elite sentinel from the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, so he couldn't block the 3's attacks. He didn't even plan on resisting. The 3 attacked quickly, but they retreated even faster. Lu Yin easily tossed them aside. "Let's go." Mu nodded silently. Over the course of 10 days, the 2 of them discovered several tribes and encountered more than 10 trial takers. It was just like the teams of the strongest students from the academies during Earth's trial. At this moment, most of the trial takers who dared to head towards the giant emperor had formed teams, and they were all powerhouses. Lu Yin had even discovered more than 10 melders who were comparable to Yu Academy's Hall Masters. Happy New Year! Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 168. Although the umbral butterfly weave was small, the overall strength of the younger generation far surpassed that of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin didn't find this strange, as the Great Yu Empire only occupied a third of the Frostwave Weave's territory. However, when it came to power, the umbral butterfly weave was far behind the Great Yu Empire. Wendy Yushan alone was enough to suppress the umbral butterfly weave, and Lu Yin didn't believe that the umbral butterfly weave had a monster like her. There are more and more Lemeters in the tribe. It looks like the giant emperor isn't far off. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the 4 dead Lemeters in front of him. Mu was terrified. They actually killed 4 Lemeters. The weave's trial takers are truly terrifying. Lu Yin shook his head. It's nothing. The giants only have the strength and star energy of a Lemeter, but they can't use it. They can only display it in terms of power level. They're not even as strong as a normal melder from the Astral Combat Academy. Mu was speechless. Compared to the Astral Combat Academy, this was too unfair to the giants. They hadn't gone far when Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. The ground trembled, and he soared into the sky to look into the distance. His face then paled. "Get up, an ant swarm is passing by." Mu was shocked. "An ant swarm? Get up a tree." Lu Yin barked. Mu looked into the distance. Compared to when he had first seen the giants, he wasn't afraid at all. Lu Yin thought that Mu was scared out of his wits and immediately grabbed him to fly up. "There's no need. The ant swarm won't hurt me." Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. "Won't hurt you? Do you think you're an ant queen?" Mu smiled. "It's my innate gift. Creatures like ants won't hurt me." At that moment, the ground trembled even more violently. In the distance, giant trees collapsed as the ant swarm passed by, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. This was a giant planet, and the ants were even larger than humans. The majestic ant swarm dyed the horizon black, and Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. He immediately soared into the sky. As for Mu, Lu Yin didn't care if he wanted to die, and Lu Yin was secretly looking forward to seeing his innate gift. Innate gifts came in all shapes and sizes, and it wasn't strange to have any kind of innate gift. The ant swarm arrived like a black flood that swallowed the forest. Lu Yin looked at Mu, who was still as calm as ever. When the ant swarm appeared in front of Mu, Lu Yin was stunned. The swarm had actually stopped, and they really hadn't harmed Mu. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to deal with such a huge swarm of ants. Even though each ant was only a sentinel, there were just too many of them. Sometimes, when a certain number of ants reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur. "Seventh bro, the ants told me that the giant emperor ran away and that it's not in the central region." Mu shouted from below. Lu Yin had allowed him to call him seventh bro, as he liked it when people called him that. Lu Yin was flabbergasted, and he landed 100 meters away from the ant colony. He looked at Mu strangely. "What did you say?" "The giant emperor ran away." Mu replied, "The ant said that the giant emperor ran away a few days ago." "How would the ant colony know?" "And you can understand ants." "I can understand. This is my innate gift. The giant emperor has something very important to the ant colony. Now that it's in the northwest, the giant emperor must have run away," Mu said confidently. Lu Yin was conflicted. Was Mu lying because he was afraid of going to the central region? Mu knew what Lu Yin was thinking and said, "Seventh bro, it's true. Even if we go to the central region now, it's useless. The giant emperor isn't there." Lu Yin made up his mind. "Alright, I'll trust you this time. But if I find out that you're lying, I'll throw you back into the tribe." Mu was afraid and hurriedly said, "No, I'm definitely not lying." Mu's ability to communicate with the ants shocked Lu Yin, but what surprised him even more was that this guy could actually get the ants to carry them. They didn't need to run, and they could just ride the ants to find the giant emperor. Lu Yin sized up Mu. What a talent! At the trial zone entrance of Astral 10, Dark Void passed by the trial master and entered the trial zone mountain. He had also completed 100 victories, which was the first step that Shamrock Enterprises had asked him to take. Sitting in the trial zone mountain, Dark Void did not hesitate to choose the Tao of Heaven. This had been arranged by Shamrock Enterprises since their area master was in the Tao of Heaven. After Dark Void's 100 victories, it was Hui Day Knight's turn. The Day Knight clan's disciples were absolute geniuses no matter where they went, and when combined with the Day Knight clan's battle techniques, they were practically invincible. However, in Astral 10, Hui Day Knight's ranking was only average at best, which was unimaginable in the other academies. The humiliation that Hui Day Knight felt was incomprehensible. Hui Day Knight chose the Tao of Slaughter. One of his clan members was an area master here, and he wanted to catch up to the rest of Astral 10 and take the leader's position. The Day Knight clan could not fall behind. 6 people had already entered the trial zone, and aside from Lu Yin, the others all had area masters backing them up. It had to be said that having a backer was very important. Everything in the Tao of Slaughter was blood red, and it gave off a stifling feeling. When Hui Day Knight first entered the trial zone, no one dared to provoke him because of his black and white hair. However, while he was searching for his clan member, Tian Kong Knight, he heard a piece of news that made him very unhappy. Astral 6's Tao of Purgatory's area master, Sharon, had said that he would protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin was Astral 10's leader and was much stronger than Hui Day Knight, but he had no backer and was like a rat on the streets in the trial zone. This was one of the reasons why Hui Day Knight was confident that he could surpass Lu Yin, but Sharon had actually said that he would protect Lu Yin. Hui Day Knight found a student who was training in the Tao of Slaughter. "Speak, why is Sharon protecting Lu Yin?" The student who had been stopped looked at Hui Day Knight's hair and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. "I'm not sure, but some people say that Sharon is Lu Yin's older brother." Hui Day Knight stopped another student, who replied, "It seems that Lu Yin and Sharon grew up together. Sharon has said that he won't rest until he kills anyone who dares to hurt Lu Yin. I heard that Lu Yin is a disciple of an extremely powerful clan in the Interverse, and Sharon is his protector." "Lu Yin? Who?" "The one who flirted with Shiyu." "Bastard, I'll definitely kill him." "How dare he flirt with my Shiyu?" "What?" Sharon said that he would protect him. "Oh, that's just a misunderstanding. Brother Lu Yin is an open and upright person, generous and polite. How could he flirt with Shiyu?" "Lu Yin? He's the son of the Lockbreaker Society's president, Jeffrey. Do you think Sharon wouldn't protect him?" Veins popped out on Hui Day Knight's forehead. He had heard many answers, but none of them were repeated or reliable. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that Lu Yin was definitely not an ordinary Outerverse citizen. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and Dao Bo stood behind him. Could Dao Bo be protecting Lu Yin? The more Hui Day Knight thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He felt that it would be very difficult for him to catch up to Lu Yin. This guy was definitely not simple. Lu Yin, who was sitting on an ant's back, didn't know that Karen's words had caused him to become a celebrity once again. The matter of him flirting with Shiyu had also been brought up, but because of Sharon, no one dared to cause trouble for him. Lu Yin didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, but in any case, he wouldn't be able to rely on that matter to make a fortune. The ant was very fast, but its back was unusually stable. Lu Yin almost fell asleep while sitting on it. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked behind him. He didn't know when a woman had started following them, but she was also sitting on an ant's back. Her long black hair was rather eye-catching. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the day-night woman he had seen in outer space, the one who had slaughtered an entire interstellar pirate ship. Why was she on the planet? She also didn't have any aura on her body. If not for his intuition, he wouldn't have noticed her existence. "Ah Mu, when did that woman follow us?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Ah Mu was puzzled. "What woman?" Lu Yin was speechless. He hadn't noticed her even now. Ah Mu turned around and was stunned. Seventh bro, it's a day-night woman. There's a day-night woman here." "I know," Lu Yin replied before turning back to look at the woman. She looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. This time, he didn't see any grief or regret in her eyes. Instead, he saw only calmness and indifference. Mu was clearly frightened. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, and they were a terrifying clan in the Interverse. The arrival of any of their members was enough to cause chaos. He had never imagined that someone would suddenly appear behind him while he was sleeping, and that red sword had almost scared him to death. "Seventh bro, what should we do? That woman won't try to kill us, right?" "Let's run," Mu said fearfully. Luin frowned. "Ask your aunt when she arrived." Mu grunted and lowered his head to approach the aunt. Very quickly, Mu looked up as if he had seen a ghost and whispered, "Seventh bro, the aunt doesn't know." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman had perfectly concealed her aura. His invisible aura technique could conceal his power level, but this woman had even erased her own existence. The ant had no idea that there was someone on its back. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin suddenly thought back to Earth's trial, when Zhang Dingtian had been assassinated by Silver. Back then, Zhang Dingtian had almost died, and they had all thought that Silver had concealed his power level, which was why Zhang Dingtian hadn't been able to sense him. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Dingtian had a warrior's intuition, but he still hadn't been able to sense Silver's presence. He had only been able to dodge that fatal blow by relying on his instincts. Lu Yin turned around and stared at the woman. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" The Day-Night woman didn't speak, and she just sat there indifferently. Lu Yin's brows rose. "You're from the Day-Night clan." "I know Hui Day-Night." The woman still didn't respond, and she just sat there with a calm expression. No, rather than being calm, it was more accurate to say that she didn't care. She didn't care about Lu Yin or anything else around her. Lu Yin turned around. Although he had been ignored, he had just proven one thing: his invisible aura technique was effective. This woman couldn't sense his power through his invisible aura technique, or else she wouldn't have acted like this. Lu Yin was confident that there were very few melders who could defeat him. His power was at the top of the melders in the universe, and he wouldn't be underestimated. This woman's indifference only proved that she couldn't see through him. That was good, as he didn't have a habit of revealing everything. The ant colony continued to head northwest. Third update: Happy New Year, and may all your wishes come true. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 169. Far to the southeast of them was the center of the giant tribe. A black-robed man stood there quietly, surrounded by hundreds of giants. The sky was dyed red with blood. Not far away, a Lammeter giant knelt on the ground and stared at the black-robed man in fear, trembling. The black-robed man looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that quickly returned to normal and returned to human eyes. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize these eyes as the same scarlet vertical eye that he had obtained from Silver. No Earthling would ever forget these eyes. They were the eyes of a zombie. The black-robed man walked to the giant's side. "Take me to the giant emperor." The giant trembled as it lay down. When the black-robed man climbed onto its back, it immediately began to sprint northwest. In outer space, one of the surveillance cameras on the giant planet was completely empty. What's going on? Why did the surveillance cameras in the center of the giant tribe disappear? I'm sorry, my lord. The battle must have caused the surveillance cameras to be destroyed. That's impossible. Even the giant emperor can't destroy the surveillance cameras. How can those trial students do it? I'm sorry, we'll immediately investigate the cause. Another 5 days passed, making it 20 days since Lu Yin and Na Yin had arrived on the giant planet. They were still riding on the backs of ants, and the day-night woman was following them for some unknown reason. A short distance to the northwest of Lu Yin's group was a huge swamp filled with countless venomous creatures that emitted hair-raising sounds. The giant emperor's towering figure appeared, and it leapt into the swamp before slowly sinking into the ground. The creatures in the swamp were alarmed. One after another, the terrifying creatures let out cries. Strange, colorful gases spread across the sky. It took a long time for the swamp to return to normal. At this point, the giant emperor had already disappeared. Only the giant footprints outside the swamp proved that he had been here. When the ant colony arrived, the giant emperor's footprints were still clearly visible. When the ant colony approached the swamp, they all rushed in, leaving Lu Yin, Mu, and the day-night woman behind. Lu Yin was delighted. The giant emperor was indeed here. He turned to look at Mu, only to find him dispirited and listless. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Although there was poisonous gas here, it shouldn't be able to harm a elder. Mu smiled bitterly and pointed around. "This is a swamp, and the gas is harmful to the plants. Even if we umbral butterfly tribe members don't use battle techniques, our bodies still slowly absorb the power of the surrounding plants. Our absorption of poisonous gas is 10 or even 100 times that of normal people." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Does that mean that if I wanted to attack the umbral butterfly tribe, I only would poison?" Mu looked at Lu Yin's eyes and thought. I haven't, which is why I'm like this." Lu Yin looked at Mu and fell into deep thought. Even if the members of the umbral butterfly tribe cultivated battle techniques that could prevent them from becoming as dispirited as Lu Yin was, they would still not be able to obtain the power of plants from the outside world. They would be no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder why this tribe could only remain in the outerverse despite their powerful innate gifts. Their weakness was too obvious. "It looks like the giant emperor is in this swamp. Mu, you trial takers should have a local area network, right?" Lu Yin asked. He remembered that Earth's trial takers had one, but they would have to wait for 2 months before they could find out where the others were. "Yes, but I never said anything in there," Mu said, looking at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts." Mu was shocked. "What? Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts?" Lu Yin nodded. "Announce it. This swamp is dark and gloomy, and it'll be difficult for the two of us to find the giant emperor. It'll be more efficient if everyone works together." Mu couldn't understand this person. There was only one giant emperor, and if everyone knew about it, would it even be his turn? Still, this was good news for him. He hadn't wanted to complete this mission in the first place, so announcing the giant emperor's whereabouts meant that he wouldn't have to do anything. Furthermore, he would be rewarded for it, and it would be safer with more people. "All right, I'll announce it right away," Mu said excitedly as he activated his gadget. Suddenly, the day-night lady slashed her sword at Mu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he acted at the same time. He raised his hand and unleashed the Sky Beast Claw. The 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw caused the void to reverberate with a beastly roar. Mu instantly froze, and sparks flew as the red sword collided with the Sky Beast Claw. The air rippled as Mu was pushed away by a powerful force. Lu Yin and the day-night lady stepped forward at the same time, and each of them sent out a palm strike. Lu Yin didn't hold back and used his 9 stacks shockwave palm, but the day-night lady's palm strike was also very terrifying. It illuminated the entire swamp, and it was clearly a battle technique of the day-night clan. When the two palms collided, they could clearly feel the void tremble. The ground, the air, and everything else trembled. Mu's heart raced, and he instinctively crouched down. The next moment, a shock wave spread out in a circular manner, enveloping an area of 10,000 meters. Everything that was taller than a meter was pulverized, and everything within 10,000 meters was cleared. When Amu raised his head again, his pupils shrank as he looked around in shock. His surroundings had completely changed. They had originally been outside the swamp, and there were still many black plants around them. But now, everything had been pulverized and disappeared, including the hillside. The muddy ground had evaporated and become incomparably hard. Lu Yin and the day-night lady stood face to face. They had only exchanged 2 blows, and the victor had still not been decided. Lu Yin was still fine, as no one in the day-night clan could be underestimated. He had long since known that this lady could not be easily defeated. Furthermore, she had destroyed an interstellar pirate ship, so she was definitely stronger than Hui Day-Night. The Day-Night lady's shock was indescribable. She had never taken Lu Yin seriously, even if he was from Astral 10. However, the 2 exchanges just now had left her in disbelief. Her sword had been blocked by her opponent, and her palm had been blocked as well. This sort of situation rarely occurred even in the Interverse, so how could Astral 10 have someone like him? Beauty, you've been following us for so long. It's not good to suddenly kill someone, Lu Yin said coldly. The day-night lady's gaze was equally cold as she replied, I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to cut off his gadget. Why? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The day-night lady looked at the swamp. The giant emperor is mine. Lu Yin laughed. Why should I? I'm also here to find the giant emperor. All of the trial takers on this planet are looking for the giant emperor. It's impossible for you to monopolize it. The day-night girl stared at Lu Yin and gripped her red longsword tightly. She then pointed it at him. I don't need your permission. My next sword will take your head. The red longsword slowly moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages. As the longsword stabbed into the ground, countless red longswords suddenly appeared in a 100-meter radius. It was a chilling sight. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw this scene. This was a domain. He had fused with Sharon, and he had experienced a domain through Karen's memories. It was a realm that could only be comprehended when one's control of star energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Sharon had only just reached that realm and had not completely comprehended it. A domain was on the same level as battle force, but this woman had actually used one. The sight of red swords covering a 100-meter radius was a frightening sight. The day-night lady raised her sword again, and this time, Lu Yin could clearly feel her killing intent. Mu lay on the ground and stared in horror. This woman was too terrifying, and he felt like an ant that could be killed at any moment. Lu Yin's face turned solemn, and he no longer held back. A stream of air slowly appeared around his body, causing the void to tremble. This stream of air was very faint, transparent, and almost invisible. Mu did not understand it, but the day-night lady's expression changed. She could not believe what she was seeing. Battle force. Lu Yin clenched his fist and slowly opened it, causing the air to explode. Very few people in the same realm could force him to use battle force, and even Lemeters might not be able to do so. However, this woman had done so. Lu Yin did not know how strong she was, but since she could use a domain, she had the qualifications to compete with his battle force. Mu trembled even more violently as he stared at the two in horror. He wanted nothing more than to bury himself in the ground. The surrounding sword images suddenly disappeared, and the day-night lady put away her red sword. Lu Yin was surprised, but he also retracted his battle force. Not fighting anymore. The day-night lady sized him up. You've hidden your strength well. Lu Yin knew that she was referring to the invisible aura technique. I'm Jua Day-Night, she said calmly. Lu Yin replied. You're from Astral 10. I saw your spacecraft, Day Knight said confidently. Lu Yin nodded. We've met in space before. I have to kill the giant emperor. You're from Astral 10, so there's no need for you to complete the umbral butterfly weave's trial. The giant emperor is useless to you, Day Knight said slowly. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, I have my own goals. If you really don't want to, we can fight. But forgive me for being blunt, but you're probably not my opponent. Day Knight did not deny his claim. What she had just used was not a domain, as she had only comprehended the first step of a domain, which was to merge with the environment. She was still unable to do what she had just done. That was just a battle technique. The White Void Sword could imitate a domain, and it would be very difficult to defeat a battle force user, even if they were only at the initial stages. Ah Mu, announced the giant emperor's whereabouts, Lu Yin shouted. Ah Mu looked up and glanced at Lu Yin, then at Day Knight. He gritted his teeth and immediately announced the giant emperor's whereabouts. Day Knight's gaze turned cold. She wanted to stop him, but she was powerless against the man in front of her. This was the first time she had felt powerless in front of an Outerverse powerhouse who was at the same level as her, and it did not feel good. When the giant emperor's whereabouts were revealed, all the trial takers on the giant planet were shocked. Many began to suspect that someone had deliberately lured the competitors away, but there were also some who agreed. They had not seen the giant emperor in the center of the planet and had only seen giant corpses strewn across the ground. Lu Yin knew that it would take time to convince the trial takers, but he was not in a hurry. He brought Ah Mu to a place outside the swamp to rest. Day Knight was the first to step into the swamp. She wanted to deal with the giant emperor before the other trial takers arrived. Seventh bro, why aren't you stopping her? Ah Mu was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, if she wants to go, then let her go. If she can really kill the giant emperor, then I'll naturally stop her. But she can't interfere with my business. Business? Ah Mu was puzzled. He did not understand, but he had a feeling that something strange was about to happen. Thank you, Ian, for the tip. Lu Yin was confused. Why? I'm short on money, and they look rich. Ah Mu gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. He took out his cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. This is all I have. It's not much, but I'm begging you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are they from the umbral butterfly tribe? Ah Mu nodded. Lu Yin nodded and casually glanced at the battlefield. All right, I won't save them. Thank you, Ah Mu said gratefully. The giant emperor's power shocked everyone. It was a picometer, and it even had traces of a battle technique. The reason it was called a trace was because no one was sure if it actually knew a battle technique, but the way it attacked made it seem like one. Lu Yin stared at the giant emperor the entire time. He was sure that this fellow knew a battle technique, but it was hiding it. Why? Lu Yin looked up. Was it because of those spies? This was the tragedy of a backward civilization. They clearly had the power, but they didn't dare to display it for fear of arousing fear. Earth had been the same back then, and if not for Lu Yin's status as King Zishan, everyone on Earth would have been reduced to cannon fodder. The universe was cruel, and Lu Yin once again understood the meaning of that phrase. Working hard at writing was the best gift to the readers. Thank you, Brother Wesley, for the tip. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 171. There were many trial takers, and no matter how strong the giant emperor was, it was difficult to withstand their attacks. Countless wounds appeared on its enormous body, and the forest behind it was torn apart. The giant emperor roared and slapped out with both palms, killing one of the trial takers. Blood splattered into the swamp, and then it slapped out again, targeting the two beautiful women. The two women's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. However, the giant emperor seemed to have locked onto them, and it was willing to suffer the attacks of the others just to kill them. "Hey, you over there! Save them," someone shouted, hoping that Lu Yin would intervene. Ah Mu was shocked, and he hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not reply. Someone grew anxious and continued to attack the giant emperor, shouting, "You over there! They're from the umbral butterfly tribe. If you save them, you'll gain the favor of the umbral butterfly tribe. Besides, I have money. I'll give you all my cosmic rings." Lu Yin still did not move. Shuai Knight glanced at him calmly. "You over there." This time, the person was slapped to death by the giant emperor before he could finish his sentence. The entire swamp seemed to shake, and the giant emperor reached into the depths of the swamp and grabbed a strange snake before viciously flinging it at the two umbral butterfly tribe women. The two women were shocked as their bodies were struck by the snake, and they spat out blood as they were sent flying. One of them died on the spot. Lu Yin calmly watched the scene unfold before him. Since he had promised Ah Mu that he would not intervene, he would not attack at the same time, someone shouted, and dozens of trial takers attacked at the same time. Countless attacks landed on the giant emperor's body, and it was pierced by numerous powerful attacks. It roared in frustration and fell to its knees, its head drooping as it gasped for breath. Again. "It can't hold on any longer," the person shouted excitedly, and the people around him attacked again. Lu Yin stared at the giant emperor. Where was its third eye? Since old Kai had said that it had a third eye, then it definitely had one. But why had he not seen it yet? Just as the crowd was about to kill the giant emperor, a black shadow flitted past. The next moment, more than 10 trial takers had black feathers pierced through their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground, dead as could be. The black shadow passed by the crowd and grabbed at the giant emperor's forehead. The giant emperor suddenly looked up and opened its mouth to roar. A shockwave swept out, and the black shadow disappeared into the void, reappearing less than 10 meters away. The giant emperor wasn't exhausted. He still had a considerable amount of combat power left. He was just pretending. The surrounding trial takers were unable to react in time, and the black shadow attacked once again. Shuai Knight made her move as well, her red sword slashing towards the giant emperor. Lu Yin flung Ah Mu out of the swamp, and at the same time, he attacked with his 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. The 3 attacks caused the giant emperor's scalp to go numb. He instinctively felt threatened, so he simply dove into the swamp. The 3 attacks did not hit their target, but they collided in the void. A crack extended from the void into the distance. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. This was a spatial crack. The attacks of the 3 had caused the void to crack. Lu Yin's 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm simultaneously repelled Shuai Knight and the shadow, and the 3 of them landed on the ground. It was only then that Lu Yin saw the true face of the shadow. It was a pale-faced man. Shuai Knight glanced at the black-clothed man in shock. Ah Mu walked over to the woman, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and stabbed it into the woman's heart without hesitation. Blood dyed the black swamp red. The woman's pupils dilated, and her face contorted in pain as she glared at Ah Mu with hatred. Finally, her eyes dimmed, and she died. Ah Mu collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. "Mother, she's the first, but she won't be the last." Don't worry, Mu will avenge her. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the forest behind the giant emperor crumbled. Day Knight was pushed back by a huge force and stopped in midair. Her red longsword drooped down, and in the next moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with sword images once again. She then slashed at the black-clothed man behind the giant emperor. The black-clothed man suddenly turned around, his gaze so cold that it caused others to tremble. He raised an arm, and a layer of black substance spread out and gradually covered the void, blocking Day Knight's path. Day Knight's red longsword slashed at the layer of black substance with a teeth-numbing screech, and an icy aura filled the area. Lu Yin was shocked. This person actually had an innate gift of ice, and it was not ordinary ice either. It was black ice that was extremely cold. Day Knight's sword sliced through the black ice and arrived in front of the black-clothed man, but its power had been greatly weakened. In the end, she was sent flying by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Her red longsword was unable to withstand the force of the attack and fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the swamp in the distance, where it shook violently. Day Knight had been defeated. After defeating Day Knight, the black-clothed man raised his fist and smashed it at the giant emperor once again. Lu Yin used flash to close in and kick out, but the black-clothed man had already anticipated this. He changed the direction of his fist and punched at Lu Yin. This punch was different from the previous ones, as it caused the void to distort. There was a loud bang as an arc of air swept through the swamp and pushed the giant emperor to the bottom. The trial takers in the distance felt their brains explode, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated once again. Day Knight had blood at the corner of her mouth, and she stared at the scene in shock. The black-clothed man's punch that had pushed her back was too terrifying, and it was far more powerful than any of her previous attacks. However, it had not been able to push back that person. That person was still hiding his true strength. Lu Yin and the black-clothed man followed the giant emperor into the bottom of the swamp. Surging star energy pushed the swamp aside as they stared at each other. The black-clothed man had probably not expected Lu Yin to be able to block his punch. When the two of them reached the bottom of the swamp, he aimed a palm at Lu Yin. Solid black ice instantly spread out and sealed the bottom of the swamp. The extremely cold aura caused a layer of mist to form above the swamp, and the trial takers all trembled. Lu Yin was covered by the solid black ice. This ice was rather hard and cold, and any other melder or even many meters from the Astral Combat Academy would not be able to do anything about it. However, Lu Yin simply raised his right hand and covered it with battle force. He grabbed the ice and exerted some force, causing the ice to shatter with a bang. The black-clothed man was shocked, and he croaked, "Battle force." Lu Yin frowned. This person's tone was very strange, as if he had just learned how to speak. However, Lu Yin did not pay much attention to it and used flash to approach the black-clothed man. He raised his hand, and 8 stars sparkled above his battle force. Serious Palm was a perfect combination of battle force and serious palm. The black-clothed man's pupils shrank as his body was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by Lu Yin. Even the giant emperor was pushed aside. The swamp rumbled as the area where the two had sunk suddenly caved in. Mud from all directions surged into the swamp and formed a whirlpool around them. In the distance, Mu watched this scene in shock. The other trial takers did not even dare to approach. Day Knight's gaze was fixed on the swamp. During the Astral Combat Academy's new student competition, Lu Yin had used a combination of his 9 stacks Shockwave Palm and Battle Force to defeat Dark Void. The 9 stacks Shockwave Palm was only comparable to a 7-star Serious Palm, which was far inferior to an 8-star Serious Palm. Now, Lu Yin had used an 8-star Serious Palm and Battle Force against the black-clothed man. He did not believe that this person would not be defeated. Lu Yin landed on the giant emperor's back and wondered where he could find his third eye. Suddenly, a soul-stirring force swept out from underground. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked down at the ground. The black-clothed man was slowly crawling up from the muddy ground. His black robes had been torn apart, revealing his firm muscles. The area where Lu Yin had struck should have had a clear palm imprint, but as the man's muscles wriggled, the palm imprint automatically disappeared. Lu Yin's face sank when he saw this. This was too unexpected. This person's physical body was terrifyingly strong. Lu Yin did not know what the limits of his own body were, but it seemed that this person's limits would not be so easily broken. The black-clothed man suddenly looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Those eyes caused his expression to change drastically. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This person was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Roar! An inhuman roar rang out as the black-clothed man charged at Lu Yin. He punched out, causing the void to distort and crack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 172. The giant emperor's attack was simple but brutal. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash, and the giant emperor was blasted into the ground. The giant emperor, which had been heavily injured and unconscious, was now jolted awake. Its body had been pierced through, and large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The black-clothed man's punch missed, and he turned to stare at Lu Yin. His scarlet eyes sent chills down Lu Yin's spine as he charged forward again. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The Neo-Human Alliance was the greatest enemy of the entire human race, and he wanted to test the strength of these corpse kings. He also punched out. He still didn't know the limits of his physical body, so he decided to test it out with this corpse king. Bang! The entire swamp shook inexplicably, and a terrifying shockwave overturned the swamp. The shockwave almost engulfed the entire sky, and everyone, including the giant emperor, was swept away by the shockwave and thrown into the distance. Mu's legs went numb, and the shockwave from the shockwave made it impossible for him to move. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle was taking place underground. He had seen Lemeters from the Umbral Butterfly clan fight before, but it wasn't as terrifying as this. The black-clothed man's physical body was abnormally strong, but this punch still shocked him, and he even felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been forced back. Lu Yin stood in place, unmoving, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that this person couldn't force his body to its limits. During the ported battles, Lu Yin had tried to use powerhouses to force his body to its limits multiple times, but he had never succeeded. The ported battles were more focused on battle results, and most opponents would use other methods to attack him as soon as they realized how terrifying his physical body was. Very few people were willing to fight a battle of attrition, and Lu Yin's physical body had yet to be seriously injured. Only his internal organs had been crushed by his opponents many times. "You're from the Neo-Human Alliance," Lu Yin probed. The black-clothed man stared at Lu Yin with his scarlet eyes, and his killing intent surged when he heard this. He charged forward and swept out with his leg again, the force of his kick causing the void to distort and another crack to appear. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, as he no longer had any interest in fighting. The day-night woman outside the swamp had already appeared beside the giant emperor, and it seemed like she wanted to secretly do something. Lu Yin opened his right palm. First, 8 stars sparkled, and then a 9th star appeared, forming a perfect constellation. He then struck out at the black-clothed man, but this attack was completely different from the previous ones. If the Sirius palm with 8 stars was considered a Melder's attack, then the 9th star had already broken through the Melder realm. It was an attack from a Lamita freak. The black-clothed man was struck by Lu Yin's palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his sturdy muscles were torn apart. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating as he crashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood as his scarlet eyes dimmed. He had been severely injured. Lu Yin walked over to the man's side, wondering if he should kill him. Corpse kings were not considered humans, and not only did they possess terrifying physical bodies, but they could also devour natural crystals to obtain their innate gifts, allowing them to walk a different path of evolution. They were abnormally powerful, and the 10 Arbiters' Council had once announced that anyone who killed a member of the Neo-Human Alliance would be rewarded with great glory. Glory rewards were very important, as they could provide a certain amount of help anywhere in the universe. However, this reward was not important to Lu Yin because he was a lockbreaker, so it was not inferior to glory rewards. Still, from a human's perspective, he should deal with this corpse king. He crouched down and took out the man's cosmic ring, using his blood to open it. Aside from a few hundred star crystals and a bunch of black crystals that emitted a cold aura, there was also a pile of items that Lu Yin did not recognize. One of the items in particular caught his attention. It was a ring with a black border and a gray-silver hollow. The interior was engraved with flying wings and a sword, surrounded by 10 shadows. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring. The 10 Arbiters' Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow, while the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow. This corpse king had actually joined the Outerverse Youth Council. How ironic. Had no one discovered it? Aside from this ring, Lu Yin also saw something familiar. It was a scarlet vertical eye that was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Silver. As expected, he was from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at the man's gadget. At the bottom of the gadget was a familiar name, Puyu. Go to the umbral butterfly weave and retrieve the giant emperor's third eye, Puyu. This was the order that the black-clothed man had received. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this order. This person was actually Puyu's subordinate, which meant that Puyu was also from the Neo-Human Alliance. No, that shouldn't be the case. If Puyu was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would not have given Lu Yin a mission so brazenly, nor would he have accepted Lu Yin. It was meaningless, as there was no need for 2 members of the same organization to be together. In other words, if this person really was Puyu's subordinate, then there was only one possibility: Puyu did not know Lu Yin's true identity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Puyu was the person behind Bezer. Bezer had humiliated Lu Yin in the past, so it was very likely that he had been acting on Puyu's orders. This person would become Lu Yin's greatest enemy, and since that was the case, Lu Yin could not kill him. If he allowed this Neo-Human Alliance corpse king to continue following Puyu, then Lu Yin had no idea what the future would be like. A dignified member of the Outerverse Youth Council had recruited a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king. He hoped that Puyu would like this gift. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He was not in a hurry to go up, as he did not even know where the giant emperor's third eye was. If he did not know, then this corpse king and Zhuodainite might very well know. This was also the reason why he had allowed Zhuodainite to approach the giant emperor. Above the swamp, Zhuodainite observed the giant emperor for a while before finally stabbing her sword into the back of its head. She pulled out a white crescent-shaped crystal, scanned the ground, and then rushed off into the distance. After all, he had messed up the Weave's trial and had even extorted quite a few people. He now had more than 5,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring, all of which he had obtained through extortion. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough star crystals, and he didn't feel safe until he had 10,000 star crystals. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss if he rolled possession, which was why he hadn't rolled his die yet. It had been almost 2 months since he left Frostwave Weave, and 3 months since he left Astral 10. It was time to return. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Not only had he become a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he had also vaguely activated his 9th star and found a backer in the trial zones in Sharon. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing Karen's expression when he saw him. Mu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's aurora leave. He took out an irregular object that emitted a faint green glow from his cosmic ring. This was something that the giant emperor had taken from the center of the giant tribe. The ant colony had been searching for the giant emperor for this item, and Mu had obtained it without Lu Yin knowing. This thing is useful to me. 7th bro, I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you. Mu swallowed the item in his hand, and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes as he roared inwardly, Shadow Butterfly Clan. No one knew how big the universe was. The so-called innerverse and outerverse were just places that humans had explored, and the same was true for the 4 great astral fields. As for how big the universe was outside of the 4 great astral fields, humans were still unable to determine. Thank you for your tip, Brother Endless Rotation. Next chapter will be released at 2 p.m. on the 17th. Thank you again, and I wish all of you a happy new year. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 173. Lu Yin discovered that it was much faster to simulate the stars in the universe, and the 9th star could already be formed. He only needed to spend a little more time to stabilize it. It would take about a month for him to return to Astral 10. He didn't know how Astral 10 students were doing, but it would be about 4 months by the time he returned. They should have made great progress, and perhaps some of them had already entered the trial zones. When he thought about the trial zones, Lu Yin rejoiced in their misfortune. Even a student leader like himself was in such a miserable state, so those people should be even worse off. Less than 2 days later, Lu Yin was circulating the Sirius when the spacecraft sounded an alarm. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Lu Yin looked over and saw a warship. His heart sank. He had seen the terror of a warship before. It could destroy a planet with a single strike and even kill an explorer. Generally speaking, warships were the strategic weapons of some large organizations, so why would one appear here? And why was it blocking his path? A voice came from the spacecraft. The other party wanted to talk to him. Lu Yin frowned and pressed a button. Give me the giant emperor's 3rd eye, a cold female voice rang out. Lu Yin was furious. This was the voice of the woman from the Day-Night clan. She was the one who had piloted the warship. Shua Day-Night, don't you think that using a warship to threaten me is too despicable? Lu Yin growled. I'll say it again. Give me the giant emperor's 3rd eye, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll be reduced to dust in the universe, Shua Day-Night said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger from the warship. He had been targeted, and if he didn't agree, the next attack could really destroy him. Lu Yin was helpless. Shua Day-Night, can you afford to offend a lockbreaker who has no enmity with you? Lockbreaker? Shua Day-Night was shocked. You're a lockbreaker. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Not only am I a lockbreaker, but I'm also a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. If you kill me, the Lockbreaker Society will not let you off. On the warship, Shua Day-Night fell silent while the soldiers around her were all stunned. They were soldiers from an empire in a nearby weave, and they had only lent the warship to the Day-Night clan. They had thought that it would be a small matter, but they had never expected this woman to want to deal with an Astral 10 student. Although they were afraid, they weren't too afraid, and the Day-Night clan would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, they had never imagined that this woman would be a lockbreaker. They were lockbreakers, treasures of the human race. To put it bluntly, a lockbreaker represented the extent to which humanity had explored the universe. No one dared to kill a lockbreaker, especially one who had made contributions to the universe. There weren't many people like that in the entire universe, and killing one would be the end of their empire. They were certain that the other party was recording a video. This matter could not be hidden from the speaker's society. Confirm your identity. Shua Day Knight was unwilling to give up. Lu Yin smiled. The Lockbreaker network was open to the public, and those who weren't lockbreakers could view it as tourists. They could also send messages to other lockbreakers. Lu Yin used the Lockbreaker network to send a message to Shua Day Knight so that she would completely give up. Alright, let me go. This farce should end soon, Lu Yin said casually. Shua Day Knight clenched her fists and growled, impossible. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, or you'll be buried in space. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you crazy? You're trying to kill a lockbreaker. Being a lockbreaker won't protect you. San, I'm a member of the Day-Night clan. The Lockbreaker Society won't cause trouble for my clan for a mere one-star discerning junior lockbreaker like you, Shua Day Knight said coldly. Is that so? If they won't cause trouble for the Day-Night clan, then what about the owner of this warship? Can he withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation? Don't tell me that you're controlling such a large warship by yourself. Shua Day Knight narrowed her eyes and looked to the side. There was a middle-aged man in military uniform with a gloomy expression. The man shook his head when he saw Shua Day Knight look over. Shua Day Knight felt helpless, as Lu Yin was right. The Day-Night clan was not afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, as Shua Day Knight was just a discerning junior lockbreaker. However, this person was different. No power in the Outerverse could withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation. Once a lockbreaker was killed, the Lockbreaker Society would definitely pursue the matter to the end. They would not downplay the fact that a lockbreaker had been murdered. If they did, then the lockbreaker's protection would be gone. Even the Day-Night clan would have to pay a considerable price to appease this matter, and this price was much heavier than the giant emperor's third eye. Shua Day Knight could not afford it. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin was certain that Shua Day Knight would not dare to make a move. No matter how important the giant emperor's third eye was, it could not compare to the price of appeasing the Lockbreaker Society's wrath. He was not in a hurry, and he could wait. However, this matter was a wake-up call for him. He was powerful, but he was only a melder. He had not become an explorer, so he could not explore the universe. Once he did, even a spoiled brat would be able to use all sorts of methods to destroy him. Shua Day Knight was one such example. She had clearly left the giant planet after Lu Yin, but she had been one step ahead of him with her warship. The reason for this was because his ship was too slow and had not been upgraded, which made his life in danger. There was still a gap between an Aurora and a normal spacecraft that had not been upgraded. Lu Yin secretly made up his mind to upgrade his ship as soon as he left the planet and increase its speed as much as possible. This sort of thing could not happen again. Not everyone was afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, and there were many madmen in this universe. He did not want to risk his life. You're really short on money, aren't you? Shua Day Knight asked. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. You already said that on the giant planet. I won't sell it. You can keep the third eye, but I want to make a deal with you. Lu Yin was surprised. What kind of deal? I have 50,000 star crystals on me in exchange for your help once. At any time, at any place, as long as I need you to lockbreak for me, Shua Day Knight said calmly. Lu Yin sneered. Woman, are you crazy? 50,000 star crystals is enough to hire the most ordinary discerning junior lockbreaker, but that's not possible at any time or place. Even 100,000 star crystals is impossible. Lockbreakers are not your retainers, and you can summon them as you wish. Then let's just wait. I won't kill you, but I can delay you for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. I remember that the Astral Combat Academy has an Astral Combat tournament. I don't know if you can last until then, Shua Day Knight said coldly. Lu Yin was furious. I'll report this to the Lockbreaker Society and ask them to step in. It doesn't matter. There are elders from my Day Knight clan in the Lockbreaker Society, and their status is much higher than yours. As long as they don't kill you, it won't be difficult to suppress this matter. Lu Yin was helpless. I can agree to your deal, but I have my own conditions. Speak. Shua Day Knight's tone was filled with anticipation. You have to tell me half a year in advance. 1 month at most. Impossible. 5 months. 2 months. The universe is so vast. It might take 2 months to get there. How about 4 months? Shua Day Knight fell silent for a moment. 3 months. That's all. If you say anything else, then we'll just wait. Lu Yin agreed. Fine, 3 months it is. But let me say this first, I won't go to any danger zones that are beyond my abilities. You're stronger than me. If I can go, then you can go, Shua Day Knight said indifferently before ending the call. Lu Yin felt sullen. He had been threatened for no reason, and now he owed her a promise. Although he had received 50,000 star crystals, he would rather not have them. A promise from the Day Knight clan was not that easy to repay. Within the warship, Shua Day Knight looked at Lu Yin's profile on the Lockbreaker network with a look of amazement. This person was a genius who had succeeded in his first lockbreaking attempt. It hadn't even been a month since his certification, and he had never come into contact with lockbreaking before. He was definitely a genius, and his value far exceeded that of the giant emperor's third eye. Lu Yin quickly received the 50,000 star crystals that Shua Day Knight had gifted him. For the first time, he realized that accepting money could be a pain in the ass. Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he watched the warship move aside. Women, it was a small world. See you next time. As the Aurora spacecraft disappeared into the darkness of the universe, Shua Day Knight's cold eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Ever since Earth's trial had begun, Lu Yin had rarely been suppressed by anyone. Even when others had suppressed him, it had been because of their strength. Shua Day Knight was weaker than him, but she had still made him feel extremely sullen. This was a rare feeling, and he had only experienced it once when he had first arrived on Earth. In the end, it was because the spacecraft was not fast enough. Otherwise, Shua Day Knight would not have been able to catch up to him. Turn on the energy converter, Lu Yin ordered. Very quickly, a silver vortex half a meter wide appeared behind Lu Yin's seat. This was the energy converter. The Aurora spacecraft relied purely on its energy components to maintain its power and jump through space. Any other spacecraft that wanted to upgrade would have to be modified, but the Aurora spacecraft could absorb rare metals and convert them into the spacecraft's own structure. This was the foundation of the Aurora Corporation's fame throughout the universe. No one knew how this converter worked, not even the technicians in the Aurora spacecraft. This device came from ancient times, and it was something that the Aurora Corporation had obtained by chance. They had only been propagators, not creators. Even so, they had relied on this device to become a colossus that could rival the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin tossed all sorts of materials that he recognized and did not recognize into the converter, including the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking. Rather than upgrading the spacecraft, it was more like he was venting. These metals disappeared without a trace after entering the converter. It was as if they had been tossed into space through the spacecraft. Lu Yin was puzzled when the spacecraft suddenly stopped moving. It floated motionlessly in space, and only the words, "converting metals," appeared on the control panel. Luin was speechless. He had forgotten that the spacecraft would need to stop moving if there were too many metals or if they were too rare. His other metals were fine, but the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking might be a little rare. After all, it had been obtained through lockbreaking and had been eroded by the passage of time. Thank you for your gift, Brother Endless Rotation. Here's the third update. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 174. The metal was being converted, but he didn't know how long the spacecraft would stay there. Was he supposed to just float around like this? That would be very dangerous, as all sorts of disasters could occur in the universe at any time. Just like a black hole, who knew when it would appear? It might even appear right next to him. Shuade Knight was the closest person to him, so how could he let her save him? He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Just as Luin was feeling melancholy, a luxurious spacecraft appeared in the distance. It was called luxurious because the surface of the spacecraft was coated with a layer of a rare metal called polarium. This material was easy to recognize as it was one of the main materials used to make universal armor, and it was very expensive. Without becoming an explorer, one wouldn't be able to roam the heavens freely unless they wore universal armor. This armor allowed ordinary people to move freely in space, and although it was very expensive, it wasn't very necessary. Ordinary people didn't need to roam the heavens freely, which was why universal armor was very rare. Only large spacecraft were equipped with them. Polarium wasn't just a material used for manufacturing, but it was also used for maintenance. This was the first time Luin had seen someone apply it to a spacecraft. This was a large spacecraft, and who knew how much polarium had been used to repair it? As the spacecraft approached, Luin immediately sent out a distress signal and explained that he was a student of Astral 10. Normally, unless he was an enemy, anyone would be willing to help him. This kind of help was as easy as lifting a finger, and he could easily gain the friendship of an Astral Combat Academy student. In the command room of the luxurious spacecraft, the operator looked up. Aurora's personal spacecraft is requesting assistance. Spacecraft is decomposing metal and requesting entry. Identity? The middle-aged captain asked. Student of Astral 10. His name is Luin. The captain was shocked. A student of Astral 10. Have him wait for a moment. He then left the command room. There was a completely transparent lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, and it felt as if one was traveling through space. All sorts of projections and murals flickered all around, making one feel as if they were inside. At this moment, the middle-aged captain was reporting his request for assistance. In front of him, a graceful figure had her back to him. Her red lips took a sip of fruit juice as she spoke in an alluring voice. Yes, let him enter. Yes, madam, the captain replied respectfully and slowly retreated. What Luin didn't know was that the luxurious spacecraft that he had bumped into belonged to the Nalan family. The Nalan family was publicly recognized as the wealthiest family in the outerverse, and their businesses spanned dozens of weaves. If the Mavis Bank and the Aurora Spacecraft Company were considered as the universe's wealthiest families, then the Nalan family was the outerverse's wealthiest family. The Nalan family was a legendary family, and they had become one of the wealthiest families in the outerverse in just a few thousand years. However, they had not only been blessed with fortune, but also a terrifying curse. Over the past few thousand years, the number of Nalan family members had gradually dwindled due to the curse. The last member of the family had been the head of the Nalan family, Nalan June. Unfortunately, he had died on the day of his marriage to a woman, and that woman had become the official head of the Nalan family. The woman was Madame Nalan. She was beautiful and sexy, and she was known as the richest widow in the outerverse. Lu Yin's Aurora entered the luxurious spacecraft while the captain personally led him to the guest room. After all, he was a student of Astral 10 and should be treated with respect. Furthermore, the Nalan family was never arrogant. This was an ironclad rule. "Mr. Liu, what would you like to eat?" "I'll get someone to prepare it," the captain asked with a smile. His tone was respectful, but not overly humble. Lu Yin was grateful. "Anything is fine. Thank you for letting me in. Otherwise, I don't know how long the spacecraft would have been parked." The captain smiled. "Unless it's upgraded, the Aurora will only take a day to decompose the metal. You should be able to operate normally after that." Lu Yin hurriedly asked, "May I know where you're from? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay your kindness." The captain smiled. "It's just a small matter, Mr. Liu. We're from the Nalan family." "The Nalan family?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had heard of this family before. They were the wealthiest in the outerverse. He hadn't expected to run into them. "Thank you again, Captain. I'll remember the Nalan family's kindness." The middle-aged captain quickly left and ordered his men to deliver food and drinks to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only heard of some of the food before, but he had never seen it before. For example, there was caviar that glowed with a faint white light and had a refreshing floral fragrance. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, this should be the famous Endless Weave's whitefish caviar from planet Ran Jupiter. There was also a piece of food that looked like dried tofu that constantly flickered. It was probably made from an ingredient called the jumping bean that could hide in the void and was quite difficult to catch. There was also a cup of colorful drink with a faint flow of energy. Lu Yin had heard of this drink before. It came from the Interverse. There was also a plate of steak that glowed with a faint golden light. Was this the meat of an astral beast? Lu Yin only recognized a few of the dishes on the table. He didn't recognize any of the others, but he knew that they weren't simple. Every dish here was worth dozens of star crystals because the ingredients were rare. Each dish was worth dozens of star crystals, and Lu Yin was stunned. The entire table was worth hundreds of star crystals, which would be worth hundreds of millions of cosmic dollars. Of course, this wasn't how it was calculated. Cosmic dollars were the currency used by ordinary people, and cultivators rarely used them as a unit of payment because the amount was too large. Generally speaking, powerful organizations use star crystals as their payment method. For many, star crystals were easy to obtain, such as the Nalan family. It was rumored that they controlled a lot of star crystal mines, but cosmic dollars were difficult to use for them. When Lu Yin had first seen the Mavis Bank, he had been shocked by how they hung cosmic dollars on trees and let the wind blow. Anyone who picked them up could keep them. At the time, he had been shocked by the Mavis Bank's wealth, but as time passed, such a scene no longer shocked him. In the eyes of the Mavis Bank, cosmic dollars were just paper. Lu Yin retracted his star energy and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Everything in front of him returned to normal, and it was as if the lights had brightened a little. Madame Nalan's appearance had also become clearer. It had to be said that this woman was extremely attractive to a man of Lu Yin's age. Regardless of her appearance, her aura alone was enough to make other women pale in comparison. Even Bai Shui's beauty couldn't compare to her mature beauty. She was like a peach, fresh and tender. Any man would want to take a bite out of her. "Hello, Madame Nalan." Lu Yin had only been dazed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The woman smiled. "How did you know that I was Madame Nalan, Student Liu?" Lu Yin smiled. "With such an aura, if you're not Madame Nalan, then I don't know who else in the universe is more qualified to be Madame Nalan." Madame Nalan laughed, and her bright eyes stared at Lu Yin. She clearly wasn't wearing any makeup, but her appearance was captivating. She didn't try to flirt, but she still gave off an incomparably enchanting vibe. Her snow-white skin was exposed, and her skin was as smooth as ice. She had an intoxicating fragrance as she slowly approached Luine. This woman was a seductress. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 175. Welcome to the Nayland family, Student Lu. Madame Nayland stopped a meter away from Luine. Her position allowed Luine to clearly see her graceful figure and her hair-raising curves. She wasn't trying to seduce Luine, and her actions were very normal. However, every step she took was a test for Luine. If Myra's charm was shown through her appearance and actions, then this woman's charm was completely natural. No, it should be said that she was naturally seductive. Luine reigned in his thoughts. He was a man, and a hot-blooded one at that. He could not handle this seductress, so he hurriedly asked, "May I know who gave you the pendant around your neck?" Madame Nayland was flabbergasted by his sudden question. She smiled and said, "My best friend." Luine nodded. "It seems like your best friend isn't very friendly towards you." Madame Nayland's eyes flashed, and she was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Luine muttered to himself. "Actually, I don't want to hide it from you. I'm a lockbreaker, and I can see things that normal people cannot." He then waved his hand. "Madam, my stomach hurts, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." He then quickly left. He really could not stand this seductress. She had only taken 2 steps, but he could not control himself. This woman seemed to be a widow, so could her husband have been seduced to death by her? That was very likely the case. Madame Nayland did not mind Lu Yin's departure, and she pulled the pendant off her neck. Her gaze was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze the entire universe. It was hard to imagine that a woman who had never cultivated would have such a cold gaze. "Go investigate. I want to know what's on this pendant." A young girl appeared behind her and respectfully accepted the pendant. "Yes." Madame Nayland would not believe Lu Yin's words, but there was no harm in investigating. Besides, what Lu Yin had said was not impossible. At that moment, Lu Yin returned to his lounge and immediately contacted Old Kai. The Frostwave weave was not too far from the Umbral Butterfly weave, so he could contact Old Kai through his gadget. "What is it?" Old Kai's impatient voice sounded. "Old Kai, I obtained the Giant Emperor's third eye," Lu Yin said. "So what? Do you want to show off?" Old Kai was unhappy. Lu Yin replied, "I want to know what the third eye is used for." Old Kai was surprised. "You still haven't found its use? You're so useless. I don't understand how you managed to unlock it. You know that I've become a lockbreaker." "Nonsense, how could the teachers not know about their students?" "That's right, this mission won't be easy, right? There should be quite a few people competing with you for the Giant Emperor's third eye, right?" Old Kai laughed strangely. Lu Yin replied, "That's not the case. Nobody's fighting over it. That's impossible. News of the Umbral Butterfly Weave's trial being held on a giant planet will definitely attract a lot of attention. Those people definitely won't waste the Giant Emperor's third eye, so there should be quite a few Melder geniuses competing for it," Old Kai reasoned. "There are, but there are only 2 of them. One is from the Day-Night clan, and the other is from the Outerverse Youth Council," Lu Yin said. He did not mention anything about the Neo-Human Alliance, as Puyu had a Corpse King by his side. That Corpse King would be Lu Yin's bargaining chip in the future. Old Kai replied, "That makes sense. So it was the Outerverse Youth Council that interfered. No wonder no one dared to fight for it. It's not bad that you managed to snatch the third eye from the Outerverse Youth Council, huh? You still haven't told me what it's for. Idiot. Have you ever heard of a lock-breaking tool? Old Kai barked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he excitedly asked, "Are you saying that the giant emperor's third eye is a lock-breaking tool?" Of course. You can see something different by injecting star energy into it. If it's not a lock-breaking tool, then what is it? Alright, I still have other things to do. Old Kai then hung up. Lu Yin excitedly looked at the giant emperor's third eye. He had already guessed this when he had first used it to see star energy, and now, it had been confirmed. This eye was just like Master Wuxing's two leaves, and it could help lockbreakers. It was priceless, and it was no wonder why both the Day-Night Clan and the Outerverse Council wanted to obtain it. Half an hour later, a young girl walked out of a lounge on the top floor and respectfully said, "Master Su has found the other accessories that Madame Liv gave you. One of them contains a substance that is harmful to you. This substance will make you tired and will gradually blind you." Madame Nalan's gaze turned cold. "How long has it been?" 3 years. Master Su said that this substance is very faint, and it will take at least 10 years for it to take effect. Even if he did not specifically check it, he would not have been able to tell. He formally apologizes to you. Also, Master Su would like to meet the young lockbreaker who was able to detect the problem with a single glance. Tell Master Su that there's no need to worry. Also, that young lockbreaker has already left. The young girl nodded. Madame Nalan clenched her fists. "You slut, you actually dared to make a move against me. You've been quite cautious for the past 10 years. This time, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." The day quickly passed, and Lu Yin did not see Madame Nalan again. Someone had only asked him if he had any urgent matters to attend to when they were delivering food, to which Lu Yin casually replied that he didn't. His eyes were already attracted by the luxurious feast, which was several times more than the previous one. The quality of the food was also clearly several times better, and Lu Yin felt hungry just by looking at it. After eating, he went to find the middle-aged captain and asked about the spacecraft's progress. The captain smiled. "Mr. Lu, your spacecraft still needs 7 days to complete its upgrade." 7 days. Upgrade. Lu Yin was shocked. The amount of metal that he had thrown in was not enough to upgrade the spacecraft. "This is our madam's reward for you. You can ask her in person," the captain said politely. Reward? It seemed like Madame Nalan had confirmed that there was something wrong with the pendant. She was really rich, and her reward was actually an upgrade of the spacecraft. Lu Yin knew that upgrading an Aurora from a basic grade to a radiant grade would require a huge amount of materials. Correspondingly, the upgrade of the spacecraft's performance would be terrifying as well. There was a tenfold difference, and this was the performance of a radiant grade Aurora. Its speed was 10 times that of a normal spacecraft. What did 10 times mean? It had taken him more than a month to fly from Frostwave Weave to Umbral Butterfly Weave, but with an upgraded spacecraft, it would only take him a few days. This was a tenfold difference. He had originally thought that he would have to wait for a long time before upgrading his Aurora, but he had not expected Madame Nalan to do it so quickly. All he had to do was say a few words. It was no wonder that lockbreakers had such a high status and could see things that normal people could not. If Lu Yin had not been a lockbreaker and had only been a student of Astral 10, even if he was the student leader, Madame Nalan might not have been willing to meet him. Lu Yin was beginning to realize how high a lockbreaker's status was, and he had made the right move. Lu Yin straightened his clothes, as he wanted to thank Madame Nalan. Although she was quite seductive, he still had to pay his respects. Before Lu Yin could find his way, someone led him to a lounge on the top floor. It was transparent, and he could almost touch the stars if he reached out. In front of him was a smiling Madame Nayland. Compared to the day before, Madame Nayland was wearing more clothes, which covered her graceful figure. Although she was still very seductive, Louise could finally relax. Madame Nayland, your gift is too valuable. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to repay it, Louise said with a bitter smile. Madame Nayland smiled and gestured for him to sit. Have a seat. Louise nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He sat across from Madame Nayland, and just like the day before, they were less than a meter apart. He could smell the alluring fragrance of Madame Nayland's body. Student Liu, you've saved me. Upgrading your spacecraft is not enough to fully express my sincerity, Madame Nayland said solemnly. Although she was still smiling, Louise could tell that there was a trace of sincerity in her smile. The Nayland family had started out as a merchant family, and all merchants were evil. No matter what this woman had been like in the past, the fact that she had been able to maintain the Nayland family's wealth meant that she had done well in the business circle. She had subconsciously put on a veil of hypocrisy. If a merchant wanted to succeed, they had to treat others with sincerity. Hypocrisy was used to guard against despicable people. Unfortunately, there were too many despicable people, and Madame Nayland had always treated people differently. However, at this moment, her veil of hypocrisy seemed to have become thinner in front of Louise. The value of a gift depends on the recipient. For me, upgrading my spacecraft is already very precious, Louise said seriously. Madame Nayland covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into crescents that were bright and clear. Student Liu, do you speak so seriously to everyone? Louise was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He had gone overboard. He had actually wanted to treat this temptress with a serious attitude so that he wouldn't be bewitched, but going too far was just as bad as falling short. Madame Nayland laughed again and personally poured a drink for Louise. Louise accepted it, thank you. Madame Nayland looked at Louise and smiled, actually, I want to apologize to you. Louise was sipping his drink when he heard this and looked over in confusion. What are you sorry for? I investigated you, Madame Nayland said honestly. Louise's eyes flashed, and he continued to sip his drink without saying anything. Madame Nayland stared at Louise with a resplendent look in her eyes. In just half a year, you went from being an ordinary sentinel from a fringe weave of the outerverse to becoming the leader of Astral 10. You even became a lockbreaker and achieved a 1-star academy. Student Liu, your experience is very unique. Louise put down his drink and looked at Madame Nayland, his voice low. I don't like people investigating me. Madame Nayland smiled but didn't say anything. But since I boarded your ship, there's nothing wrong with you investigating me, Louise said in a different tone. Madame Nayland's lips curled up beautifully. Even so, I was in the wrong first, and I'm willing to make up for it. Louise shook his head and said, Madame Nayland, you're too polite. You've already helped me upgrade my spacecraft, so there's no need for you to do anything else. Including the Astral Combat Tournament. Madame Nayland tempted. Louise was surprised, the Astral Combat Tournament. This year's Astral Combat Tournament is different from the previous ones. The defeat at the Astral Domain's border war has angered some people, and in order to regain their confidence, they decided to announce the tournament to the entire universe. However, no matter how high some people's status is, they can't decide everything in the universe with a single word. Madame Nayland poured herself a glass of juice and took a sip. She licked her red lips and continued, generally speaking, a gadget can connect to several weaves, but once the distance exceeds 10 weaves, it will become very difficult to connect. Only a special gadget can do that. This year's Astral Combat Tournament requires a connection to the entire universe, and it won't work without money. Thus, my Nayland family has become one of the sponsors of this tournament. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 176. Lu Yin raised his brows. There were actually sponsors. It seemed like the Astral Combat Academy wasn't rotten after all. Student Lu, as the leader of Astral 10, you must be participating in the Astral Combat Tournament. Do you want to know what rewards the Nalan family has prepared for the tournament? Madame Nalan tempted him. Lu Yin smiled. No need. No matter what the rewards are, they'll be mine if I win, and I won't get any if I lose. Madame Nalan smiled. The reward we've prepared is very suitable for you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Madame Nalan raised a finger. A source box that has no offensive properties and is suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreaking. Lu Yin was shocked. What a generous reward. There were many source boxes that were suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreaking, but those that had no offensive properties were precious. For example, the source box that he had unlocked before had given him 1-star contribution points. If he became a perceptive intermediate and obtained such a source box, he would immediately become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. It was no wonder why she had said that it was suitable for him. It was not suitable for him, but rather for all lockbreakers. As expected of one of the wealthiest families in the Outerverse. They're so generous, Lu Yin exclaimed. Madame Nalan smiled. It's nothing. It's just a collection. My Nalan family often has dealings with the Innerverse Sword Sect. Student Lu, the compensation I mentioned was to reveal some information about the Sword Sect to you. What does the Sword Sect have to do with me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Student Lu, don't you want to become the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nalan smiled. Lu Yin laughed. Madam, do you think that I can defeat those freakish geniuses and become the champion? The universe is full of unknowns, which is why it's so challenging, isn't it? There's no harm in knowing more. Who knows, you might even encounter them. Madame Nalan smiled. Lu Yin nodded. I'm all ears. Madame Nalan smiled. There are countless geniuses in the Sword Sect, but there are only 2 who can be called the champion of the younger generation. One of them became one of the 10 arbiters and stands above all others, while the other is cultivating in seclusion. However, I'm guessing that he'll join one of the academies because of the Astral Combat Tournament. He's definitely one of your opponents. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone from the Sword Sect among the 10 arbiters? Madame Nalan replied, it's not appropriate for me to mention the names of the 10 arbiters. This is a rule, and it's also a form of respect for the 10 arbiters. If Student Lu wishes to understand the 10 arbiters, then you'll have to join the Council of Astral Academy, which is a subordinate organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. Lu Yin's fingers twitched unconsciously, but he didn't interrupt. Madame Nalan gave Lu Yin a deep look before continuing. The Sword Sect has a sword technique that has been passed down since ancient times. It's called the 13 Swords. This sword technique isn't something that anyone can learn just because they want to, as it will automatically choose a suitable inheritor. Take the initiative to choose. Lu Yin was surprised that there was such a thing. Madame Nalan solemnly explained, no one knows where this sword technique came from, but everyone knows how terrifying it is. The Sword Sect Master once used the 13 swords to kill 3 powerhouses at the same level as him, and the previous Sect Master also used this technique to shine during the Border Wars. It can be said that the most important thing for every generation of the Sword Sect's younger generation is to come into contact with the 13 swords in hopes of receiving its inheritance. However, only one person in each generation can inherit the 13 swords. In this generation, 2 people have appeared. One is one of the 10 arbiters, and the other is the disciple I mentioned, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of the sword sect's Liu family before. They had a primeval surname that was viewed as an enemy by countless people. They had never received a proper status, but they still looked down on the universe. They were an extremely terrifying family. Liu was originally a royal surname, and the Liu family was like the emperor of the sword. Anyone who wielded a sword would yearn to join the Liu family. The first thing Liu Xiaoqiu saw when he was born was not his mother or any of his relatives. Instead, he saw a rusted iron sword that had been abandoned by the door. From that moment on, that sword became his weapon, Madame Nayland said in a reminiscing tone. Liu Yin was stunned, and he looked at her. That was a very ordinary iron sword, and cultivators can easily break it. However, this sword was used by Liu Xiaoqiu to defeat countless geniuses. After he inherited the 13 swords, the iron sword never left its scabbard again. There is no one in the same generation in the sword sect who is worthy of him drawing his sword. He will be a terrifying opponent in the astral combat tournament, Madame Nayland said seriously. Liu Yin took a deep breath as the pressure on him increased. What is this Liu Xiaoqiu's cultivation? How many swords can he use? He should be a leader. As for how many swords, no one knows. Some say that he has only comprehended the second sword, while others say that he might have comprehended the third. No one knows for sure, but he once injured an explorer during his travels through the universe, Madame Nayland said. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. Liu Xiaoqiu really was a powerful opponent. Explorers could explore the universe, which was a realm that Liu Yin had yet to reach. There were already people who could challenge those of a higher realm. When she saw Liu Yin's gloomy expression, Madame Nayland swirled her cup and clinked it against Liu Yin's. The soft sound startled Liu Yin out of his thoughts. Student Liu, I'm not telling you this to pressure you. I just want you to know the strength of the top powerhouses in the astral combat tournament. I don't like to fight unprepared battles, and since you saved my life, I will let you know more about them. However, if you fall into fear of your enemies, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Liu Yin laughed. Madam, you're overthinking things. No matter how strong my opponents are, I am still me. So what if I lose? There will always be a next time. Besides, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament hasn't been set yet. If I can become Astral Combat Academy's leader in a few months, then I might be able to catch up to those monsters. Then I wish you victory in the tournament and become the champion. Madame Nayland raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Liu Yin also raised his cup and clinked glasses with Madame Nayland's. The fruit juice reflected a beautiful luster under the light of the stars in space. After Liu Yin left, Madame Nayland stared at the stars in deep thought. A young girl appeared behind her. Madam. What do you think of that youth? Madame Nayland asked casually. Her tone was different from before, and now it was filled with dignity. The young girl replied, He's a genius. Just a genius. If he had been born in the Innerverse, then he would have been able to rival everyone in the sword sect aside from Xiaoqiu. It's a pity that he was born in the Outerverse, and he hasn't cultivated for long. Once he falls behind, he'll always fall behind, Madame Nayland muttered. If Madame knows, then why did you tell him about the sword sect? The young girl was puzzled. Madame Nayland smiled. I just don't want him to be dispirited because of his defeat. As long as he puts all his focus on lockbreaking, then he'll definitely have a bright future. Although the Astral Combat Tournament is important, it's only a stage for the top geniuses. He doesn't belong there. Lockbreaking is his stage. The young girl whispered, even in lockbreaking, there are still geniuses like Dao Bo. Madame Nayland looked up. That's right. The universe is too big, and there are too many geniuses. I hope that he can continue walking down this path. 7 days passed by quickly, and Liu Yin enjoyed a sumptuous meal. After bidding farewell to Madame Nayland, he boarded his own spacecraft and departed from the Nayland family spacecraft, heading towards Frostwave Weave. The Nayland family spacecraft continued to travel without stopping for 7 days just for Liu Yin, and it wasn't slow either. Liu Yin retraced his route and realized that even with his upgraded Aurora, it would still take him 12 days to reach Frostwave Weave. With a tenfold increase in speed, the originally month-long journey had been shortened to 5 days, and he still had 7 extra days to spare. This was exactly the 7 days that the Nayland family spacecraft had been traveling for. In other words, Liu Yin's own spacecraft would not be able to catch up to them in those 7 days. The Nayland family's luxurious spacecraft was not any slower than the Aurora, and it should also be an upgraded version of the larger Aurora. "They're really rich," Liu Yin thought to himself as he rubbed his belly. He seemed to have gained some weight. 12 days passed by quickly, and Liu Yin continued to observe his star chart. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and he could feel the power of his body when he activated the Sirius art. Coupled with his battle force and a physical body that he had yet to discover its limits, he didn't even know how strong he was. Liu Yin guessed that he might be able to fight against an area master. The memory of Frankfurt's spear was still fresh in Liu Yin's mind. Frankfurt had been able to block it, but he hadn't been able to receive a second spear strike, which was why he hadn't used his full strength. Now, as long as Liu Yin filled himself with star energy, he should be able to fight against Frankfurt. Liu Yin's head hurt when he thought about star energy, as it consumed too much. 6 pips on his die was an endless pit, and he felt that even if he gathered all the star crystals in the Great Yu Empire, he would still be able to use them all up in an instant. Beep 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 beep. The spacecraft beeped, and Liu Yin looked up to see that he had arrived at Astral 10. He hadn't expected to spend nearly 4 months on this trip, and many things had happened. The Great Yu Empire, the Umbral Butterfly Weave, the Day-Night Clan, and the Nayland family had all happened one after another. Astral 10 was much better, as all he had to do was focus on his cultivation and not worry about anything else. When the door opened, Liu Yin walked out and stretched, feeling like he had returned home. "It's you." Hui Day-Night stared at Liu Yin from nearby, his eyes filled with excitement and battle intent. Liu Yin glanced at him. "Why are you here? Did you go out on a mission?" Hui Day-Night sneered, "It's great that I ran into you. Hand over the position of leader, you're not qualified." Liu Yin nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you." Hui Day-Night was stunned. Liu Yin found it funny and looked at him. "So what if I give it to you? Can you handle it?" Hui Day-Night's eyes flashed with anger. How dare a stray from the trial zones boast so shamelessly? Liu Yin's expression turned cold. "You're still asking for a beating. Am I wrong? The Blaze Realm is spreading the news that you were killed by Frankfurt with a single spear strike. You're the joke of Astral 10. Liu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was truly angry now. "Frankfurt, the Blaze Realm, Jared. You're a disgrace to Astral 10. You don't deserve to be the leader." Hui Day-Night shouted and charged at Liu Yin. He stretched out a finger, and a light flashed from his fingertip. It was completely different from the Day-Night soul finger, but the soul-tearing sensation was several times more intense. Liu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised a hand. Just like how he had crushed Hui Day-Night before, he grabbed Hui Day-Night's finger and snapped it. Hui Day-Night's pupils shrank. He had already changed. His strength had increased greatly under the guidance of the Trial Master, and he had even learned the Day-Night clan's new battle techniques. Why was he still like this? This person's physical body was so strong that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques were useless against him. Although their win rate is a bit lower, they're still qualified to enter. Liu Yin thought about it and agreed. Although there weren't many sentinels in the ported battles, it was still possible to meet a sentinel every day. But then again, it was sad that one had to rely on luck to obtain 100 victories. "How are they?" Lu Yin asked. He had been killed very quickly back then, and he was the leader. The others were probably even worse off. Little Pao replied, "Not bad, they're all doing well." Lu Yin blinked. "Doing well? How so? Weren't they surrounded?" "They were, but it was just Schutz and Meng Yu. The others all have their own backgrounds: Myriad Swords Peak, the Mavis family, the Council, Windrift Hall, the Day-Night clan, and so on. They all have area masters backing them," Little Pao said enviously. Lu Yin quickly asked, "What about Xiao Luo?" "Silver. Xiao Luo. He has a brother called Xia Yi, an area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. As for Silver, he also has a sworn brother called Sha, an area master of the Tao of Slaughter's ice." Little Pao patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said sympathetically, "Of the 12 students, only the 3 of you don't have any backing, so you were surrounded as soon as you entered. However, you have a backer now. Area Master of the Tao of Purgatory, Sharon, has said that he won't rest until anyone touches you." Lu Yin was a little depressed. Everyone else was doing so well, but he was the most miserable. If he hadn't coincidentally managed to threaten Sharon, he would have been surrounded as well. What kind of logic was this? "Senior, I'll go in first," Lu Yin said gloomily. Little Pao grunted, "Go in." Lu Yin turned around and took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring, infusing it with star energy. He then turned back to look at Little Pao, but there was no trace of him. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. He ran pretty fast. He had a feeling that Big Pao and Little Pao were not simple and might even be very strong. He wanted to use the giant emperor's third eye to observe them, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Just as he was about to put away the third eye, an old man appeared in front of him, giving him a fright. "Greetings, Trial Master." Lu Yin saw the old man and immediately bowed. The Trial Master stared at the white crescent moon crystal in Lu Yin's hand and praised, "Not bad. Did you obtain this, kid?" Lu Yin nodded. The Trial Master grunted, "Use it well. It can be used for many things." He then returned to his original position. Lu Yin bowed again and walked past the Trial Master to enter the Trial Zone Mountain. This was his second time here, and the last time he had been here, there had been no one at all. This time, he saw Schutz, who seemed to be preparing to leave with a pained expression on his face. "Were you killed?" Lu Yin asked. Schutz nodded and looked at Lu Yin. "How's the Empire?" "It's stable, it's fine," Lu Yin replied. Schutz lowered his voice, "Quite a few people from Yu Academy have left. The second prince found quite a few elites for Yu Academy, so they should have all left. Do you still think that Yu Academy is filled with elites after coming here?" Lu Yin teased. Schutz fell silent. He was the strongest person in Yu Academy, but even he was ranked at the bottom here. There was no need to even mention the others. Practically none of the 5 hall masters had passed the exam, and Yu Academy was nothing compared to this place. Any sentinel could easily sweep through Yu Academy in ported battles. The gap between the inner verse and the outer verse is too great. Schutz sighed and turned to leave. Lu Yin spoke up, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The mentor gave me a mission to snatch a training ground. How about we work together?" Schutz smiled, "I thought you were smart, Lu Yin. You've been to the trial zones and even been killed by the Spear Mountain Area Master. Haven't you noticed the difference? Or do you think that you can act without restraint just because you have Karen's support?" Lu Yin stared at Schutz, "You're the one who hasn't noticed the difference." Schutz was stunned. What did that mean? This person could already challenge an area master. How was that possible? It had only been 4 months. You really want to snatch a training ground. Those area masters are the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and you've personally experienced how terrifying the Spear Mountain area master is. Besides, they don't fight alone. They have helpers, and any student who trains in their training grounds can be counted as helpers, Schutz probed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 178. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't say that I would do it alone. Astral 10 may be small in number, but we're all powerhouses with 100 victories in ported battles. We're not any weaker than the others. Schutz shook his head. Those people won't care about you. They all have their own backings, and aside from Meng Yu and me, everyone else has their own training grounds. There's no need to complicate things. I'm Astral 10's leader, so I naturally have my ways to get them to help me, Lu Yin said confidently. Schutz stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing. Fine, I'll accompany you if you want to do it. I don't care anyway, no one will really die. That's more like the Great Yu Empire's strongest youth. You're fearless, and I still remember when you challenged the Outerverse Council, Lu Yin praised. Schutz smiled bitterly. He had been too ignorant back then, and just like Lu Yin had said, he didn't know the difference between them. Now that he thought about it, Ghostfire was just a failure who hadn't been able to enter an academy, and even the Yu Academy's Hall Master had been helpless against him. Bezer was an explorer, and even if he wasn't as strong as the Astral Combat Academy's explorers, he wasn't too far off. After all, he had the qualifications to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Tell me, where are we going and where should we meet? Schutz asked. Lu Yin answered without hesitation, Tao of Purgatory, Whitebone's Gorge. The area master of Whitebone's Gorge is Sharon. Is he your backer? Schutz asked. Many people had been shocked when Sharon had said that he would protect Lu Yin. Lu Yin had a reputation for harassing Shiyu, beating up other students, blackmailing, threatening, and completing a sentinel mission. He wasn't a nobody. He was even the leader of Astral 10. Lu Yin smiled at the mention of Sharon. He's my brother, a very good brother. No one in the universe knew Sharon better than he did. Schutz nodded. I was just killed inside. You go in first, and I'll look for you when I recover. Lu Yin stepped into the trial zone mountain and glanced into the distance, vaguely seeing Xia Luo's figure. He didn't care about it at all, as others would still search for a secret place even if their physical bodies were protected. Lu Yin didn't mind, and he closed his eyes and silently accepted the Tao of Purgatory. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that the ground was covered in darkness and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Lu Yin jumped in fright and immediately retreated. When he saw what was in front of him, he realized that it was a war spirit. The war soul did not have an appearance. Its outer appearance was pitch black, including its eyes. It was very easy to identify. Lu Yin cursed his bad luck, as he had come face to face with a war spirit as soon as he had entered. War spirits were extremely aggressive, and they were generally very powerful. When it sensed Lu Yin's arrival, the war spirit did not hesitate to attack. It transformed into a black longsword, and with a shake of the blade, it transformed into countless sword shadows that swept through everything within a 100-meter radius. Lu Yin was shocked. He had known that war spirits were very powerful, as they were all projections of powerhouses who had battled in the trial zones. However, he had not expected to meet one so casually. This sword was not inferior to Zhua Dainite's White Void sword, and it had traces of a domain. Lu Yin believed that the powerhouse who had formed this war spirit would have definitely grasped a domain if they were still alive. Lu Yin was about to attack when his expression changed. He used flash and reappeared 100 meters away. On the other side, 3 students appeared, and they were delighted to see the war spirit. Through the serious art, Luin saw something different from the black fragments that were about to disappear. They were strange symbols, or rather, diagrams formed from lines. The entire black fragment was formed from these symbols, and it quickly dissipated. Luin frowned. What were these things? Were war spirits formed from these things? War spirits appeared from the battle images of powerhouses, but why were these strange symbols able to reflect war spirits through the images of powerhouses? Strange, very strange. No matter how Luin guessed, he was still too far away from finding out. These were not things that he should know, and now he had to face the wrath of the 3 people behind him. Guer clenched his fists and glared at Luin. You actually dared to use the final blow. I told you to leave the final blow to me. Luin turned around and looked at Guer with amusement. Are you out of your mind? Why should I listen to you? Or do you think that the 3 of you can deal with me? Lu Yin's words caused the other 2 to react, and a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. This person in front of them was an existence that had instantly killed a war spirit, and he was probably very close to being an area master. He was not someone that they could afford to offend. Guer also reacted and forcefully suppressed his anger. He had been so used to being arrogant that he had forgotten about the strength of this person in front of him. He casually glanced at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. Guer was astonished and looked at it again. It was indeed a 10. He smiled and regained his arrogance. You're from Astral, 10. Lu Yin did not deny it. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter an area master or realm master, it was unlikely that anyone could kill him. Guer's lips curled up and he looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's attitude had changed multiple times, and after learning that Lu Yin was from Astral, 10, he had become even more arrogant than before. It seemed that he had some background that was related to Astral, 10. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin said calmly. Guer snorted and raised his head. My father is Old Guda, the current Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Listen carefully, I'm talking about the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he stared at Guer in shock. This was too much of a coincidence, and his gaze grew colder. The human domain was divided into the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse had 72 weaves and was infinitely vast, but the inner verse was not small either. The 2 universes were separated by an incomparably large astral river that resembled a ribbon. The astral river was composed of all sorts of liquid energy, and it was not a true stream of water. It was just energy that was visible to the naked eye as it flowed through space. This astral river divided the inner verse and the outer verse. The astral river was violent, and no spacecraft could cross it. Only a type of giant boat could cross it and connect the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse did not have an astral river, while the inner verse was filled with tributaries. These tributaries divided the inner verse into countless regions known as flow zones. These regions were separated by astral river tributaries, and the only way to cross them was to use a giant boat that connected the 2 sides of the astral river. The person who controlled the boat was called a flow zone envoy, and the flow zone envoy who controlled the inner verse tributary boat was called a tributary flow zone envoy. The person who controlled the astral river vessels in the inner verse and outer verse were the astral river flow zone envoys. Old Guda was the current astral river flow zone envoy, and he had the special authority to control the inner verse portal. Unless one had a special status, entering or exiting the inner verse required his permission. Although this person was only a gatekeeper, his authority was immense, especially since he held this position. He was at least a cruiser or even a hunter. It was no wonder why this person was so arrogant. His father controlled the opportunity to enter the innerverse that countless people in the outerverse dreamed of. Guer looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction, as he was waiting for Lu Yin to admit defeat. It felt great to see a powerhouse admit defeat, and this was not the first time he had done so. Back on the Astral River Arc, an outerverse explorer had even half-knelt to Guer in order to enter the innerverse. Guer did not care about powerhouses. As long as they did not have a special status, his father could suppress them. Lu Yin looked at Guer deeply. How long is your father going to stay as the Astral River Flow Zone envoy? Guer sneered. My father hasn't even been in the position for 10 years. He'll stay there for at least 50 years before retiring, and he might even continue to control the Astral River Arkansas. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to kill him on the Astral River Arc while I was still alive. Guer was furious. What did you say? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. Remember, I'll kill you every time I see you. He then pressed a hand against Guer's head and exerted some force. Guer's head was crushed, and he died in an instant. The other two felt their scalps go numb, as this person had a grudge with old Gude. They hurriedly tried to escape, but Lu Yin still caught up to them and easily dealt with them with a single palm strike. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 179. As he watched Guer's corpse slowly disappear, Lu Yin looked up at the dark sky with a complicated expression. If not for old Gude's deliberate delay, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. He would have his revenge sooner or later. Due to Guer's appearance, Lu Yin's mood had become heavy. He asked a random student and learned that this place was 2 days away from White Bones Hollow. The trial zones were very strange. After death, one would appear in a random location, but if one did not die, they would exit normally and remain in the same place. Lu Yin did not think too much about the 2-day journey and continued towards White Bones Hollow. The Tao of Purgatory was completely black, and it was easy to get tired of looking at it for too long. Actually, the Tao of Purgatory was very suitable for Lu Yin. As long as he revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, no one in the Tao of Purgatory would dare to make an enemy out of him. This was because the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was Dao Bo, a genius lockbreaker who had surpassed Sharon. In the Tao of Purgatory, lockbreakers had more privileges than any other trial zone. However, Lu Yin did not want to reveal too many of his trump cards. The Astral Combat Tournament was approaching, and he did not think that it would be completely fair. Many powerhouses would be analyzed before the tournament, just like Lu Xiaoqiu, whom Madame Nalan had introduced to him. If he revealed too much of his strength, he would also be analyzed and targeted, and he might even be harmed. Lockbreakers had a very high status, but it was too easy to plot against someone in the universe without being discovered. Lu Yin felt that he should try his best to stay out of the limelight before the Astral Combat Tournament to avoid being targeted. However, the mission that old Kai had given him to snatch a trial zone was a little difficult. Any trial zone master could rank in the top 10 or even the top 5, and these people would definitely be the focus of the Astral Combat Tournament. If Lu Yin fought against them or even won, it would be troublesome. What should he do? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Half a day later, Lu Yin sensed no less than 30 students passing by, all of them heading in the same direction. They were heading in a different direction from the one Lu Yin had been traveling in, but he could not suppress his curiosity and headed in that direction as well. It didn't take long for a vast black lake to appear in front of him. The water was also black, but strangely, it was very clear. Dozens of students were hidden around the lake, staring intently at the center where 5 figures were fighting. The black lake was in chaos, and the shock waves from the battle even tore through the shore and faintly tore space apart. Lu Yin was astonished. This was a battle between area masters, or rather, a battle between powerhouses who were close to area masters. The only area master that Lu Yin had ever fought against was Frankfurt, and the might of that spear was still unforgettable to him. Furthermore, that person had also been a powerhouse with two-lined battle force. Lu Yin's physical strength and flash step allowed him to be confident that he would not be defeated by Frankfurt, but it was almost impossible for him to win. The people in front of him were probably weaker than Frankfurt. He looked around and found a student to ask. Of course, the process wasn't that smooth, but under Lu Yin's powerful fists, the student finally spilled the beans. This trial was called Blackwater Lake. The previous area master had broken through to become an explorer and left the academy, leaving this place without a master. Thus, several people were vying for the position of area master. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Old Kai had told him to snatch a training ground, but he hadn't said that he had to defeat an area master. There was one right in front of him. However, the problem was that there were so many people vying for it. Lu Yin wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one, but it would be difficult to suppress everyone. After all, these people were all extremely close to being an area master, and they were all peak kilometers. Just as Lu Yin was having a headache, a strange fluctuation appeared at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, and he could faintly hear Sanskrit chanting. Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he looked at the bottom of the lake. At the same time, everyone around Blackwater Lake heard the chanting, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the bottom of the lake. This was a phenomenon. Ancient phenomena would often appear in the trial zones, and it was like an inheritance that spanned across the ages. Many people had obtained powerful battle techniques or cultivation methods, and this was the trial zone's greatest value. Now, this phenomenon was right in front of them. Everyone rushed to the bottom of the lake without hesitation. Lu Yin did the same. At the center of the lake, the 5 people who had been fighting also rushed to the bottom of the lake. However, unlike the others, they seemed to have discussed how to attack the other students. Within the trial zones, the fewer people there were in a certain area, the clearer the phenomenon, and the more they could sense and hear. This was the reason why Lu Yin had been expelled when he had first arrived in the Tao of Purgatory. Now, it was the same reason that everyone else was being expelled by these 5 powerhouses. One figure after another either died or was thrown out of the lake. These 5 powerhouses who were close to being an area master were not something that the other students could resist. Behind Lu Yin, someone attacked with a spear that pierced through the lake's water. Lu Yin frowned and dodged with flash, grabbing the spear with his hand. The attacker sneered, and the spear suddenly became scalding hot, causing the surrounding lake water to boil. A stream of air revolved around the spear as it tried to push Lu Yin away. Lu Yin was shocked. Battle force. This person also possessed battle force, and they were both at the initial realm like him. As expected of someone who dared to fight for the position of area master. Bang! The lake water was shaken apart, creating a vacuum that forced Lu Yin and the attacker to retreat at the same time. The attacker was a man dressed in gray, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He probably hadn't expected a melder to be able to block him. Lu Yin moved his numb palms. Without using battle force, he would be at a disadvantage if he used only his physical body to resist the opponent's battle force. However, it wasn't impossible. The man in gray stared at Lu Yin and attacked again. His spear was wrapped in battle force, and the tip of the spear pierced out with extreme speed, tearing through space itself. Lu Yin exerted strength in his calves and tensed up his muscles. You can either leave Blackwater Lake or be frozen. If you want to leave, just kill yourself. Kill myself. I'm not stupid. By the time I return to Blackwater Lake, this place will have changed hands. Garth rolled his eyes. At that moment, the gray-robed man spoke up. Your Frost Moon sect is quite bold to dare attack a lockbreaker in the Tao of Purgatory. Everyone was shocked. A lockbreaker. There were lockbreakers here. Lu Yin saw the gray-robed man look at him, and his eyes trembled. This person shouldn't have known that he was a lockbreaker. You're Astral Ten's Lu Yin, right? I've seen you before at Spear Mountain, the gray-robed man said coldly. Everyone else looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Atop the lake's black ice, Ken Shui and Ken Mei's expressions suddenly sank. They looked at each other, as they finally remembered. Wasn't Lu Yin the person that Sharon had said he would protect? This was troublesome, as Sharon had been dragged into this mess. They didn't care about the others, but Sharon was a lockbreaker, and this group couldn't be provoked. If one was provoked, a second or even a third might appear. Most importantly, the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, was a lockbreaker, and that guy was extremely protective of his own people. I remember now. Karen's lover. Garth shouted. Everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened, and he glared at Garth. Sharon is my friend. Don't spout nonsense. Garth was embarrassed. I'm sorry, it slipped out of my mouth. No, I said it too quickly. No, that's not right either. I'm sorry, Lu Yin clenched his fists. This guy had a bad mouth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 180. How about it? Let us go immediately, or you won't be able to withstand Karen's wrath. Don't forget, there's still Dao Bo, the man in gray threatened the twins. The twins' eyes flashed as they looked at Lu Yin. This person was very troublesome. No need, this place is fine. I don't want to leave for now, Lu Yin casually said. The others immediately looked at him. Hey, are you crazy? Don't spout nonsense. Garth grew anxious. The man in gray also glared at Lu Yin. He wanted to fight for the position of area master, but he did not want to be frozen at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin sneered. He did not want to be used by others, especially by someone from Spear Mountain. Student Lu, as long as you help us, the Frost Moon sect will remember your kindness, Snowmelt smiled at Lu Yin, her eyes sparkling. The man in gray glared at Lu Yin. Think carefully. With Karen's background, they won't dare to freeze you. As long as you take us out, I can help you resolve your grudge with Frankfurt. Frankfurt. I know him too, and I can even talk to him, Garth said. The others also spoke up, they did not want to be trapped. Lu Yin was disdainful. Frankfurt. Who the hell is he? Would he dare touch me? The man in gray was furious, but he could not say anything. Lu Yin was right, this person had Karen's background, so Frankfurt would not touch him. The others were helpless as well. Lu Yin had a powerful background, and no one could force him to do anything. After waiting for a while, Lu Yin looked at the twins' complicated expressions and suddenly said, Actually, it's not that difficult to leave. I have a way without Karen's background, but why should I take you out? What are your conditions? The man in gray asked coldly. Lu Yin said, 20,000 crystals per person, and I'll take you out. Alright, no problem, Garth immediately agreed. Although 20,000 crystals was not a small amount, it was still acceptable to the absolute elites of the Astral Combat Academy. They could easily earn more than that on a single mission. The others agreed as well. Lu Yin was not afraid that they would go back on their word. After all, they were all powerhouses, and doing so would cause unnecessary burdens that would affect their cultivation. This was a problem with their mental state, and no one would be willing to affect their path to becoming stronger for a measly 20,000 crystals. Lu Yin quietly explained the method, and the 5 of them were stunned. Was that even possible? Actually, the method was very simple. Just like how the twins had attracted them, it was to create an anomaly at the bottom of the lake. In a place like the trial zones, anomalies could appear at any time, let alone in a trial ground like Blackwater Lake. As long as an anomaly appeared, even if the twins were 90% sure that it was fake, they would still check it out. It was simply too important. Any anomaly could create a peerless powerhouse. This was an overt scheme. Even if Lu Yin told the twins that they had faked the phenomenon, the twins would still break the mysterious ice and investigate it themselves. This was human psychology. The method was simple, but as long as one couldn't think of it, they would never be able to think of it. There were a total of 6 people at the bottom of the lake. In order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they discussed for a moment and separated at the same time. Above the profound ice on the surface of the lake, the twins were puzzled. They looked at each other and stared at the bottom of the lake. They were confident that these people would not be able to break the profound ice, but the sudden movement made them feel uneasy. When will the young lord arrive? Residual Snow asked in a low voice. Kanmei shook her head. I'm not sure, but it should be soon. This change shocked everyone. Someone had obtained the inheritance, or rather, the inheritance had been waiting for that person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did this opportunity belong to that person? He couldn't see what was inside, and all he could see was a thin veil covering the body and a beautiful side profile. It was a woman. Junior sect mistress, the twins exclaimed as they looked inside. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Junior sect mistress. Was this the Frostmoon sect's Yuxianzi that Gus and the others had been talking about? This inheritance actually belonged to her. Blackwater Lake was destined to be hers. Lu Yin stood up and left while enduring the pain in his body. This opportunity had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to take it by force. That would only bring him bad luck. Lu Yin recovered from his injuries at a place not too far from Blackwater Lake. Half a day later, his body had fully recovered. As long as he didn't die, the recovery ability of the trial zones was very strong. After all, this wasn't his real body, but rather the special characteristics of the trial zones. Thus, if he fought here, he would either die or not fight. 2 hours ago, the phenomenon at Blackwater Lake had disappeared. From that moment on, the area master of Blackwater Lake was named Yuxianzi, a powerhouse who had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of the Astral Combat Tournament. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 181. The Frostmoon sect was not something that the Blaze Realm could compare to. There was a special characteristic in the universe. The closer one was to the center of the innerverse, the more powerhouses there would be, and the easier it was for freakish geniuses to appear. The Blaze Realm's blazing mist flow zone was located at the very edge of the innerverse. Even the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were located in the blazing mist flow zone. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them and the outerverse, as they were merely gatekeepers. The Frostmoon sect was located in the innermost part of the day-night flow zone. Even though it was rumored that the Frostmoon sect had relied on marriage alliances and other methods to survive in the day-night flow zone, the fact that they were able to survive in the day-night flow zone was already a problem. Yuxianzi's status was even higher than Jared's, and she was comparable to the geniuses of the Myriad Swords Peak and the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting with Yu Xianzi over Blackwater Lake, as only the heavens knew what kind of inheritance she had obtained from the phenomenon. However, this person made Lu Yin's heart sink, as she was here for the astral combat tournament. After confirming the direction, Lu Yin headed towards Whitebone's Gorge. A day later, Lu Yin finally arrived at Whitebone's Gorge. He looked at the cold valley in front of him and the white bones that covered the ground. This place made one's hair stand on end. Sharon was the master of this area. Whitebone's Gorge was filled with countless skeletons. Legend had it that on every full moon night, the skeletons would dance. It could be a battle technique, a sacrifice, or an ordinary song and dance. No one knew why such a phenomenon would occur. However, Whitebone's Gorge was the only mysterious place in the Tao of Purgatory that had a definite time for such a phenomenon. Through Karen's memories, Lu Yin knew that the struggle for Whitebone's Gorge had been extremely intense. Even Frankfurt and the others had taken action, as well as other area masters from other academies. There had been no less than 10 people in total, and that battle had shocked all 10 academies. In the end, it had been the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Tao Bo, who had chased away everyone else. Only then had Sharon become the area master of Whitebone's Gorge. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to succeed. A lockbreaker's status was very high, but it did not mean that they were above everyone else. Furthermore, this was the trial zone, where battles were fought. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and most of the people cultivating in Whitebone's Gorge were lockbreakers from the Astral Combat Academy. There weren't many of them, but they were all elites. Lu Yin's appearance quickly attracted the attention of Whitebone's Hollow, and when Sharon saw the smiling Lu Yin, his face darkened. He forced a smile. "Welcome to Whitebone's Hollow, Brother Lu." Lu Yin looked at Karen's fake smile and stepped forward enthusiastically. "Brother Sharon, I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could that be?" "When I found out that Brother Lu had joined Astral 10, I immediately announced that no one was allowed to attack you. Otherwise, I'd fight to the death," Sharon said, emphasizing the words, "fight to the death," as if he had a deep grudge against Lu Yin. It was obvious that he wasn't just targeting the others, but also Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Sharon. By the way, my uncle asked me to send his regards." Karen's face twitched, and he subconsciously grabbed Lu Yin's collar, but he quickly recovered and laughed dryly. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Is uncle doing well?" "He's not dead, is he?" Lu Yin laughed and patted Karen's shoulder as well. "Of course, uncle's doing well." That would hurt his pride. It just so happened that Michelle entered the Trial Zone mountain. She was still as enchanting as ever, and her red eyes swept over Lu Yin and Schutz before she coldly walked towards the other side of the mountain. "Wait," Lu Yin called out. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin. "What is it?" Lu Yin stood up and walked over to her. He looked into her red eyes and asked seriously, "I want to snatch a trial zone. Are you interested in joining me?" "Not interested," Michelle replied bluntly. "What about battle force?" "Not interested as well." Lu Yin asked. Michelle stopped and looked at Lu Yin with bright red eyes. "Battle force?" Lu Yin's lips curled up and he raised a hand, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. Michelle's eyes burned with passion. There was no one who did not want to comprehend battle force. Shiyu comprehended battle force. This sentence caused Michelle's mood to change drastically. She had replaced Shiyu in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and because of this matter, the two of them had fought to a draw. Michelle did not seem to care, but she had already acknowledged Shiyu as her opponent. She had thought that she could easily surpass Shiyu with her hard work during this period of time, but things would be different if Shiyu had battle force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 182. How do you know? Michelle's tone was cold and somewhat anxious. Lu Yin casually dispersed his battle force. I was the one who helped her comprehend it in the second level of the Sand Ocean. Michelle stared at Lu Yin. What are your conditions? Lu Yin smiled. Help me snatch a training ground. Michelle frowned. You should know how terrifying an area master is. You've seen Frankfurt's strength. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone knew that he had been killed by Frankfurt, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. Unfortunately, Spear Mountain was not suitable for him, or else he would have snatched it this time. Are you afraid? Michelle coldly replied, at worst, I'll just die once. I don't mind. She then added seriously, but I'll only help you once. I can't help you forever. Sure, just once is enough. Lu Yin smiled. Where are we going? Michelle asked. Schutz looked over as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he answered, the Tao of Purgatory, the Fathomless Pool. The Fathomless Pool was the smallest training ground in the Tao of Purgatory. The smallest only referred to its size, but it was actually very useful because it could help cultivators cultivate battle force. The deeper one went into the pool, the greater the pressure. Unfortunately, it was too small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time, which meant that there were not many students cultivating there. The other trial zones also had places that were suitable for cultivating battle force, but the Fathomless Pool was rather useless. Aside from Area Master Euro, almost no one else cultivated there. Lu Yin had chosen the Fathomless Pool for another reason. Euro was a good friend of Jared. Euro is the only Area Master in the Fathomless Pool, but he's very strong and has the innate gift of life. It's rumored that his battle force has reached the One-Lined Realm, so he won't be easy to deal with. Who else did you find? Michelle asked. Lu Yin looked at Schutz. Michelle frowned. This person was useless. Can you cultivate battle force in the second level of the Sand Ocean? Schutz suddenly asked. Lu Yin nodded. That's where I grasped battle force. Schutz lowered his voice. I can't help you snatch a training ground this time. Lu Yin sighed. Schutz wanted to, but he did not have the ability. You want to go to the second level of the Sand Ocean? Schutz nodded. I'll help you after I comprehend battle force. He then walked out. Lu Yin frowned. The second layer of the Sand Ocean was no small matter. Even Shiyu had needed Lu Yin's help to survive the destructive winds. Schutz definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it with his current strength, but Lu Yin knew that there was no point in saying anything. Schutz had the heart of a powerhouse, just like Zhang Dingtian. If you're looking for people like that, then forget it. Euro is a true expert at the level of an area master, and his innate talent is also very strong. He's not much easier to deal with than Frankfurt. The 2 of us are definitely not a match for him, Michelle said coldly. Don't look down on them. Who knows, they might even have battle force when they come out, Lu Yin said. Michelle glanced to the side, obviously not taking it to heart. Although this girl's words were harsh, they were the truth. Currently, the only people who could help Astral 10 in the face of an area master were the top few, Xia Luo, Silver, Dark Void, and Lulu. Head 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's Fathomless Pool. Once I've gathered enough manpower, we'll start the fight, Lu Yin said to Michelle. Michelle was puzzled. 20 miles north of the Fathomless Pool. Where is that? I don't know. You want me to go if you don't know? Why don't you pick a place that you're familiar with around the Fathomless Pool? Michelle was speechless and directly entered the Trial Zone mountain. I'll wait for you for 5 days at most. If you don't show up in 5 days, then the deal is over. You still have to help me comprehend battle force. Lu Yin was helpless. She was really hard to please. After Michelle entered the trial zone, Lu Yin circled around the trial zone mountain and found Xia Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Dark Void. This was good as well since he didn't have to go out and look for them. Thinking about it, Lu Yin sat at the entrance of the trial zone mountain and waited for them to wake up. Half a day later, someone woke up, but it wasn't those people. Instead, it was Coco and Zora. The two were disciples of Windrift Hall, and there were experts from Windrift Hall in the trial zone. Although they weren't area masters, they had no problem protecting them. Windrift Hall had a good reputation in the Innerverse, and with Coco's kindness and cuteness, they had never been bullied in the Innerverse. Coco was very happy to see Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, it's been so long. Where have you been?" Lu Yin smiled. "Out on a mission." "Congratulations on your 100 victories in the ported battles, Coco." Coco stuck out her tongue. "That's a terrible record. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. 100 victories is an improvement." "Coco, which Tao are you in?" Lu Yin asked. "We were in the Tao of Heaven. Next, we'll go to the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Purgatory." Lu Yin was envious. It was different to have a backer. If not for Sharon, he would have been hunted down no matter where he went. "Coco, let's go. Mentor is waiting for us," Zora said, nodding at Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched the two leave. He didn't plan on summoning them. Although healing was important, it wasn't important in the trial zones. As long as they didn't die, they would recover quickly. With their current strength, they might even be weaker than Schutz when it came to fighting against an area master. Not long after, Dark Void woke up and glanced at Lu Yin before coldly walking out of the trial zone mountain. Lu Yin asked, "Dark Void, are you interested in snatching a training ground from me?" "Not interested," Dark Void replied. He rarely spoke. "I can help you comprehend battle force, and I can also let you cultivate in Whitebone's Hollow," Lu Yin tempted. However, Dark Void remained unmoved. He stepped out of the trial zone mountain and disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Yin felt helpless. If it had been Hui Day Night, he would have just beaten him up, but he didn't know where to start with Dark Void. This person was like a rock, and no one knew what he was thinking. As the academy's leader, he could supervise and judge the students within a reasonable range, but that was only if it was reasonable. Lu Yin didn't think that forcing others to accompany him on a mission was reasonable. His failure to summon Dark Void didn't affect Lu Yin's state of mind. He didn't have much hope for Dark Void in the first place, and his focus was on the others. He had to succeed. Another day passed, and it was Silver's turn. This smiling, fox-like person was hard to see through. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Lulu asked straightforwardly. Lu Yin replied, "I want to snatch the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool. Help me." Lulu was shocked, but then she grew excited. "You want to snatch a training ground? That's great, I've wanted to snatch one for a long time. The fathomless pool. That's fine, I heard that it's a good place to cultivate battle force." Michelle, Silver, Lulu, and Lu Yin made for a total of 4 people. They were still missing Xiao Luo. Lu Yin had never underestimated any area master, and he was confident that he wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle. However, it was almost impossible for him to win. He would have to work together to snatch a training ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 183. At the same time, on the sand ocean, Big Pow and Little Pow were facing the Sandmaster with serious expressions. Have you really decided? This is no joke. With your strength, it will be very difficult to win. It's almost impossible, the Sandmaster said in a low voice. Little Pow was resolute. Mentor, we've decided. We're orphans who were adopted by Astral 10, and Astral 10 is our home. How can we let juniors who haven't even been in school for a year bear the responsibility? Big Pow added, Old Kai has already given Luin a mission. As long as he completes it, we'll make a move. Even if we can't win, we have to find out the bottom line of their strength. The Sandmaster nodded. There are too many geniuses in the universe, and all of them like to disguise themselves, making it difficult for others to see their limits. It's good that the two of you are probing. This group of youths is not bad, and it might even be possible for you to bring Astral 10 back to the Innerverse in the future. The Sandmaster then looked at the two seriously. But if you do that, you'll be completely exposed. The Astral Combat Tournament will definitely become a research target for the other academies. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other and smiled. It doesn't matter. We've thought it through. In the Innerverse, there was a sealed area in a tributary of the Astral River. This was where Astral 6 was located. In Astral 6, Frankfurt looked at Lu Ji with admiration. This is the first time I've seen a lock-breaking process up close. As expected of a genius lockbreaker. Lu Ji frowned. It's a pity that the sourcebox's contents have been destroyed by time, so I didn't get anything. It doesn't matter. It's good that I was able to unlock it. Frankfurt smiled. Lu Ji looked at Frankfurt. Senior, what do you think of Astral 10? Frankfurt was puzzled. Astral 10. The academy that was expelled. What's wrong? I just want to know more, Lu Ji replied. She had not forgotten the shock that Astral 10 had given her. Xia Luo, Dark Void, Silver, and Lu Yin had all been extraordinary. Frankfurt thought about it and laughed. I don't know much about it, but I've heard that the students there have some background. The Day-Night Clan, the Mavis Clan, Windrift Hall, and so on. Oh, right, there's also the Lockbreaker Society behind them. Who? Lu Ji was puzzled. The first people she thought of were Xia Luo and Lu Yin, both of whom were lockbreakers. I think he's called Lu Yin, Frankfurt said as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He was no stranger to this name. Back then, he had wanted to befriend Jared and kill Lu Yin with a single shot. Afterward, the people from the Blaze Realm had spread the news, and Frankfurt had been pushed to the opposite side of Lu Yin. However, it did not matter since Lu Yin was just an Outerverse student. Lu Ji was not surprised, as Lu Yin was a member of the Lockbreaker Society, so it was normal for him to have such a background. She did not know that Lu Yin had never revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, and neither did Frankfurt know that the Outerverse student who had been pushed into opposing him was actually a lockbreaker with contributions. It was already 2 days later when Xia Luo woke up from the Trial Zone mountain. There were still 2 days left before the 5-day deadline that Michelle had agreed upon. Xia Luo was surprised to see him. You're back. Lu Yin replied, Brother Xia, I want to snatch a training ground. Please help me out. Xia Luo muttered, who else? Michelle, Silver, Lulu, come with me, Lu Yin said. Xia Luo nodded. Alright, when? Right now, let's gather 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool, Lu Yin said. Xia Luo opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Yin immediately cut him off. I don't know where that is either. I just said it randomly. Xia Luo smiled warmly and entered the trial zone once more. Where there were people, there would be news, and where there was news, there would be reporters. Wu De was a reporter, and he had aspired to become the greatest reporter under the heavens ever since he was young. To achieve this goal, he had worked hard for a long time and finally managed to enter the Astral Combat Academy with his innate gift. Everything had been perfect, but after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Wu De realized that he had been overthinking things. He wanted to report on the news, but what was the biggest news in the Astral Combat Academy? Of course, it was not entertainment gossip or unpopular weekly magazines. It was a battle between powerhouses, but could such a battle be reported? The answer was no, as no one wanted others to know everything about them, and no one wanted their battle techniques to be known by everyone, especially as the Astral Combat Tournament was approaching. This was why Wu De had tragically discovered that everything was just a fantasy. He had once reported on a battle between two powerhouses, and he had even described the details of the battle in great detail. After that, he had been hunted down for an entire month. However, Wu De did not give up. He had even established the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper in order to fulfill his dream. Although he was the only one reporting on it, he would not give up. Since he could not report in the real world, Wu De decided to set his sights on the trial zones. This place was also filled with battles, and it did not matter if he was hunted down. At worst, he would die once. The only downside was that he could not record any videos, and no external objects could enter this place. But that was fine, as Wu De was very confident in his own judgment. He could use a short description of a unique battle without any problems. On this day, Wu De arrived at the Tao of Purgatory and recalled the recent news that had been published in the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper. In particular, the news about Blackwater Lake had attracted a lot of attention. Yu Xianzi's inheritance had shocked countless people, and his newspaper's sales had skyrocketed. Although he was being hunted down by the Frostmoon sect, it did not matter. It was just a small matter, and he could handle it. Most importantly, he had received sponsorship from an internet company called Starlink. To Wu De, sponsorship was a small matter. What he cared about the most was being recognized. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a great reporter. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wu De stood in place and looked at the darkness before him. He muttered to himself for a while before running off in a certain direction. His gossipy soul had a premonition that there would be news in that direction. The fathomless pool was an unremarkable pool of water that was similarly black. If not for the fact that it was so far away from Blackwater Lake, some people would have even guessed that it was connected to Blackwater Lake. 20 kilometers north of the fathomless pool, Michelle and the other two sat calmly on a large black tree. In the distance, there was a group of wandering war spirits. The gathering place that Lu Yin had casually mentioned was actually a gathering place for war spirits. When Lu Yin appeared and saw the group of war spirits, he was a little stunned. "You sure know how to pick a place," Michelle commented coldly. Lu Yin felt awkward. "Lower your voice. Don't be discovered. This is a group of war spirits." Michelle snorted but did not say anything. A few hours later, Xiao Luo arrived and looked at the group of war spirits in astonishment. "This is a good place for a spirit hunter. No spirit hunter would dare to attack this place," Lulu said. Xiao Luo shook his head. "You don't understand the desire of a true spirit hunter for war spirits. These war spirits should have only gathered here recently, or else they would have been targeted by a spirit hunter long ago. Why do spirit hunters hunt war spirits?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "I don't know, but apparently it has something to do with an ancient inheritance," Xiao Luo answered. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the fathomless pool," Michelle said before heading towards the pool. The five of them quickly arrived at the fathomless pool. The fathomless pool was located in a valley, and it had been a coincidence that they had first discovered it. At this moment, there was only one person there, Euro, one of the only 3 area masters of Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory's training grounds were Spear Mountain, Blackwater Lake, the Fathomless Pool, Whitebones Gorge, and the Sky Platform. 4 of them were occupied by Astral 6, and only Blackwater Lake had been taken by the Frostmoon sect. Every academy had about the same number of area masters because these training grounds were very rare. Lu Yin had also considered this factor when he had decided to take the Fathomless Pool. If he tried to take any of the training grounds, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses of the academy that had occupied it, or even the Realm Master himself. Only the Tao of Purgatory would not be affected because Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, and so was Realm Master Tao Bo, attack. Lu Yin barked before charging towards the Fathomless Pool without any warning. This was a trial zone where the strong were respected, and there was no reason to speak of. A few meters away from the Fathomless Pool, a bare-chested man with disheveled hair suddenly looked in Lu Yin's direction. When he saw Lu Yin charging towards him, his eyes turned cold. "You don't know what's good for you." He then extended his right palm, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. The stream of energy then transformed into visible veins that covered his entire body. Lu Yin raised his palm and unleashed the Sky Beast Claw. There was a bestial roar as the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw slammed towards Euro. With a bang, the Sky Beast Claw was easily torn apart. Euro then grabbed at Lu Yin, the star energy in his palm taking the form of a flame. The scorching heat instantly swept through the ground and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin retreated as a silvery white radiance flitted past him. The butterfly blade flickered as the star energy in Euro's palm pressed down in an attempt to incinerate the butterfly. However, he was unable to do so. Surprise flashed through his eyes as he changed the direction of his palm and slammed it towards the ground. At the same time, his battle force surged and forced Silver to retreat. Lulu shouted from above and smashed down with a fist. Euro's eyes narrowed as he dodged once again. The ground was smashed apart by the fist, and the entire valley cracked apart, giving Euro a fright. "Don't run!" Lulu shouted as she lashed out with her leg. Her leg was slender yet powerful, and it looked like it could be broken easily. However, Euro did not dare to underestimate her after witnessing her previous punch. He raised his leg to meet hers, and both of them simultaneously released their battle force. Euro and Lulu retreated at the same time. Euro was shocked. Where had these freaks come from? They were all close to being an area master. Could it be that the other academies were trying to steal the Tao of Purgatory? The mentors of Astral 10 had carefully taught them for nearly 4 months, and their strength had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as they had been during the new cadet competition. Even Lu Yin was surprised by this. Furthermore, they were all geniuses who could challenge those above their realms. It could be said that the speed at which these people were learning in Astral 10 was equivalent to several years of progress for students from other academies. After all, the other academies did not have any mentors to specially teach them. They had been extremely lucky to be able to enter Astral 10. "Who are you people?" Euro asked sternly. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. A red lotus arrow had shot into the ground, causing his pupils to shrink as he turned to look into the distance. Was that the Red Lotus Witch Bao, Senior Mira? No, if it was Senior Mira, then he would be finished. That woman was Senior Myra's younger sister, Michelle. This meant that these people were from Astral 10. This arrow was not only aimed at Euro, but it also enveloped Silver. Silver did not retreat, and he even took Euro's attack head-on. He grabbed onto Euro with a smile on his face. "Let's die together." Yuro's pupils shrank. This madman. The Yuan Chi phantom behind him turned around and shot out a red beam from its third eye to melt the red lotus arrow. It then raised a leg and kicked Silver away. At the same time, Lu Yin's palm slammed into Yuro's abdomen. Yuro's battle force was blocked by Yuro's own, but the shock waves from the explosion of the 9 stars still heavily injured Yuro. Yuro's body was sent flying once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the ground. Xiao Luo and Lulu appeared at the same time and attacked with all their strength. Blood flowed from Yuro's teeth, and he growled as the Yuan Chi phantom behind him exploded. The extreme heat distorted the void and caused it to crack open, forcing Xiao Luo and Lulu to retreat. Yuro himself absorbed the extreme heat, and his body began to burn with flames. His hands floated in the air as he created a fireball that evaporated the ground. Wu De had just arrived, and he was shocked by the scene before him. He recognized this person as the area master of the bottomless pool, Yuro. He was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 6, but he had been beaten so badly. "You don't have the right to kill me." Yuro roared as he raised the fireball with both hands and smashed it towards Xiao Luo and Lulu. The fireball burned with an extremely high temperature that was condensed from Yuro's innate gift. It burned through the void, causing cracks to appear in space as it evaporated into a gaseous state. This was Yuro's full-strength attack, but what was even more terrifying was that there was even a trace of battle force wrapped around the fireball, causing it to be compressed even further. This attack could only be blocked by an area master. Wu De was shocked. This was an area master's full-strength attack. Xiao Luo's gaze turned serious, and he leapt up to face the fireball with a single palm. His arm moved in a random pattern as he immediately slowed down the fireball. At the same time, he disintegrated the battle force that was wrapped around the fireball. He was also forced back 100 meters by the fireball, but this distance caused the fireball to shrink slightly. Yuro was shocked. Even a lockbreaker would not be able to disintegrate his attack so easily. This person was definitely not ordinary. Was he really someone from Astral 10? A green figure flashed before his eyes as Lulu appeared right in front of Yuro. She lifted her leg and stomped down. Yuro had used his full strength, so not only had his battle force been severely depleted, but his reaction speed had also slowed down. He was unable to dodge and could only raise his arms to block the attack. With a bang, the ground shattered once again. Yuro's entire body was smashed into the ground, and the valley around him crumbled. Wu De was almost buried, but he still watched this scene excitedly. Michelle immediately left as well. Xiao Luo and the other 2 looked at each other and then walked towards the fathomless pool. That place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. In the distance, Wu De was very excited and kept muttering. He was reciting the words that he was about to publish and memorizing them without missing a single word. The news of the battle at the fathomless pool would definitely cause a sensation. After all, these people were all from Astral 10, and it was time to investigate their backgrounds. In Astral 10's treasury, Old Kai raised his brows. "You seized the fathomless pool?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, I did." Old Kai grunted. "All right, you've completed the mission." He then stared at Lu Yin. "Kid, do you know why I gave you this mission?" Lu Yin shook his head. The Astral Combat Tournament is not just about fighting. Aside from determining the strongest of the 10 academies, it also determines the rankings of the 10 academies, Old Kai explained slowly. When he saw that Lu Yin did not understand, he continued, "The Astral Combat Academy is still an academy, not a purely combat organization. The most important thing for an academy is education, not just for one person, but for a whole group. Only when there are enough powerhouses can an academy's education be successful. Are you saying that the astral combat tournament requires all of us to work together? Lu Yin was astonished. Old Kai nodded. Of course. Even if you're recognized as the strongest of the 10 academies, you won't even be able to enter the finals without the help of the other students. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 185. The first round is called the 3 Academies Challenge. 3 academies will be randomly selected, and each academy will send one person to guard an area. All the other academies will be allowed to charge forward, and they are not allowed to use any battle techniques or innate gifts. As long as they can charge past the area that they are guarding, they will be able to proceed to the next round. If more than half of the total number of participants manage to charge past the area that they are guarding, then the 3 academies will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the competition, Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old Kai paused for a moment before continuing. The second round is called the knocking on the dragon's door. It can also be called the beating of the war drums. The war drums signify the start of the astral combat tournament, and each academy will send one person to guard the drums. Once all the participants from their respective academies arrive, they must sound the drums. Those who fail to sound the drums will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. The third round is called the paying respects to the ancestors. Similarly, each academy must send one student to guard the third round. Once the participants from their respective academies who passed the first 2 rounds arrive, they must light incense to pay respects to the ancestors of the 10 academies. Those who fail to light the incense will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. As for the fourth round, it's the drawing of lots to determine the true strongest of the 10 academies. Lu Yin answered seriously, the war drums and incense to the ancestors aren't simple, right? Old Kai laughed strangely. Of course. The war drums are made from the skin of astral beasts, so it's not easy to sound them. One must at least comprehend battle force to be able to sound them. Lu Yin raised his brows. What about the incense? Same. Those who haven't reached a certain level can't even touch it, Old Kai said. Lu Yin grew serious. 1 seed, 1 knocking on the dragon's door, and 1 paying respects to the ancestors. This means that each academy has eliminated at least the top 3, and 3 academies have eliminated the top 4. You can interpret it that way. That's why we're giving you the mission of snatching training grounds. Otherwise, how can you compete in the astral combat tournament when you don't even know who can do what? Old Kai rolled his eyes. Lu Yin silently calculated that Astral 10's current lineup was enough. Old Kai, what should I do now? Keep a low profile and bide your time. Don't let others see through you before the astral combat tournament. Right, maintain your battle force at all times, but don't let others detect it, Old Kai said. Lu Yin nodded. Battle force circled around his body, but he suppressed it to the surface of his body so that it could not penetrate his clothes. This way, no one would be able to detect it. However, maintaining this form for a long time was too tiring. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Michelle was waiting for him not far away. Should I help you comprehend battle force now? Lu Yin asked. Michelle pondered for a moment. Wait for me for a month. I'll see you in a month at the Sand Ocean. Sounds good, Lu Yin agreed. He could go out and earn some crystals in a month. He hadn't rolled the die in a long time, and he didn't have any money. Now, he needed at least 100,000 crystals to roll the die. Otherwise, if he rolled possession, it would be a huge loss. Possession was a point that could transform him, and he couldn't waste it. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire Astral Combat Academy. The Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool had been robbed, and the culprit was Astral 10. This news came from the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper, and the title was, Astral 10's Glory Reappears, Snatching the Fathomless Pool. This article vividly described the battle between Euro and the students from Astral 10. The editor, Wu De, used his experienced writing to describe the battle so vividly that it made the audience feel as if they had been there. More importantly, the introduction of the students from Astral 10 shocked many of the Astral Combat Academy students. Xiao Luo, a new student from Astral 10, a new lockbreaker, and a rising star. He easily dispelled an attack from Area Master Euro and set the stage for Euro's defeat. The author believes that without Xiao Luo, there would have been no victory in this battle. He was the one who dealt a decisive blow to Euro and received Euro's strongest attack. His strength is comparable to an Area Master's, but more importantly, he is only a melder, a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Silver, a new student from Astral 10, a killer with a smile and a butterfly blade. His butterfly blade is strange and never-changing, and he has injured Euro multiple times, making it impossible for him to dodge. In the end, he even decapitated Euro. His smile instills fear of death in others, and his blade can slice through the void. The author even believes that he possesses the power of a domain. He was the one who restricted Euro's attacks and prevented him from casually attacking. This person is also a melder and yet another monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Lulu, the Mavis. She has inherited the Mavis family's terrifying innate gift, and each of her attacks can split the heavens and the earth. She looks beautiful and delicate, but she possesses the strength of a war god. Euro was unable to withstand her heavy attacks, and she sent him crashing into the ground multiple times. She even pierced through a mountain wall. Euro was helpless against her existence, but what was even more shocking was that she possessed battle force, which made her incomparably powerful. This person is still a melder and is also a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Red Lotus, the Red Lotus Witch. She is the younger sister of the Red Lotus Witchbow, and an exception was made for her to join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder. She has a charming appearance, but she has a cold heart. Her red lotus arrows can pierce through the void, and every step that Euro took was precisely calculated by her. In the end, she dealt a decisive blow to Euro. She is the goddess of this author's heart. She has a perfect appearance, and it is worth mentioning that she is also a melder. Too many geniuses have been buried in Astral 10. What a pity. Lu Yin, the rumored leader of Astral 10. He defeated Phoenix, a powerhouse on the Blaze Realm's smelting list, and was the one who teased Shiyu. His strength is not bad, but he did not display any decisive power in his battle with Euro. This author believes that he might be a smokescreen from Astral 10. Fog Bullet. In order to hide the existence of the others, if we use his performance in his battle with Euro as a benchmark, then this person might not even be able to enter Astral 10's top 5. Of course, his strength is not too bad either, and he can compete with the average student from the other academies. However, compared to his previous battle results, his current performance is too lacking. This author believes that the credibility of his previous battle results needs to be reconfirmed. This was Wu Da's introduction of the battle at the Fathomless Pool. This introduction had thoroughly boosted Astral 10's popularity, and Xiao Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Michelle were all exposed to the eyes of everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Of course, Wu De had also learned his lesson and did not go into detail about their battle characteristics. However, his description of the battle was exceptionally brilliant, and many students treated it like a novel. Unfortunately, when Wu De appeared, the battle was already about to end. Thus, the first half of the battle had been fabricated by him, and he did not see Lu Yin and Euro fight. His introduction of Xiao Luo and the others was also exaggerated, but that was not important. What was important was that the news had become popular. Regardless of whether it was entertainment gossip or battle news, there would always be a difference in quality. For example, Xiao Luo and the other three had been highly praised by Wu De, but he had only dropped Lu Yin in order to gain some attention. In Wu Da's eyes, Lu Yin was indeed not worth reporting. His sky beast claw was not that strong, and Wu De did not even have the desire to investigate Lu Yin. He believed that his guess was correct, and that Lu Yin had been released by Astral 10 to mislead the other academies. Otherwise, how could a mere Astral 10 have such a terrifying powerhouse that could suppress Xiao Luo and the others? In Astral 2, Lu Tang read the news with interest. Not bad, Astral 10 was able to defeat Euro. Although they teamed up, they were all melders, so they have some strength. However, is this Lu Yin the genius lockbreaker that she was talking about? Why didn't she mention his identity as a lockbreaker? In Astral 6, Sharon laughed heartily. He could not do anything to Lu Yin, but when he saw the news belittling Lu Yin, he felt very happy. Very good, this news has a bright future. Lu Ji stared at the news with a frown. She recognized Xiao Luo and Silver among the names mentioned, so the reviews were quite pertinent. However, the introduction of Lu Yin was a little biased. She had not expected this guy to be Astral 10's leader, but why had they not reported that he had become a lockbreaker? Furthermore, he was a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. This Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor was irresponsible. As for Lu Yin's strength, Lu Ji could not really evaluate it. Perhaps Astral 10 really had released him to mislead the other academies. In her mind, the most terrifying people were the smiling Silver and the black-haired man. In Astral 8, Craner slammed the news shut. That bastard Wu De, don't let me see this. He actually dared to say that Lu Yin's battle results were not credible. Craner had been completely crushed by Lu Yin. That person's strength was definitely not simple. In Astral 10, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the other students also saw the news and were pleasantly surprised that Astral 10 had become famous once again. Michelle frowned, as she had not expected that someone else had seen that battle. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had been severely underestimated. If he had not exhausted Euro's battle force, that battle would not have been so easy. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been the one who had caused Euro's first injury, and he had not been injured until the end. She had even guessed that he could fight against an area master, but he had been demoted to such a low level. Did that person not see the first half of the battle? At this moment, Euro was in a very bad mood. The news had described him as a villain, and he had sworn to hunt down that bastard called Wu De. He scanned the news again and finally stopped at the report on Lu Yin. Others might not know, but he was well aware of the trouble this person had caused him. His battle force had not been able to harm this person, and this person also had battle force. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and the palm strike that had severely injured him had left a deep impression on Euro. How could Lu Yin be so weak? This Wu De must be blind. Euro closed the news and decided to take revenge. He wanted to snatch back the fathomless pool. As he thought about it, he endured the pain in his head and entered the trial zone. While the students of the Astral Combat Academy were discussing the news, Lu Yin had already left Astral 10 and appeared in outer space. He had also seen the news and smiled. He had originally wanted to spend some time in peace, but he had not expected Wu De to help him. Now, even if Lu Yin announced that he had become the student leader through his own strength, no one would believe him. However, the evaluation of Xiao Luo and the others was still quite accurate. Wu De himself had thought that it was exaggerated, but Lu Yin felt that it was not enough. He had always felt that Xiao Luo and Silver had been hiding something. At the very least, Luyin had not seen the battle techniques that they were proficient in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 186. In the Tao of Purgatory, Euro appeared outside the fathomless pool. He had arrived secretly. Because of the newspaper, this place had attracted the attention of many students. If he was discovered, he would definitely attract attention, but he did not want to be noticed before he could take back the fathomless pool. Xiao Luo and Silver were not far from the fathomless pool, but Lulu had already dived in. Euro's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the two of them. These two were not easy to deal with. Although Wu De had exaggerated his battle with the five of them, it had not been exaggerated by much. These two were indeed very strong. Euro left the Tao of Purgatory and went to find Frankfurt. "You want my help?" Frankfurt was surprised. Euro's face darkened. "If those people from Astral 10 join forces, I won't be able to handle them alone." Frankfurt could not help but laugh. "That's not easy. Could it be that the report is true? Did those melders beat you up so badly that you lost your temper?" Euro's eyes darkened. "I'll tell you the truth. They aren't my match in a one-on-one fight, but if they join forces, even you will die without a doubt." Frankfurt was disdainful. Out of all the area masters in Astral 6, Euro was at the bottom, followed by Sharon, who was second only to Realm Master Dao Bo. "If I ask for your help, I'll naturally pay the price. Just tell me if you're going to help or not," Euro said impatiently. Frankfurt sighed. "Sorry, I don't want to cause internal strife in Astral 6. "What do you mean?" Euro was furious. Frankfurt looked at Euro. "Don't tell me you haven't heard that one of the 5 people who attacked you is called Luyin. His backer is Sharon. If I make a move, Sharon won't just stand by and watch." Euro was shocked. He had not heard of this since he had been cultivating in the fathomless pool all this time. Why would Sharon help him? "I don't know about that. Or, you can ask Jared. Aren't you on good terms with the Blaze Realm?" "Even your battle techniques are from the Blaze Realm," Frankfurt said. Euro had left, and Frankfurt had made it clear that he would not help. There was no need for Euro to ask for help anymore. Did he really have to go to the Blaze Realm? Although he had a good relationship with the Blaze Realm, they were on equal footing. If he asked Jared for help because of this matter, then it would be troublesome in the future. After thinking about it for a long time, Euro finally decided to ask Jared for help. The fathomless pool was very important to him, and the Astral Combat Tournament was just around the corner. He hoped to obtain a good ranking and become famous throughout the universe. Before long, Jared appeared near the sky platform in the Tao of Purgatory. This was where he had left the Tao of Purgatory. Gazing at the sky platform in the distance, Jared had a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had wanted to compete for the sky platform as well, but he had been powerless against Dao Bo. The person who occupied the sky platform was the Realm Lord. Jared didn't want to be a domain lord. His goal was to become a Realm Lord. However, whether it was Dao Bo of the Tao of Purgatory or Feng Shang of the Tao of Illusion, they were both terrifying beyond imagination. He could only watch them from afar. "Sooner or later, I'll become a Realm Master," Jared muttered to himself before looking into the distance and walking away. He was going to the fathomless pool to accept Euro's invitation and help him teach those people from Astral 10 a lesson. Because of Luyin, the Blaze Realm had banned all of Astral 10 students. However, he had not expected that each one of them would have such a powerful background. Now, he had no choice but to take action personally. The Blaze Realm was not afraid of trouble. Suddenly, Jared stopped and stared in front of him. A man was leaning against a black tree trunk with a smile on his face. Jared narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists before lowering them again. Dao Bo, Realm Master. The person in front of Jared was Astral Success' strongest student, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory, Dao Bo. He was also recognized by the Lockbreaker Society as a genius, a lockbreaker who far surpassed Sharon. He was also a monster who had once defeated Mira, who had yet to break through to the Explorer realm. Dao Bo's hair was silver gray and his appearance was ordinary. At first glance, he didn't attract much attention, but this person had beaten all of Astral Success students into submission. No one dared to resist, and Jared couldn't help but feel fear. This person was a true monster. He could have broken through to become an explorer and left the Astral Combat Academy, but he had chosen not to. Most of the Astral Combat Academy's realm masters were like this. Only this kind of person could make Jared despair, and he would never step into the Tao of Purgatory unless he had no other choice. Jared, long time no see. Dao Bo leaned against the tree trunk, smiling as he stared at Jared. He seemed harmless, but in Jared's eyes, this person was a monster who could kill him at any time. Realm Master Dao Bo, long time no see. Jared's voice was hoarse. Dao Bo's smile remained. Why have you come to the Tao of Purgatory? I've been invited by a friend to help. Dao Bo looked up. Euro. Yes. Jared didn't deny it. Go back. There's no place for you here, Dao Bo said domineeringly. Jared's eyes narrowed. The Astral Combat Academy's rules state that anyone has the right to set foot in other trial zones, and they aren't under the Realm Master's jurisdiction. Realm Master Dao Bo, I have the right to enter the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo looked at Jared. Of course, rules are rules. Of course you can enter, but I can also kill you on the spot. When he heard this, Jared's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists as he stared straight at Dao Bo. Dao Bo didn't seem to care at all, as if killing an area master was an easy matter for him. After a while, Jared deflated. I understand. As long as Realm Master Dao Bo is in the Tao of Purgatory, I, Jared, will never come back. He then left the Tao of Purgatory. Dao Bo's smile faded, and his gaze turned cold. How can someone from my society be bullied by someone like you? You piece of trash. Just as Jared left the Tao of Purgatory, a shocking event occurred in the Astral Combat Academy. The impact of this event far surpassed that of the Fathomless Pool. Astral Ten's Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. Realm Masters were a group of people who looked down on everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Even a genius from the Blaze realm like Jared could only retreat in front of a Realm Master. Any Realm Master was someone who had emerged from the ranks of geniuses of the same generation and was looked up to by countless people. Any Realm Master who broke through to the Explorer realm and left the Astral Combat Academy could directly join the 10 Arbiters Council, and they could even make their own decisions to a certain extent. This was the power of a Realm Master, an existence who could speak with the 10 Arbiters. The Tao of Heaven had the ocean of death, and anything that fell into it would sink. No one could walk on it, and even birds would find it difficult to cross. Only extremely powerful beings could cross it. It was rumored that on the other side of the ocean of death, there was an island where the skeletons of countless powerful beings were buried. There was also an ancient inheritance there, but rumors were just rumors. No one could verify them, as no one had ever set foot on that island. Even the 10 Arbiters had avoided talking about it after crossing the ocean of death. The Ocean of Death was the Tao of Heaven's largest training ground, and it was also where the Realm Master resided. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered on the shore of the Ocean of Death, all of whom were students who had entered the Tao of Heaven. All of them looked at the shore in shock, as if they were dreaming. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed. Boom! The shore trembled once more as Big Pow leapt up. His eyes were cold, and he looked completely different from his usual self. He had an ancient spear on his shoulder, and he growled at the shore. The spear shot out countless bullets that emitted hot steam towards the shore, tearing the void apart as the rain of bullets shattered the ground. The shore caved in, and the ocean of death's seawater flooded over. Little Pow also leapt up and raised his palm. Black lines that resembled flames appeared on his palm and spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm that pressed down on the shore. It slammed into the shore and left a giant black palm imprint on the shore. This was Little Pow's battle technique, the Black Inferno Palm. The shore of the ocean of death was silent as more and more students appeared and stared at the scene in shock. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master had been suppressed by 2 of Astral 10's trash. It was rumored that the other academies had refused to accept those 2 because of their poor aptitudes. But what the hell was this? How could poor aptitudes suppress a Realm Master? High up in the sky, Big Pow and Little Pow stared at each other. Was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master really being suppressed? Was it really that easy? Realm Masters were all monsters, and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master was not alone. He came from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, one of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones. His tamed beast was the Azure Dragon, which had yet to appear. A gust of wind blew past, causing the waves of the ocean of death to sweep towards the shore. Everyone stared at the waves as a figure slowly stood up, bent over, and coughed a few times. As the waves receded, the figure straightened up, revealing a rough and powerful face. He grinned at the sky. This person was the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Quang Wang. Quang Wang was the name of the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He would not change it, nor did he want to. I can't figure out how to hide your strength. You 2 clearly have such great strength, so why did you hide it until now? Quang Wang raised his head and stared at Big Pow and Little Pow with excitement in his eyes. Big Pow and Little Pow landed on the shore. It's just our personalities. Then why did you reveal yourself now? Quang Wang was curious. Little Pow shrugged. Our juniors have already caused such a huge commotion. As seniors, how can we not step forward? We have to tell everyone that Astral 10 is not without people. If anyone dares to stretch out their claws, we'll chop off their claws. Little Pow's words made one of the spectators' faces turn ugly. He was from the Blaze Realm, and the Blaze Realm was Astral 10's greatest enemy. Ha 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 ha. Quang Wang laughed. Well said. I like it. Just because of what you've said, I'll show you the difference between a Realm Master and a normal student like you today. He then raised his arm, and everyone stared at the tattoo on his arm. It was an Azure Dragon. Those from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone would seal their tamed beasts within their bodies, and Quang Wang was currently taming an Azure Dragon. A resonant dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and everyone's hearts trembled. The Azure Dragon's appearance shocked everyone, and even the void seemed to freeze for a moment. On the shore, the tattoo on Quang Wang's arm gradually expanded, transforming into an Azure Dragon that was 100 meters long. Its appearance was similar to a Sylvan dragon, but it did not have a tumor on its tail. Its entire body was silver gray, and it looked much more imposing than a Sylvan dragon. This was an Azure Dragon. Many people retreated as they stared at this scene in fear. Azure Dragons were a type of astral beast, and they were powerful creatures that could not be faced by normal people. In the entire Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, only the freaks from the Divine Great Hall could tame such creatures, and Quang Wang was from the Divine Great Hall. When had the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master managed to cultivate three-lined battle force? Kuang Wang slowly floated into the air, and the purple stripes on his black battle force dazzled everyone's eyes and sent a chill down their spines. This was a Realm Master, a terrifying powerhouse that far surpassed an Area Master. He was a member of the Council of Astral Academy and a freakish genius who had the qualifications to meet with the 10 Arbiters. They did not know how powerful the other Realm Masters were, but the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master in front of them made them feel despair. He had an invincible azure dragon and his own three-lined battle force. Who could defeat such a combination? Big Pow and Little Pow were already very strong, and they were at the peak of the Area Master level. However, even if they worked together, they still could not defeat a Realm Master. Kuang Wang looked at Big Pow and praised, "You guys are not bad. I don't like to hide my strength, but it's a pity that everyone in Astral 5 is trash. No one was able to force me to use my true strength, but you guys did. Astral 10 is not bad." Big Pow bitterly replied, "I've heard that Realm Masters are all monsters, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Also, is this really your bottom line?" Kuang Wang laughed. "Prove it yourself if you have the ability. You guys are still too weak." He then waved his hand, and the azure dragon roared as its claws pierced through Big Pow's body. At this point, Big Pow and Little Pow were both dead. They could not defeat a Realm Master. However, no one dared to underestimate them. There were very few people in the Astral Combat Academy who could fight a Realm Master to this extent. At Euro's level, even if there were 3 or 4 of them working together, they would not be able to shake Kuang Wang in the slightest, let alone 2. This was something that everyone understood. Astral 10's 2 publicly acknowledged trash were strong enough to compete with the most powerful Area Masters. Astral 10 was not without talent. The dark sky was always beautiful. Meteorites streaked past him as Lu Yin held onto the giant emperor's third eye and looked away from the sky. He had been like this ever since he had left Astral 10. Battle force enveloped his body as he used the giant emperor's third eye to observe the sky. He could cultivate his battle force and also simulate the stars. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and it had even stabilized. The universe that he could see now was completely different from what others could see. He was confident that if he continued to lock break in this state, his chances of success would be very high. This time, he was going to the Dark Mist Weave to complete his lock-breaking mission. Since he had a month of free time, it would be good if he could improve his lock-breaking skills. The person who had surprised Lu Yin the most during his battle with Euro was Xia Luo, as he had actually been able to neutralize Euro's attack. Xia Luo's control over star energy had definitely surpassed Lu Yin's own. It was impossible for Xia Luo to comprehend a domain, but Xia Luo was very close to it. Xia Luo's innate gift was extremely high, as Lu Yin had only been able to control his star energy to the realm of infinite changes after fusing with delay. Right in front of Lu Yin, a medium-sized spacecraft was slowly cruising along. There were hundreds of people on board, most of whom were seekers with weapons in hand. There were only a few sentinels and melders, and there was only one Lemmeter. "Captain, there's a signal from the front. Another spacecraft is approaching, and it's quite fast," a ruffian-looking man reported excitedly from the command deck. The captain was a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze and a machete in his hand. He did not look like a good person, but his eyes lit up when he heard the report. "How fast?" "It's at least 7 to 10 times faster than our spacecraft," the man replied. The captain was delighted. "All right, get ready to rob him immediately. It looks like he's a fat sheep." "Yes, Captain." The hundreds of people in the spacecraft busied themselves with the order. They were pirates that had just been formed and had not even completed 5 missions. Although they were not professional pirates, they were still quite strong, and there was at least one Lemiter among them. Generally speaking, most small-scale interstellar pirates did not have any Lemiters. Only professional, large-scale pirate groups had Lemiters or even space-exploring powerhouses. This pirate group was not bad in the field of non-professional pirates. Of course, it was precisely because they were not professional that they had poor vision. At the very least, they did not recognize the astral 10 insignia outside Lu Yin's personal spacecraft. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area ahead has been sealed. Warning, warning, the area behind has been sealed. Please be prepared, please be prepared. Lu Yin was astonished and looked outside the spacecraft. It's been sealed. Pirates had plenty of ways to seal off the void. Many of their spacecraft had been modified to seal off an entire region of space. Without such methods, they would not be able to rob them. Give up resisting, friend. You should have guessed who we are. Cooperate obediently, and I guarantee that I won't hurt you. Listen up, connect your spacecraft to mine immediately. I said, immediately, don't make me repeat myself. You're right. Lu Yin was stunned. He was stunned. Lu Yin was astonished, he had just been robbed. He turned to look into the distance and saw a medium-sized spacecraft quietly parked in space. It looked rather sinister and had a strange pattern on it. This was a pirate ship. Strange undulations pulsed all around them, and it was these undulations that had sealed off the void. Anyone who tried to barge through would be hit, and they would interfere with the spacecraft systems and cause it to malfunction, forcing it to stop. Friend, are you testing my patience? Bring your spacecraft in immediately. The captain's tone was much more solemn. Lu Yin took a deep breath and controlled his spacecraft to enter the pirate ship. There was a swaying sound as the spacecraft came to a steady stop. The hatch opened, and dozens of star energy guns were aimed at Lu Yin. There were dozens of pirates waiting for him inside, and there were at least 5 melders among them. Get down, someone shouted, glaring fiercely at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and was immediately searched by a fierce-looking man. Lu Yin frowned. Brother, I don't have a habit of being touched by men. Behave yourself. The man barked as he reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, another man was about to enter the spacecraft to search. Lu Yin had no choice but to kick the man in front of him away. At the same time, he turned around and kicked the other man away as well. Dozens of star energy guns were aimed at him again. Don't move, kid. Don't you dare resist. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and saw that the highest power level in this area was 7,000, which meant that he was a Lemeter and not even a peak Lemeter. His lips curled up. Sorry, you've caused trouble. He then released his star energy and stunned the surrounding pirates. He then walked towards the spacecraft's command center. At that moment, the middle-aged pirate captain was staring at a screen in the command center. Beside him, the ruffian man was stunned. Captain, this kid isn't simple. It looks like you'll have to act personally. The captain's face twitched as he noticed a small detail. That kid had looked at his gadget before attacking, and the gadget could detect his power level. The captain hadn't hidden his power level, so Lu Yin must have known about it. If he still dared to attack, it could only mean one thing: this kid was fearless. He wasn't afraid of the captain. How could a melder challenge someone of a higher realm? People like him were known as realm breakers in the universe. They were rare, but they were all geniuses. The captain regretted provoking such a genius. There was a saying in their pirate circles that they shouldn't provoke a young man or a dying old man. He had forgotten about it, but now that he thought about it, he seemed to have offended one of them. Captain, he's here. The ruffian man shouted in surprise, a trace of fear in his eyes. The captain gritted his teeth and walked out of the command center. The grudge had already been formed, and now it was time to see how to resolve it. The captain didn't have to wait long before he saw Lu Yin. Behind him was a group of unconscious pirates. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 188. Lu Yin wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he didn't sense the stench of blood from these pirates. This meant that they had only robbed but not killed, so they didn't deserve the death penalty. "Friend, this is a misunderstanding," the captain said in a low voice. Behind him, the ruffian licked his lips in fear. Lu Yin laughed. "There's no misunderstanding. Friend, this is our fault. It's hard to avoid being blinded when doing things in the dark. I'm willing to prepare some wine and treat you to a drink, and we'll let this matter rest. How about that?" the captain asked as he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This guy was testing him. If he didn't pursue the matter, the captain would definitely think that he was putting on an act. Perhaps the wine he had prepared was actually poison. "I've already said that there's no misunderstanding. This is a robbery. Hand over all your belongings, and I'll spare your lives." With just one sentence, the middle-aged captain and the ruffian were stunned. Robbery? Wasn't that their line? You're also from the underworld?" the captain asked in disbelief as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin sneered. "The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't rob me, then it's my turn to rob you. Now, either hand over your belongings or die. Choose." "Kid, since we're all from the underworld, don't go overboard. We'll see each other often, so it won't be awkward if we meet again," the captain said in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he raised a palm. "Let's see if you have what it takes to embarrass me." There was a bestial roar as the Sky Beast Claw came crashing down. The Sky Beast Claw wasn't considered too strong in the eyes of Euro and the other Astral Combat Academy students, but it was still a battle technique that the Great U Empire had passed down to U Academy. The moment the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw appeared, the ruffian was almost scared to death. Although the captain was a Lemmeter, he had only recently become one, so he didn't know how to defend himself against Lu Yin's Sky Beast Claw. He could only watch helplessly as the attack slammed him into the wall. Lu Yin pulled back his hand with a strange expression. This guy was too weak, he was still a Lemmeter. In reality, after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin's perspective had changed. Before entering the Astral Combat Academy, the Sky Beast Claw had been one of his strongest attacks, and at that time, he already had the ability to challenge those above his level. Furthermore, he had comprehended the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw, which was the best technique in U Academy. How could mere pirates block U Academy's top battle technique? Even if Euro did not care about the Sky Beast Claw, he would still take this attack seriously. This attack was enough to injure a Lemmeter from the Astral Combat Academy, and this pirate was just an ordinary Lemmeter. Even Gerbok could defeat him, let alone a Lemmeter from the Astral Combat Academy. The difference between their levels was too great. Lu Yin finally understood why Wendy Yushan had looked down on the younger generation of the Great U Empire. They were too weak, and even Schutz, who had been in the Astral Combat Academy for a long time, was considered second-rate in Lu Yin's eyes. There was no need to even talk about Gerbok and the others who were still in the Great U Empire. The gap between them would only grow larger. Back then, countless people in the Outerverse had believed that Astral 10 was their capital to rise to prominence, and it was not without reason. For example, if Schutz were to return to the Great U Empire, he would definitely be able to impress Bezer. Schutz had already surpassed the level of the Outerverse, and he had reached a level where he could compete with Innerverse powerhouses of the same level. Of course, not everyone in the Outerverse was like Gerbach and the others. There were always a few freaks like Dark Void. Even if he had not entered the Astral Combat Academy, his innate gift would have allowed him to dominate a region and not be buried. The ruffian was stunned when he saw Lu Yin heavily injure the captain with a single blow. He was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, feeling rather sullen. From the moment he had joined the pirates, he had known that he would not have a good ending, but he had at least been able to enjoy himself for a period of time. But damn it, how long had it been? They had only robbed 5 people, and that was only 5 people. They had already encountered such a tough opponent. Their luck was too bad. Lu Yin walked over to the ruffian and looked down at him. The ruffian looked at Lu Yin in fear. No, boss, big bro, boss, this is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Please let us go. We're just a newly formed pirate crew, and we haven't killed anyone yet. Lu Yin smiled. Hand over all the treasures you've robbed. The ruffian hurriedly complied and took the captain's cosmic ring. He used the captain's blood to open it and poured out a pile of items. Most of them were a mess of medicine, furs, ores, and even crystal cards from banks in other weaves. The star crystals that Lu Yin cared about the most, however, were only 2,000. He frowned. Were pirates this poor? They must have hidden it, he thought as he glanced at the ruffian with an unfriendly expression. The ruffian was smart and immediately said, "Boss, we've only robbed 5 people, and that's all we got." Oh, right. The ruffian seemed to have thought of something and roughly flipped open the captain's collar to take out a crystal card from the Mavis Bank. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw it. He recognized the black card with the words, Yao Gu, engraved on it. It had given him more than 10,000 star crystals, and this card was measured in star crystals instead of universal currency. We got this from a merchant ship. It said that there are 10,000 star crystals inside, and we don't need a genetic code to open it, the ruffian said as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin accepted it with satisfaction and squinted at the man. There's really 10,000. Yes, definitely, the ruffian assured him. Lu Yin nodded and glanced at the pile of useless items on the ground. His eyes twinkled as he stood there. Pirates, robbers, this seemed to be the fastest way to make money. They were pirates after all, and they had no qualms about robbing him. The ruffian stayed behind Lu Yin and glanced at him nervously from time to time. He didn't know what to do if the captain woke up and saw that he had been robbed. Lu Yin felt like the sky was falling just thinking about the ruffian, but he didn't care. He had to coax this plague away first. Hey, what's your name? Lu Yin turned to the ruffian, what's your name? The ruffian smiled, I'm Little 7, boss. Lu Yin frowned, no, that's not a good name. From now on, you're Little 8. The ruffian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked coldly, what? You don't want to? No, I'm Little 8. Thank you for the name, boss. From now on, I'm Little 8, the ruffian hurriedly admitted, suddenly having a bad premonition. Lu Yin nodded, I'm 7. From now on, I'm requisitioning this ship. The ruffian was stunned, requisitioning. Lu Yin smiled, piracy is a good profession with great prospects. I like it. You, take me to see the other pirates. The ruffian's mouth fell open as he looked at Lu Yin's smiling face. He then looked at the ground and suddenly realized that this guy wasn't satisfied with robbing them, and now he wanted to rob others as well. No, definitely not. Pirates had their own principles, and they couldn't betray their fellow pirates. Although they wished for their fellow pirates to all die, if they did that, they would no longer be able to mingle in the pirate circle. They might even be hunted down by the Pirate King. Boss, please don't joke around. Pirates are a bunch of boorish bastards. They have no manners, no morals, and love to fart. They can't even be considered human. You should stop looking at them, the ruffian begged. Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at the ruffian. I'll say it again. Take me to see the other pirates. I don't want to repeat myself. Or, I can get someone else to take me. There are hundreds of people on this ship, so there should be a few who are willing. The ruffian's face turned bitter, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He had two choices in front of him: either he wanted to live, betray his fellow pirates, and leave the pirate circle forever. He might even be hunted down by the entire pirate circle, or he wanted to die and become a glorious pirate who had died in the line of duty. Of course, just as he had said, pirates weren't even considered human. He didn't want to die as a pirate, and who would want to die if they could live? Thus, he gave in. The middle-aged captain was locked up, and from now on, the ruffian little Hachi was the person in charge of this pirate ship. It could be said that he had fulfilled his addiction of being a captain, and even used his official position for personal gain to lock up a group of pirates that he disliked in the past. Lu Yin wasn't interested in any of this. He stared at his gadget in disbelief. Big Pow and Little Pow had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. That was too exaggerated. Astral 10 was now famous throughout the entire Astral Combat Academy. First, 5 melders had defeated Area Master Euro and taken over a training ground. Then, 2 students had teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master and even forced him to reveal his 3-line battle force, shocking the entire academy. Once upon a time, Astral 10 had been known as an exiled academy that no one cared about, and it had even been on the verge of collapse. However, as the Outerverse new students had entered, their reputation had grown. They had completed the highest Sentinel mission, defeated students from various academies, given birth to a lockbreaker, defeated an area master, challenged a realm master, and so on. This series of events had caused the various academies to no longer dare to underestimate Astral 10. This incident in particular had pushed Big Pow and Little Pow's reputation to the peak. The Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, Guang Wang, had said that the two of them had the strength of a top-tier area master. This evaluation had been published by Wu Gaoli in the Academy's newspaper, causing the sales volume of this issue to soar once again. On the other hand, the Blaze Realm was embarrassed. Someone had spread the news that Jared had entered the Tao of Purgatory to fight on Euro's behalf, but he had been forced to withdraw in a sorry state. This had caused the Blaze Realm's reputation to plummet. At an important juncture in the Astral Combat Tournament, Astral 10 seemed to be catching up. Lu Yin looked up with excitement. As expected, those two seniors were not simple. They were both area masters, and they had even been able to force a realm master to reveal his true power. How powerful! However, the two of them had still been defeated, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. Were realm masters really that invincible? The 5 of them had been able to defeat Euro if they worked together, and they might even be able to defeat any area master. However, against a realm master, even with Big Pow and Little Pow's help, it was still impossible. It was indeed true that every realm master was a freak. The Astral Combat Tournament was getting closer and closer. Although the exact date had not been set yet, it should be within half a year. Realm Masters were also students, and they were also opponents. In reality, there were many other powerhouses besides Realm Masters in the 10 great academies. Due to the special nature of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and the addition of terrifying geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, there were definitely more than 9 Realm Masters. In other words, if one wanted to reach the top 10 in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, they would need to possess the power of a Realm Master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 189. Reaching the power level of a realm master was incredibly difficult, and Lu Yin was confident that he could reach that level within half a year or even surpass it. However, reaching the realm master level was just too difficult. Was he destined not to participate in this year's astral combat tournament? The astral combat tournament was held once every 20 years, and the younger generation could only participate once. However, with Lu Yin's skeletal age, he could participate in the next tournament, but he did not want to wait for 20 years. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. I hope you can bring me a miracle. At that moment, the ruffian Little 8 rushed in and shouted excitedly, Boss, we've discovered pirates. Lu Yin casually dispersed the die and stared coldly at Little 8. Remember to knock before you come in, or I'll cut off your hand. Little 8 was startled, but he quickly nodded. Pirates? What's their scale? Lu Yin asked. Little 8 nervously answered, half a region ahead of us, there's a pirate group called the Flying Fish. They were established a few years before us, and they can be considered professional pirates. Lu Yin laughed. Professional pirates. So there are even amateurs. Little 8 smiled. Boss, many pirates aren't actually pirates. Being a pirate is like a mask. When someone is poor, has financial problems, or has a special goal, a new pirate group will be born. Once their goal is achieved, the pirates will disappear. It's very normal. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The dark side of the universe. Little 8 nodded. Boss, what about this Flying Fish pirate group? Get close and then rob them, Lu Yin said calmly as he walked towards the command center. Little 8 hurriedly followed after him. He had thought things through, and since he could not resist, he might as well perform well. Perhaps there would be another opportunity. The various weaves of the universe had never slacked off in their efforts to eliminate pirates. Pirates were a serious hindrance to the various weaves' economy, and there were often rumors of important people being killed by pirates. Thus, the various weaves had their own armies that specialized in eliminating pirates. However, pirates were too cunning. Aside from a few particularly powerful pirate groups, small pirate groups would not stay in one place for too long, and the Flying Fish pirate group was one such pirate group. What's the style of this pirate group? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the medium-sized pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. Little 8 replied, they're similar to us. They just rob and don't kill. I didn't expect you guys to be so principled. Little 8 smiled bitterly. Boss, it's very difficult to be a pirate. Robbing is risky, but killing is even more so. For the various weaves armies that purge pirates, robbing and not killing is an ironclad rule. Once you violate this rule, you'll be placed on the military's must-kill list. Furthermore, killing someone is very likely to draw the attention of certain major powers. Lu Yin nodded, as Little 8's words made sense. Although the universe was cruel, that was only true for cultivators and those who wandered the edges of darkness, such as pirates. Ordinary people rarely faced any unnatural deaths outside of natural disasters. Generally speaking, as the various weaves grew closer and closer together, humanity was becoming more and more aware of how to protect themselves. Not long after, Lu Yin stretched lazily as he looked at the two Lameters who had been knocked down. This was the Flying Fish pirate spacecraft, and Lu Yin had easily robbed it. These small pirate groups did not have many powerhouses, and their Lameters were only equivalent to the average melder from the Astral Combat Academy, which was similar to Gerbok and the others. Boss, this is the reward. Under the furious gaze of the captain of the Flying Fish Pirates, little Mina took out a black Mavis bank card as if he was presenting a treasure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. How much? Hee hee, 60,000 star crystals, Little 8 said. Luwin frowned. So little. Hasn't this pirate group been robbing for years? Boss, a pirate group's expenses are very high. After deducting the cost of deaths, weapon maintenance, ship maintenance, and so on, there's also the need to buy medicine, gather information, pay tribute to stronger pirate groups, and pay for the powerhouse's cultivation, etc. It's already pretty good to have 60,000 left. Luwin glanced at the captain and saw that his face was ashen. He grunted and took the card without hesitation. Not bad. Divide the rest among your brothers. Little 8 was delighted. Thank you, boss. Luwin's actions surprised Little 8. He had not pocketed anything for himself, which was a good way to win people over. Luwin looked young, but he was not stupid. The rest of the pirates cheered and worked even harder. Luwin did not care about a measly amount of money. He did care about money, but he would not do anything for it. He would spend what he needed, and he still hoped that these pirates would bring him even more wealth. Robbing ordinary people was not as profitable as robbing pirates, and he would bear the risks. This was the best outcome for these pirates, even if they would be banned from the circle if word got out. Over the next half a month, Luwin and Little 8 explored the surrounding filaments. There were 97 filaments in the dark mist weave, and according to Little 8, this was where most of the Outerverse pirates gathered. They had robbed no less than 10 pirate groups in half a month, and it was like entering a den of thieves. Of course, their gains were not bad. Luwin alone had obtained about 700,000 star crystals, which was enough to make him rich. The rest of the pirates had also obtained enough wealth to last them for the rest of their lives. Even if they did not become pirates, they could still be rich ordinary people. Eighth bro, isn't that the Jazz Pirates' territory up ahead? Let's rob them, one of the pirates said excitedly in the command room. Little 8 smacked him on the head. Are you crazy? Rob the Jazz Pirates. Scram. Luwin happened to walk over and asked, why can't we rob the Jazz Pirates? Little 8 was startled by Luwin's voice and quickly turned around. Boss, the Jazz Pirates are the strongest pirate group in the surrounding filaments. They have at least 5 limeters, and their captain, the Mad Viper Knight, is an absolute powerhouse who graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Luwin was shocked. He graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Is he a space-exploring powerhouse? Little 8 shook his head. No, an explorer wouldn't just wander around the surrounding filaments. He's a peak limeter. Luwin relaxed. As long as he wasn't an explorer, then everything was fine. This meant that this person's claim that he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy was a lie. The Astral Combat Academy's rules stated that one had to be an explorer before they graduated. Otherwise, they would only be expelled when they reached the age limit and would not be considered a graduate. The Astral Combat Academy was split into 10 academies. Aside from Astral 10, the other academies had an average of 1,000 students, but less than a third of them had successfully graduated. These people were the absolute elites of the universe, and even those who had been expelled were not weak. After all, becoming an explorer required luck and talent, and without a 5-stage formcast model, it was too difficult to become an explorer before the age limit. However, no matter where they went, the expelled students were all outstanding and would not become pirates. This person had to be bluffing. Let's go and rob the Jazz Pirates. If they can dominate the surrounding filaments, then we'll definitely reap a lot of rewards, Luwin said expectantly. Little 8's expression turned bitter. Boss, this pirate group really can't be provoked. An army once surrounded them, but nearly half of them died in the end. Their blood dyed the planet's oceans red, and even an explorer was killed by the Mad Viper Knight. This person is truly terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's it. Immediately. Little 8 helplessly glared at the pirate who had spoken up before changing course and heading towards the Jazz Pirates. It wasn't easy to find a pirate group, and pirates couldn't stay in one place forever. They needed to rely on luck, but since they were all pirates, Little 8's chances of finding them were quite high. At this point, Lu Yin had long since forgotten about his lock-breaking mission. Although lock-breaking was important to him, it wasn't as important as star crystals. His die was the only shortcut that could quickly increase his strength. He now had more than 700,000 star crystals, and he would be able to return to Astral 10 after robbing the last one. There, he could peacefully wait for the Astral Combat Tournament to begin. The Jazz Pirates traveled through many filaments, and Little 8 had thought that it wouldn't be so easy to bump into them. However, a day later, he saw a large spacecraft among a group of asteroids. It was the Jazz Pirate spacecraft. Under Lu Yin's stern gaze, Little 8 sent a communication request to the Jazz Pirates. Soon, their spacecraft was allowed to dock with the large spacecraft. There was a shudder, and Lu Yin looked at his gadget. There were quite a few people on this ship, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. 3 of them were Lemeters, and more importantly, one of them had a power level of 10,000. The glaring power level almost scared Little 8 to death. This was a peak Lemeter, which should be the Mad Viper Knight's power level. This person was only one step away from breaking through to become an explorer. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, but he didn't pay it much mind. He had encountered many peak Lemeters in the ported battles, and although they had suppressed him greatly, they weren't as invincible as explorers. Euro was a peak Lemeter, and there was also Frankfurt, as well as the spear-wielding expert he had killed when he first entered the Tao of Purgatory. B-Boss, it's not too late to regret. I think it's best not to provoke the Mad Viper Knight. We'll just resupply in the name of offering and then we can leave, Little 8 stuttered. Lu Yin waved his hand and walked out of the cabin, entering the Jazz Pirate spacecraft. He had indeed made preparations before coming here. If the Mad Viper Knight was too strong, he could give up, but he should be able to deal with him. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. His identity as a lockbreaker could be used to exchange for his life. He requested to meet the Mad Viper Knight as a pirate captain, which was not an unreasonable request. Soon, Lu Yin was brought to the Mad Viper Knight's lounge, where he saw a Lemeter. Just as the Lemeter was about to speak, his expression changed, and his gadget beeped. The Lemeter's expression changed, and he quickly left. The pirate who had brought Lu Yin here also quickly left, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin frowned, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pushed open the lounge door and walked in. The Mad Viper Knight was a middle-aged man. Most pirate captains were middle-aged men, and he wore an elegant aristocratic robe. He held a walking stick in one hand, and there was a python tattoo on his face. At first glance, he looked quite formidable. Lu Yin's entrance did not disturb the Mad Viper, who was staring at his gadget. Lu Yin didn't know what he was looking at, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 190. Lu Yin wandered around the lounge and saw a star chart of the surrounding regions, as well as the Astral River's location. Not far from the Astral River, there was a special sign that read, Pirates Harbor. Pirates Harbor. Lu Yin looked at the location, which was less than 10 regions away from his current location. It would only take him 5 days to travel through a wormhole. That was the secret harbor where countless pirates gathered, and it was also one of the darkest places in the outerverse. Who are you? A dull voice sounded in Lu Yin's ear as the Mad Viper Knight stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Lu Yin turned around and smiled. I heard that you graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, so I'd like to learn a thing or two from you. The Mad Viper Knight's eyes widened and a murderous glint flashed through them. Good plan. You want to get rid of my pirate crew? It won't be that easy. Star energy erupted from the Mad Viper Knight's body, materializing into a visible python that opened its mouth to bite Lu Yin. The lights in the lounge instantly shattered. Lu Yin retreated and was struck by the star energy. The floorboards shattered, and a trace of green liquid splattered everywhere, corroding the metal walls. Venom. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow as the Mad Viper Knight's staff stabbed out from his side. Their surroundings were forcefully sealed by star energy, which left Lu Yin astonished. This person was not weak, and he was definitely a highly educated Lemeter. Perhaps he really was from the Astral Combat Academy. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the lounge's surroundings shattered, unable to withstand the Lemeter's attack. Lu Yin evaded the attack with flash. The Mad Viper Knight's strength was not bad, far surpassing that of all the pirates he had encountered before. He was strong enough to crush ordinary peak Lemeters in the Outerverse. Not only had his star energy control reached the realm of infinite changes, but he also had powerful battle techniques and the venom he released. However, these were useless against Lu Yin, as this person's strength was not enough to threaten him. If he really was from the Astral Combat Academy, then he would definitely be one of the weakest. There was a whoosh as Lu Yin tore through the python star energy and slammed his palm into the Mad Viper Knight's body. Not only did Lu Yin's attack shatter the Lemeter ring armor that the knight had just put on, but his star energy was also shattered as his entire body was forcefully smashed into the wall. The Mad Viper Knight spat out a mouthful of blood as shock filled his eyes. Realm Breaker. The Mad Viper Knight was overwhelmed with shock. Lu Yin's palm strike made him feel as if he had returned to his time in the Astral Combat Academy, where he had seen a batch of despair-inducing freaks. Back then, he had been overshadowed by those freaks, and now, he had encountered such a person once again. The lounge was plunged into darkness, but Lu Yin relied on the hazy starlight to approach the Mad Viper Knight step by step. He wanted to obtain his spoils of war, but right at that moment, a sword light flashed past. Lu Yin dodged to the side, but the entire lounge was split into two. An incomparably sharp aura came from behind him, filling his surroundings with an aura that could cut through everything. Lu Yin's expression changed. Was this a domain? He raised a hand, his battle force enveloping him as he circulated his art of Sirius. A long sword pierced towards him from behind, but he easily dodged it and countered with a palm. Palm of Sirius. The 9 stars exploded, and together with the invincible battle chi, not only did it break the attacker's longsword, but it also smashed onto the attacker's body, sending her flying out of the lounge and smashing into the distance, penetrating through the walls of an unknown distance away. With a thump, the broken sword fell to the ground, attracting Lu Yin's attention. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword. Red? How familiar was this? Shuade Knight? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed out of the lounge. Inside the lounge, the Mad Viper Knight spat out another mouthful of blood as he struggled to get down from the wall. He panted heavily as he looked outside in fear. Where had these terrifying powerhouses come from? One had a domain, and the other had battle force. They were so young, could they be freaks from the Astral Combat Academy? He gritted his teeth, and a bone-deep hatred flashed through his eyes. He hated those freaks who stood at the top, preventing people like him from ever having a chance to shine. Cough, cough. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body out of the lounge. At this moment, the entire pirate fleet was enveloped in the stench of blood. Countless pirates had died tragically, and the corridor was dyed red with blood. The two other Lemeters had also been decapitated. Lu Yin rushed past several destroyed lounges and found Zhuo Day Knight 100 meters away. Her face was deathly pale, and she held a broken sword in her hand. So it really was you. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. In such a dark environment, he hadn't been able to see clearly, and his attack had been too heavy. However, he couldn't be blamed, as Zhuo Day Knight had been the one to attack first. Lu Yin took out a medicine and fed it to her. Zhuo Day Knight coughed twice and forced herself to open her eyes. She vaguely saw Lu Yin. It's you. Lu Yin was helpless. Why are you here? Zhuo Day Knight looked at him weakly with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her pure face was so pale that it made one's heart ache. Why are you here? I was robbed by accident, Lu Yin replied. Zhuo Day Knight looked around and then at her broken sword. She exhaled and coughed again. Blood flowed from her lips, and her eyes gradually lost focus before she fainted again. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to push her away, but it was no use. Her internal organs had been severely injured. That was serious palm with 9 stars, and its power was terrifying. Even Euro would be unlucky if he had been hit head-on, let alone Zhuo Day Knight. She was lucky to have survived that attack. Lu Yin had no choice but to carry her in his arms. He couldn't let her die here. Although this woman had schemed against him before, she wasn't a bad person. From the looks of it, she was cleaning up pirates again. Right, this route just happened to lead back to the Interverse, so it wouldn't be strange if they ran into each other. Shit, the Mad Viper Knight. Lu Yin suddenly remembered this person, and he hurriedly rushed to the lounge with Zhuo Day Knight in his arms. However, the Mad Viper Knight was nowhere to be seen. A personal spaceship flew out from the Night Pirate spaceship. The Mad Viper Knight dragged his heavily injured body and stared at the pirate ship with a ferocious gaze. Die, all of you. Die with my pirate ship. With that, he pressed a button and destroyed the entire pirate ship. A red light flickered within the pirate ship, and Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard the urgent alarm. He hurriedly carried Zhuo Day Knight and rushed to the docking area. Little 8 and the others had also seen the red light flickering from the spacecraft, and they immediately knew that it was about to explode. They hurriedly gave the order to leave, not caring about Lu Yin's life or death. Fortunately, Lu Yin had arrived at the last moment. Little 8 immediately went up to greet him with a rich expression. Boss, it would have been too late if you hadn't arrived. Those people wanted to escape, but I held them back until you arrived, boss. Shut up and look for a doctor, Lu Yin barked. Little 8 immediately gave the order to leave the asteroid field and look for a doctor. Not long after, the asteroid field exploded, and the Night Pirate spacecraft was reduced to cosmic dust. Aside from the Mad Viper Knight, no one else was left alive. Lu Yin sighed, as all of his efforts had been for nothing. Boss, we just saw a spacecraft escape. It should be the Mad Viper Knight, Little 8 said nervously. Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly thought of something. I remember you saying that the Night Pirates had at least 5 Lemeters. Why were there only 3 on that ship? The Night Pirates have 2 pirate ships, and they usually only use one to rob others, Little 8 said. Lu Yin frowned. They're really cunning. This pirate group isn't considered strong in the universe, but they paid a huge price to buy 2 pirate ships. It's no wonder that they were able to trick an explorer to death. It's a pity that they managed to escape. Otherwise, with their wealth, your gains would have at least doubled, Little 8 said regretfully. Lu Yin felt his heart ache at the mention of this, as it was all Zhuo Day Knight's fault. Things had been going so smoothly, but it was such a pity. Boss, 8th bro, that woman's injuries are too severe, and we can't treat her with our resources. There are no planets in the surrounding regions that can treat her injuries, so we can only send her to the pirate port, a pirate reported. Luin grunted. Go to the pirate port. Yes. Boss, you and that woman. Little 8 probed. Luin grinned at him. What? Did you recognize her? Little 8 smiled sheepishly as fear flashed through his eyes. He had recognized someone from the Day-Night clan at a glance. Although he didn't have much experience as a pirate, he had heard of powerful clans that were famous throughout the universe. Why was there a Day-Night woman in the Night Pirates? He didn't dare to think about it. You'd better forget about this. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to you, Luin said calmly. Little 8 was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? I don't know. Luin smiled. This guy was very clever. All right, tell me more about the pirate port. Little 8 explained, the pirate port is a port where pirates replenish their supplies. Although it's called a port, it's actually a planet where people from the dark side of the universe gather. There are pirates, assassins, fugitives, rebels, and so on. You can find any kind of dark side that you can think of there. Of course, there are also the occasional Day-Night, no, the Mavis clan, disciples from powerful clans in the universe who train. After Little 8's introduction, Luin gained a slight understanding of the pirate port. In the end, it was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. The entire Dark Mist Weave was filled with such people, and the pirate port was the quintessence of this place. Many people didn't use their real names there because the moment their identities were exposed, the price would be huge. The pirate port is so close to the Astral River. Does no one care about it? Luin was curious. Of course they do. How could they not care? However, they only occasionally send out troops to scare them. After all, the pirate port doesn't just provide services for pirates, but also for the military and for travelers passing through the innerverse and outerverse. As long as you have the money, you can get anything you want there. To pirates, it's a pirate port, but to outsiders, it's just a supply planet that's shrouded in the shadow of the Leo clan. The Leo clan. Luin was puzzled. Little 8's face grew solemn. This pirate port was established by the Leo clan. They were once incomparably glorious and ruled over an entire weave, but their talents gradually withered away. Their ancestors were rather courageous, and they gathered the strength of the entire clan to come to Dark Mist Weave and establish this pirate port. Think about it, who would be able to destroy a pirate port established by a clan that once ruled over an entire weave? After all, the Leo clan once had a hunter, and even if they're in dire straits now, they still have a cruiser overseeing them, which is more than enough to protect the pirate port. Luin understood. It was no wonder why they could establish a pirate port in such an obvious place. The Leo clan. You know quite a bit, Little 8. Luin looked at Little 8. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 191. Little 8 was shocked and forced a smile. Don't scare me, boss. You can easily find out about these things. At least half of the people on this ship know more than I do. Is that so? Luin did not comment. He had chosen this person to replace him in controlling these pirates because he felt that this person had a different temperament from a fugitive. That ruffian aura seemed to be faked, but it had nothing to do with Luin. They would go their separate ways once they reached the pirate port. His current headache was Zhua Day-Night, and he hoped that she would not die. After leaving the command deck, Luin went to the infirmary to check on Zhua Day-Night. She was lying in a nutrient solution, and her entire body was surrounded by it. Her heartbeat was normal. She won't die immediately, right? Luin asked. Behind him, the ship's doctor replied, no. Although her injuries are serious, they've stabilized. She won't die immediately as long as she doesn't experience any turbulence. However, if she doesn't receive treatment within a month, she'll definitely die. Luin relaxed and looked at Day-Night. He still remembered the first time he had met her. He had seen her murderous intent, and there had been despair, regret, helplessness, and other complex emotions in her eyes. What had attracted him and prevented him from abandoning her? Was it a deal? Luin himself did not know. He could have just thrown her into the Jazz pirate spacecraft and turned her into dust, but he had not hesitated to save her. Why? Luin did not understand. Day-Night frowned as she lay in the nutrient solution. Her pale face made one's heart ache. Her originally pure appearance now carried a trace of helplessness and weakness. She did not look like a Day-Night powerhouse who could kill countless pirates with her sword. I beg you, let them go. Let my parents go. Please release the cage technique, please. Day-Night unconsciously muttered to herself, constantly pleading for something. Luin got closer and vaguely heard something about her parents and the cage technique, but he did not understand. He shook his head and walked to the door. When he looked back, his heart trembled. At this moment, Day-Night's tightly shut eyes were tearing up. She was so sad and desperate. Luin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze flickered. This line of tears touched his heart, and after looking at it for a while, he took a deep breath and walked out of the infirmary. The pirate port was bustling. At least in Luin's eyes, this place was not inferior to Xenu Star. There were not just one or two space stations, but a whole bunch of them for all sorts of people. The pirate spaceship was docked at a relatively hidden space station, including his own Aurora spaceship. Luin officially parted ways with Little 8 and the rest without any reluctance. To him, there was nothing else important besides earning money. Little 8 and the rest rejoiced at the fact that they had parted ways with Luin. They needed to discuss how to deal with their former captain, as well as the fact that they had left the pirates. They had already been exposed, and it was said that the pirates who had robbed them in the past had issued a joint hunt. They had no choice but to flee. Luin carried Day-Night out of the space station and casually flagged down a spacecraft to the nearest hospital. The pilot of the aircraft was a man with long ears and arms, and he immediately set off upon hearing Luin's command. Looking at the people shuttling back and forth outside, the scenery here was very bad, especially since there was no sun. The whole world was dark, and occasionally, there would be a thick fog blowing, making this place look very gloomy. Explosions could be heard from time to time, but the pilot did not panic at all. Apparently, he was used to it. Day-Night's conspicuous hair was covered up by Luin, and her entire body was buried in his embrace. Her forehead was burning hot, and her heart was beating very slowly. Luin helplessly leaned back against the cushion. Soon, after a few minutes, the aircraft stopped. "We're here, sir." Luin looked at the small bungalow in front of him in astonishment. "This is a hospital." "Yes, sir." "This must be your first time here." "All the hospitals on this planet are built underground." "It's not just hospitals, shopping malls, trading houses, and so on. All the public facilities are built underground. As for the reason, you should have heard of it before." Luin immediately understood. That's right, this was a pirate port, and there were vicious criminals everywhere. Fights were all too common here. After paying a star crystal, Luin carried Day-Night out of the aircraft. Just as he was about to leave, the man blocked his path with a fierce gaze. Sir, the fare is not enough. Lu Yin raised a brow. How much? The man's lips curled up. 10 crystals. Lu Yin laughed and gently pressed a hand on the man's shoulder. The man's expression instantly changed as he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Brother, I'm not in a good mood right now. I don't have the time to joke around, Lu Yin said calmly. The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he quickly smiled awkwardly. My apologies for disturbing you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Lu Yin released his hand and walked past the man into the bungalow. The man panted heavily. Damn, I'm so unlucky. I've offended a tough nut to crack. Although he's a melder, he's definitely more terrifying than a Lameter. This guy must be a disciple of some large organization who came out to train. He shook his head and boarded the aircraft again before quickly disappearing. Although that person had tried to extort money from Lu Yin, he had found a good place. When Lu Yin stepped into the bungalow, he followed the flow of people to the underground hospital. It had to be said that although it looked simple and crude, the facilities here were definitely not bad. They were even more high-end than the ones used to treat undying Yushan. After all, this was a major transportation route that connected the inner-verse and outer-verse. No one could guarantee that they would not be injured, and this included the powerhouses of the inner-verse. Thus, the pirate port's medical facilities were definitely top-notch. The Leo family had also spent a lot of money to purchase them, and the ample medical facilities had attracted countless customers. This was what Little Aid had told him. There were quite a few people lining up for treatment, and all of them had gloomy expressions. Some even hid themselves, unwilling to be exposed. Lu Yin was the same. He covered his body, not wanting to reveal his identity. It took a full hour before it was his turn. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside as dozens of people rushed in, shouting fiercely, "Where's the doctor? Quick, our boss can't hold on much longer." As they spoke, they pushed aside the crowd and carried a large man covered in blood. Lu Yin frowned, as these people reeked of blood. Cough cough. Shua Daynite suddenly coughed, and Lu Yin patted her back. Coincidentally, these people arrived in front of Lu Yin and raised their hands to push him away. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand as well. There was a soft crack as one of the people's arms was broken by Lu Yin, and the person was pushed several meters away. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Get lost. Lu Yin barked. These people were enraged, and they suddenly attacked without any intention of discussing anything. The people in the hospital hurriedly dodged, as did many of the patients. Lu Yin was enraged, and his hand turned into a claw. With a roar from the void, the sky beast claw slammed down, killing more than 10 people. The others were also forced back, and they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. At this point, the soldiers arrived. They were the Leo family's private soldiers, and they all surrounded the hospital. Violence is not allowed in the hospital. Everyone, raise your hands. The surroundings were in chaos, and Lu Yin frowned as he looked around. He needed to find a doctor, as Shua Daynite's injuries seemed to have worsened after the chaos. Suddenly, the large man covered in blood stood up, took out a fist-sized metal ball from under his body, and smashed it against the ground. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he instinctively flashed away. There was a violent explosion where he had been standing, and the shock waves distorted the air and shattered the lights and glass. The violent impact sent the surrounding soldiers flying, and many of them died. Lu Yin used flash again and again, dodging with extreme speed. Finally, he punched through the roof and escaped. Just as he reached the ground shook and caved in, burying everyone in the hospital. Lu Yin stared at the scene in shock. What was going on? He did not understand. Smoke and dust filled the air as alarms rang out. Lu Yin used flash again and left with Xue Day Night. Cough cough. Xue Day Night opened her eyes and weakly said in Lu Yin's arms, "Don't get hit. You're awake." Lu Yin's voice was low. Everything that had just happened had been too chaotic, and he had no idea what had happened. Xue Day Night breathed weakly. That was a game between the great powers. A game? Lu Yin was puzzled. Some great powers use extreme methods to obtain certain benefits. Xue Day Night continued to speak before falling asleep again. Lu Yin exhaled and stood in a dark corner, looking in the direction of the hospital. A game between the great powers. What about those soldiers? Those doctors and patients were just pawns in the game. In truth, Lu Yin had never considered himself to be a good person, and the deaths of others had nothing to do with him. He could also use extreme methods for his own benefit, but this was the first time he had seen this scene from the most humble and direct perspective. It was even more direct than when he had been on Earth. If he had been weaker, he would have been sacrificed like those people. Power was a good thing, and it could affect everything. He looked at the weak Xue Day Night in his arms and felt a headache coming on. He had to find the next hospital. However, the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on Lu Yin. Dozens of explosions occurred on the pirate port in a single day, and all of them were concentrated in the hospital. This caused the pirate port to fall into an unprecedented state of panic. The Leo family had sent out several space-exploring powerhouses to suppress the situation, but that was not enough to suppress the fear. Without a hospital, what would the pirate port use to attract others? This was the pirate port, a dark place where bloodshed occurred every day, and people were injured every day. The first step was to find a hospital, so what was the second step? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were definitely one of the options. Lu Yin thought about it, as he did not want to be dragged into this mess again. However, Xue Day Night's injuries could not be delayed. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of Coco. It was said that people from Windrift Hall often traveled the universe. If there were people from Windrift Hall in the nearby weaves, he could bring Xue Day Night along for treatment. Those people did not seem to need advanced medical facilities, so Lu Yin immediately contacted Coco. Outsiders could not use their gadgets to contact students in the Astral Combat Academy, but students could still contact each other. Coco might be in the trial zones, so Lu Yin could not contact her. He then contacted Zora, but it was the same. The two of them were together, so Lu Yin had no choice but to wait. He randomly found an abandoned house that seemed remote and deserted, and moved in with Xue Day Night. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 192. For 3 days, Lu Yin was unable to contact Coco. His guess was right, the attacks had shifted from the hospital to the hotels and shopping malls. The entire pirate port was filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and the space station was packed to the brim. People were only allowed to leave, but not enter. Countless people wanted to escape the port. Food and water were crazily snatched, along with all sorts of resources. Even Shamrock Enterprises branch had been sold out. The Dark Mist Weaves Bank branch had long since evacuated, which indicated that something big was about to happen. 3 days later, at noon, Lu Yin finally managed to contact Coco. "What's the matter, Brother Lu?" she asked. Lu Yin was anxious. "Coco, my friend is heavily injured. Do you know anyone in Dark Mist Weave?" "Dark Mist Weave? Let me ask." Coco hurriedly checked and asked Zora for help. Coco quickly looked up. "Yes, Brother Lu. My senior is on a strange planet in Dark Mist Weave. That's great. Tell me the location. Lu Yin was delighted. Coco was conflicted. I don't know the location. I'll give you my senior's contact details so you can contact him yourself. I've already told him. She then sent Lu Yin a string of numbers. Lu Yin hurriedly cut off the call and dialed the number. Soon, a voice answered, Windrift Hall, Xingjia. I'm Lu Yin. Sorry, Coco must have mentioned me, Lu Yin said politely. Yes, I did. You can come find me. I'm at Dark Mist Weave's pirate port. You know about it, right? Lu Yin was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. I'm at the port as well. Xingjia was clearly stunned as well. Tell me your location, and we'll meet in the center. Lu Yin immediately sent his location, and he quickly headed north with Zhuo Day Knight in his arms. Along the way, he stole a spacecraft and increased his speed to the maximum. Zhuo Day Knight's injuries seemed to have worsened, and her face was even paler than before. Her consciousness was hazy once more, and she kept muttering to herself. Lu Yin did not know why he was so anxious. Her desperate and helpless eyes kept appearing in his mind, along with her weak and pale face. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The pirate port was huge, but the two of them were not far from each other. They met up in less than an hour. The spy was a rather delicate-looking man who was much older than Lu Yin. He had probably surpassed the limits of the younger generation, and there was a girl beside him. It was said that the Windrift Hall always split into pairs, and this girl was his partner. Zhuo Day Knight with her. The two simultaneously looked at Lu Yin. Feng Jia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. To Windrift Hall, they would heal regardless of race. They only differentiated between good and bad, not race. This was Windrift Hall, which was why they had such a good reputation in the universe. Can he be saved? Lu Yin asked nervously. Hearing this question, the originally quiet spy raised his head and suddenly smiled proudly. There is no patient that Windrift Hall can't save. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Xingjia, who had seemed so dull, had suddenly become so arrogant. The girl said, Don't disturb him. Your little girlfriend isn't the most seriously injured patient he's ever saved. Lu Yin hurriedly said, She's not my girlfriend. Is that so? The girl did not believe him and turned away. Lu Yin was stunned. He seemed to have been too anxious. He stood up and walked away to look at the dark pirate port. This planet was a battlefield, and countless people would be sacrificed. It was too sad. I heard from Coco that you're Astral 10's leader. The girl walked up to Lu Yin and asked curiously, I'm Kaname, an expelled student of Astral 7. Lu Yin was surprised, but he saw that Kaname did not seem to be affected by her expulsion. I was lucky. Kaname sized him up and smiled, There's no luck in defeating the monsters of the Astral Combat Academy. Coco told us about the 12 new students, especially you. Thank you. If not for you, she might not have been able to get into the academy. Lu Yin smiled, You're welcome. With Coco's innate gift and speed, no one can stop her. That's because you don't know her. That girl is very timid. Once she hears that someone from the Blaze Realm is trying to stop her from taking the exam, she definitely won't dare to take it. No matter what, Windrift Hall owes you a favor. Lu Yin smiled but did not reply. A favor from Windrift Hall was very valuable. Kaname glanced at Zhuo Day Knight, who was being treated, and asked again, She's really not your girlfriend. Lu Yin shook his head, We met by chance. That's good, said Kaname. Lu Yin was confused, Why? Kaname looked at him seriously, Don't have any feelings for her. If you do, erase them immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear it for the rest of your life. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Zhuo Dainite before looking back at Kanem. Why? Kanem shook her head. This involves the Dainite clan, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. Listen to me, you absolutely cannot have any feelings for her. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. She then turned and walked towards Xingjia. Lu Yin turned back, and the scene of Zhuo Dainite crying suddenly appeared in his mind. He also recalled the words she had muttered to herself, them, her parents, the cage technique. Half a day later, Xingjia finally managed to bring Zhuo Dainite's injuries under control. Xingjia stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He seemed exhausted as he said, "All right, she'll recover completely after a few more months of rest." Lu Yin was grateful. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." Xingjia smiled, "You're welcome. I still haven't thanked you for Coco." "I've already said that Windrift Hall owes him a favor," Kanem said. Lu Yin raised a hand, "You've already helped me save her, so I've already repaid the favor." Xingjia's expression turned serious. "Brother Lu, that's not right. Saving people is Windrift Hall's mission. Even without Coco, I would still have helped you. After all, the more we save, the more destiny we have and the longer we can live." Lu Yin blinked. These words sounded familiar, as if Coco had said something like this before. These people had really been fooled by their master. "We should leave," Kanem reminded him. Xingjia looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, this planet is very dangerous right now. It's best if you leave immediately." Lu Yin nodded. Xingjia and Kanem quickly left, and Lu Yin picked up Zhuo Dainite. She had finally stabilized. He thought about it and flew his spacecraft towards the space station once more. It was time to leave. More and more explosions swept through the pirate port, and countless people fled in panic. Lu Yin sat in his spacecraft and looked down, his heart filled with complex emotions. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Who was that? He parked his spacecraft on the roof and left Zhuo Dainite behind as he rushed towards the crowd. Lu Yin quickly caught hold of a man in the crowd. The man was shocked and tried to knee him, but Lu Yin blocked him. "Big Chong, it's me." The man looked at Lu Yin in shock and cried out, "Why are you here?" Lu Yin pulled the man out of the crowd and happily asked, "Why are you here too?" The man named Big Chong was anxious. "Did the family send you?" "That's impossible. Why would they send you here?" "What do you mean?" Lu Yin was uneasy. "Don't ask me what I mean. Let's go, we have to leave immediately." Big Chong grabbed Lu Yin and wanted to take him to the space station. Lu Yin shook Big Chong off, as he had many questions to ask. Suddenly, he felt his scalp go numb as a blinding light descended. Everyone looked up and saw the final scene of their lives. A beam of light descended from the void and bombarded the ground, obliterating everything in its path. This was an attack from a warship. "Little Seven, run!" Big Chong shouted. The crowd howled in despair. The buildings on both sides collapsed. Lu Yin could no longer hear any of this, as he had been struck by the beam of light. He instinctively activated his serious art, but against an attack that could kill an explorer, any form of defense was useless. With a boom, an entire street was reduced to dust, and Big Chong was sent flying by the violent impact. Lu Yin had used flash at the last moment to avoid a direct hit, but even so, he had still been swept up by the shock waves and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair, clothes, and everything else had been incinerated. His body had been scorched, and his blood had been instantly charred. His body had been smashed into a distant wall like a pile of rotten meat, and he had lost consciousness. Following that, another beam of light descended and bombarded the neighboring street, one after another. This was an attack that could destroy a planet, and anyone would be insignificant in the face of such an attack. Only space-exploring powerhouses could withstand it, but that did not include ordinary explorers. This was because these beams of light had originally been used to deal with the cruisers of the Leo clan. The entire pirate port had been plunged into a sea of death as the beams of light mercilessly bombarded it, killing countless people. On the abandoned street, Liu Yin's body had been destroyed to the point where not a single piece of flesh remained intact. Logically speaking, such injury should have meant certain death, but the strange seal on his back that had prevented him from breaking through had appeared once more. It emitted a faint light that brought him back from the brink of death, and his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Yin vaguely heard someone speak. "There's still someone alive here. Take him away. There's no need. There's not a single piece of flesh left on his body. He's dead for sure. It's none of your business. Take him to Drift Charge Planet. The higher-ups have ordered that as long as he's not dead, take him away." "Understood." There was a thump as Liu Yin painfully opened his eyes. The glaring light was unbearable, and his vision was blurry. What was going on? How can this person survive after being injured like this? He was probably hit head-on. He's lucky that he didn't die. You still want to save someone like this? Sure, of course not. It's meat. What meat? The slaves on Drift Charge Planet can't even be considered humans. They eat anything. You mean? Ugh. When Liu Yin regained consciousness for the third time, he saw himself falling from a high altitude. He had been thrown down from a high altitude, and the air he breathed in was rather pungent. His surroundings were dark red, and lightning flashed past him from time to time. He had seen such a scene before, and it usually occurred on a planet that was about to be destroyed. He looked down and his pupils shrank. He could vaguely see countless black dots below him. Were those people? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 193. Liu Yin wasn't the only one who had been thrown down from the sky. There were many others around him who were still alive, but they could also be considered dead. They were meat for the miners below. Liu Yin gritted his teeth and looked at his arm. His cosmic ring was gone, and his gadget was gone. Everything was gone, and the star energy around him was quite thin. Thankfully, the star energy stored in his body hadn't been used up, and he still had some left. He couldn't just fall down like this, or he would be eaten even if he didn't fall to his death. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Liu Yin's gaze turned sinister. He could clearly see the slaves' appearances, and they couldn't even be considered humans. They were like beasts with their mouths wide open, grabbing the smashed corpses and biting them. Liu Yin wasn't unfamiliar with this scene, as he had seen it during Earth's trial. Back then, he had been in a higher position, but now, he was waiting to be eaten. He got closer and closer, and just as he felt the hands of the slaves about to grab him, he growled and forced himself to raise his hand. Shockwave palm. Bang! The ground was smashed apart by the palm, and shockwaves swept out in all directions within a radius of 10 meters. All of the slaves within range were instantly killed by the shockwaves. Liu Yin had used the roving step in the nick of time to fall to the ground, panting heavily as intense pain shot through his body. The surrounding slaves hurriedly fled, looking at Liu Yin in fear. They were just ordinary people, not even cultivators. They didn't dare to get close to Liu Yin, even if he was severely injured. Liu Yin didn't dare to faint, as that would kill him. He wanted to move his body, but he didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten. He had no strength left, and he could only move his fingers. He looked around and saw that all his hair had been burned away, and he wasn't wearing anything. Perhaps the slaves had wanted to make it easier for the slaves to eat, so they hadn't given him any clothes. He just lay there on the ground and looked around fiercely, scaring the slaves into running even further away. The dust on the ground gave off a pungent smell. This planet wasn't suitable for human habitation. Strange insects would occasionally crawl out of the cracked earth, and Lu Yin was famished and swallowed them all in one gulp. It tasted terrible, but that was all he could eat. Otherwise, he would starve to death and become meat again. He had never imagined that he would experience something like this. This inhumane torture was indescribable. He faced off against the slaves on this planet for several days, but no matter how severe his injuries were, he couldn't sleep. He kept his bloodshot eyes open with all his might. On the 5th day, the surrounding slaves inexplicably dispersed, and a skinny old man with a hunched back appeared in front of him. The old man walked over step by step until he was right in front of Lu Yin and slowly squatted down. Lu Yin could even smell the decaying odor coming from the man's body. Scram! Lu Yin roared with all his might. Star energy flickered at his fingertips, forming flames in an attempt to scare the man away. A strand of battle force even seeped out of his body, but it disappeared in an instant. The old man was shocked and said in a hoarse voice, "Battle Chi. Little guy, are you a disciple of a great power?" Lu Yin did not reply and continued to stare at the old man, his heart sinking. This person knew so much, so he was obviously not an ordinary person. He was most likely a cultivator, and Lu Yin could not scare him. Was he going to be eaten? He had never imagined that he would become a sacrificial pawn in a game between great powers. He didn't even know who was behind all of this. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. "Do you want something to eat?" The old man opened his mouth, and 2 rays of light flashed in his skeletal eyes. His words shocked Lu Yin, and he stared at the old man with bloodshot eyes that were filled with desire. The old man's lips curled up in a strange arc, and his sinister and terrifying face sunk in. He approached Lu Yin and whispered, "Human flesh is called white meat. Do you want some?" Scram! Lu Yin growled. The old man chuckled strangely and just sat there in front of Lu Yin. He did not move, but he did not leave either. A strange insect crawled out of the ground once more, this one the size of a palm and with a green barb on its tail. Lu Yin bit down on it again, and the green barb pierced his lips. However, nothing was more terrifying than starvation in his current state. Green liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes continued to stare at the old man. The old man did not move, and he continued to stare at Lu Yin until Lu Yin could no longer hold on and collapsed. Lu Yin did not know if he had died or fainted. Perhaps there would be no future for him once he closed his eyes. Just as Lu Yin lost consciousness, the old man suddenly stood up and walked behind him. He tapped Lu Yin's back and then moved his hands along the surface of Lu Yin's body in a strange pattern. Star energy seemed to circulate within Lu Yin's body as well. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and collapsed to the ground. He stared at Lu Yin and said, "Whether you die or not will depend on your luck. If you don't die, then my family still has a glimmer of hope." At the same time, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament was set. It would be held in 3 months. The Astral Combat Tournament was the most important event in the Astral 10 Academies, but it did not have much of an impact on the outside world. At most, it would attract a few great powers to recruit talents, but the effect was not great. This was because almost all of the geniuses who could enter the Astral Combat Academy came from the various great powers. However, the Astral Combat Tournament was related to the Astral Domain War, and it was a plan by some of the universe's great powers to recruit soldiers. Regardless of their profession or status, everyone would do their best to watch the astral combat tournament on the day of the tournament. Because of the astral combat tournament's great influence, many of the great powers' hidden geniuses had come out and joined the Astral Combat Academy in anticipation of the tournament in 3 months. However, at this moment, Astral 10 was shrouded in a shadow. Old Kai helplessly looked at the screen on his gadget and sighed before shaking his head with a bitter smile. The screen was showing the scene of Lu Yin being struck by a beam of light at the pirate port. It was only a brief moment, and there was no end to it. However, no one believed that Lu Yin would have survived. That beam of light was a weapon specially designed to deal with cruisers, and even explorers would find it difficult to survive, let alone a mere melder. Why did that brat just happen to appear at the pirate port? Old Kai was speechless. Michelle stood beside him and was also watching the screen. When she saw the final scene of Lu Yin being struck by the beam of light, she frowned. No matter what, he's still Astral 10's leader. He can't die in vain. There's no way to avenge him there, Old Kai said. Michelle was puzzled. Old Kai calmly replied, that's the pirate port. If he's killed there, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. No matter who he is, as long as he dies, he'll bear the reputation of being a pirate. This is also the reason why those people are attacking the planet so recklessly. Michelle was furious. Are we just going to let it go? Old Kai waved his hand. Of course not. Don't worry, someone will stand up for him. Lu Yin was a lockbreaker, and one with great achievements at that. His death would incur the wrath of the Lockbreaker Society, and unless they found out that he was a pirate, the Lockbreaker Society would not let his killer off. Soon, all of Astral 10's new students knew about Lu Yin's death. Old Kai did not hide it, as the Astral Combat Tournament was about to begin, and Lu Yin was the leader. News of him could not be hidden. What? Brother Lu is dead. Coco was sorrowful as she carried the large syringe. It's all my fault that I wasn't by his side. Otherwise, I would have given him a shot. Zora was speechless. Coco, this has nothing to do with you. Right, Brother Lu seemed to be on the same planet as Senior Brother and the others. Are they all right? Coco was worried. Don't worry, they're fine, Zora assured her. Xiao Luo looked at the screen and revealed a rare expression of helplessness. Did he die so easily? What a pity. Lulu was depressed. She had long since treated Lu Yin as a friend, and they had been friends ever since Earth's trial. She had never thought that he would suddenly die. Life was too fragile. It was rare for Silver to not smile, and his eyes were filled with an endless chill. Lu Yin's death had disrupted his rhythm. Astral 10 was not the only academy that could see the scene of Lu Yin's death. The other academies could as well. After all, he was a student of the Astral Combat Academy, and his death was enough to attract the attention of the Astral Combat Academy. I thought that Astral 10 was going to rise up, but who would have thought that their leader would die so easily? And at the pirate port, the Blaze Realm's people are going to be happy. Right, could it be that the Blaze Realm did it? Impossible, they wouldn't have the guts to harm an Astral Combat Academy student. This guy is just unlucky. They were trying to eliminate pirates, but he got involved. Our previous guess was right. This guy must have been released by Astral 10 to confuse the other academies. Don't be fooled, Lu Yin isn't the strongest in Astral 10. It's Xiao Luo, Lulu, and Mavis. Wrong, it's Big Pow and Little Pow. They teamed up to challenge the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, so they're definitely the top experts among the area masters. In Astral 6, Sharon was excited. He's dead, he's really dead. That's great. Wait, that's not right. What does this guy's death have to do with me? His uncle, that bastard. On the other side, Lu Ji frowned. He's still a lockbreaker, but he actually died at the pirate port. The society won't let this matter rest. In Astral 8, Jared smiled. Lu Yin's death had made him happy. Go tell Shiyu about this and make her happy. In the Innerverse, in the Soul Dream Tribe's territory in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Shiyu watched the scene of Lu Yin's death on a screen. She didn't know why, but she couldn't feel happy. Her mind kept replaying the scene from the second layer of the sand ocean, and she felt depressed. At the same time, Master Wuxing received the news as well, and he was furious. Investigate who dares to touch a member of the Lockbreaker Society. I don't care if it's the Leo family or some other random organization. Investigate all of them. They must give the society an explanation for this matter. Because of Lu Yin's death, the enormous machine that was the Lockbreaker Society began to move. Every single Lockbreaker was a treasure of the universe, and they could not be easily killed. If a Lockbreaker's death was not investigated, then the Lockbreaker Society's status would plummet. This was something that the 630,000 registered Lockbreakers could not accept. Let alone a mere one-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker, even the death of a Lockbreaker without any contributions would be investigated thoroughly. This was the terror of the Lockbreaker Society. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 194. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin heard the sound of water dripping, as well as a strange noise that sounded like an insect's wings rubbing against each other. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a strange insect. He subconsciously wanted to swallow it, but he licked his chapped lips. They were too dry, and he wanted to drink some water. At that moment, the insect flapped its wings and flew away. A dark red ray pierced towards him, and Lu Yin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw a skinny old man in front of him. When he saw the old man, Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to get up, but he couldn't feel his entire body. Wait, he couldn't feel anything. It couldn't be gone, right? He looked down at his body, but thankfully, it was still intact. There was a thump, and a large piece of roasted meat was tossed in front of Lu Yin. Eat. You haven't eaten in a month. Lu Yin stared at the meat in front of him and swallowed, but he couldn't find any saliva. He resisted the urge to take a bite and looked at the old man. The old man laughed strangely. Relax, it's not white meat. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his gaze flickered. The old man shook his head and moved aside. Behind him was a huge insect that was 3 meters long. Several of its legs had been cut off, and he could vaguely see tendrils of flesh. Lu Yin confirmed that it wasn't white meat and immediately took a bite out of it. He swallowed it without even chewing, and the large piece of meat was quickly devoured. What followed was the discomfort of dehydration. The old man raised a finger, and the water droplets that were dripping from the wall slowly flew into Lu Yin's mouth. Lu Yin had finally found some rain after a long drought, and it took him a long time to recover. He licked his lips and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you save me?" The old man sat in front of Lu Yin. "I didn't save you for nothing. What are your conditions?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. The old man smiled, and the smile on his skeletal face sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. "I want you to help me bring some things to the Neoverse." The Neoverse? Lu Yin was confused. The old man replied, "You don't need to know about it right now. Once you have the ability to go to the first flow zone of the Innerverse, you'll naturally know everything about the Neoverse. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Do you think I have the ability to go to the Interverse? I can't even leave this planet. There's no rush, there's no rush. There'll be a way, the old man said slowly. Then, he seemed to recall something. I almost forgot. In order to ensure that you keep your promise, I placed a layer of hidden energy on you. Only the person that I asked you to meet can remove this hidden energy. No one else, including hunters, can remove it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to try, hee hee. Lu Yin didn't care. He wasn't far from death, so why would he care about some hidden force? Where are we? Lu Yin asked. Drift Charge Planet. It's a dead-end planet that's about to be destroyed, the old man replied. He then raised his hand and used his star energy to carve something into the stone wall. Lu Yin looked at it for a while with a strange expression on his face. He could understand the old man's carvings, but he could only understand the words and not their meaning. After half an hour, the old man finally stopped and exhaled. He looked at the stone wall with a complicated expression before looking at Lu Yin. Memorize it. Lu Yin was stunned. What? I told you to memorize it, the elder said in a low voice, his tone extremely unpleasant. Lu Yin was speechless. You've been writing for half an hour and you want me to memorize it. How long do I have to memorize it for? The old man stared at Lu Yin. Either you memorize it or you go out and become white meat. Lu Yin was helpless. Fine, I'll memorize it, but don't blame me if it takes too long. You can't be fast even if you want to, the old man sighed, but then he lost interest in talking and walked out of the cave. Lu Yin lay on the ground, unable to move. He looked up at the wall. To be able to communicate with people is not allowed by the Tao of Heaven. To leap through the starry skies is to lie down. To be given by the Tao of Heaven, to leap through the boundless expanse is to lie down. Lu Yin's strength as a melder had greatly improved his body in all aspects, so memorizing this passage wasn't difficult. What was difficult was that the passage was very strange. He felt a sense of oppression as he memorized it, as if something was staring at him. It wasn't obvious, but after 20 minutes or so, he felt dizzy and fell asleep again. The old man stepped into the cave and glanced at him. If I hadn't messed it up for you to memorize, you wouldn't have been able to memorize even one sentence. He then looked at the stone wall. I hope this can really be passed down. Half a day later, Lu Yin woke up with a splitting headache. What's going on? Why does my head hurt from memorizing something? What is it? Continue, the old man said from nearby. Lu Yin looked at the old man. Can I ask what's the point of memorizing this? The old man replied, go to the Neoverse and copy this down for the person I want you to meet. Alright, Lu Yin agreed. The old man glanced at him. Memorizing this is good for you. Don't you feel that the more you memorize, the more pressure you'll feel? Lu Yin frowned, even though his eyebrows had been burned away. What's the point of being stressed? The old man looked up. Humans are divided into physical and spiritual forces. Some powers target the physical body, while others target the spiritual force. Stress will temper your spiritual force so that you won't have any weaknesses. Lu Yin thought of the Day-Night clan. Their battle techniques were very unique. For example, the Will-O-the-Wisp was immune to all physical attacks, but it couldn't block the Day-Night punch. This was because the Day-Night clan's battle techniques seemed to have the effect of injuring the soul. This was their weakness. Alright, continue reciting, the old man said in a low voice after giving him a taste of his own medicine. Lu Yin exhaled, looked up at the stone wall, and began to memorize. This time, it took him nearly half an hour before he fainted, which was a few minutes longer than the previous time. However, He only managed to memorize a small portion of the wall's contents. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. During this time, Luyin had been constantly memorizing the words on the stone wall. He had fainted after just 20 minutes, but now, he was able to persist for an hour. In the elder's words, if he could one day completely memorize the words on the stone wall, then no one under the hunter realm would be able to harm his spirit. Luyin knew that the old man was encouraging him, but he still accepted the advice. It was truly effective, and he could feel that his spiritual force had become more resilient. The most obvious example was that he could endure hunger better. In half a month, Luyin had memorized half of the Stonewall scriptures. Although he had been reprimanded by the old man for not having any talent, Luyin was already satisfied. Others could not understand the pain that he had endured. He had to memorize the scriptures every day when he woke up, and then he fainted the moment he did. These days were very painful, but fortunately, his body had recovered quite a bit. That beam of light had almost torn his body apart, but for some reason, he had recovered slightly after falling onto this planet. Now, he could move his arms again. "Your body is very strange." "It's very strong," the old man said. This was the first time he had spoken in half a month. Every day, aside from monitoring Luyin's memorization, he went out to do other things, and his mood was even worse when he returned. Luyin glanced at him. "Strange?" The old man replied, "Very few people can survive injuries like yours. Whether it's the outerverse, the innerverse, or the neoverse, such injuries should have killed you. It's a miracle that you managed to survive." Luyin's heart skipped a beat. He had always felt that his body was very strange, and this oddity had only appeared after he had become a melder. His body had become somewhat terrifying, and it had continued to strengthen. Even the Sand Master had been amazed by it. When he had first gone to the Tao of Purgatory, Frankfurt's spear had not pierced through his body, but had instead shattered his organs. During the ported battles, only explorers had been able to harm his body, no one else had been able to harm him. Breaking through to the Melder realm should not have caused such a drastic change, and Luyin did not know what he had experienced. "You can tell that my body is strange?" Luyin asked expectantly. The old man shook his head. "Keep memorizing." Luyin helplessly looked up at the stone wall. The old man lowered his head, but his gaze continued to sweep over Luyin. This person's body was even stranger than he had described. Either he had eaten some incredible natural treasure, or he had an innate gift from some powerful clan that had allowed him to survive such injuries. Such a clan should not exist. The old man thought about it for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and smiling wryly. He did not have the ability to spy on others right now, and all he needed to do was preserve that sliver of hope. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Luyin had memorized all of the words on the stone wall, but he could only memorize part by part. It was impossible for him to memorize everything. When he saw the old man leave, Luyin's expression changed, and he slowly sat up. He could move now. He casually wiped his body, and a piece of skin fell off. This was the skin that he had shed. His injuries had allowed his body to regrow, and all of the dead skin from before had been shed. He touched his head. It was still bald, but there was a layer of almost invisible hair roots. He should be able to regrow hair soon. Luyin's gaze turned cold as he put down his hand. The attack at the pirate port had been unforgettable. His experiences during this time had been even crueler than the trials on Earth, and he had almost been turned into white meat. Luyin walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky. Thick, dark red clouds had accumulated, and lightning streaked across the sky. It was a scene of the end of the world. Thick smoke spewed out of the ground, and violent tremors could be heard from time to time. Luyin looked at the ground and followed the footprints to find the old man. At this moment, the old man was sitting in front of the protruding ground, crying and complaining incessantly. Lu Yin listened for a while and realized that the old man's grandson was buried there. The old man went out every day to hunt, and he also came here to cry and complain. Grandpa knows it's cold down there. Don't worry, Grandpa will be with you soon. You won't be lonely, the old man said as he slowly climbed to his feet. Lu Yin immediately left. When he returned to the cave, the old man still hadn't returned. He had probably gone out to hunt some bugs. Lu Yin absorbed the drifting star energy, but it was too little. He unconsciously activated the Sirius art, and 9 stars revolved around him. 9 stars meant that he could move at 9 times the speed. No matter how little drifting star energy there was, it could still sweep over like a whirlpool, even though this whirlpool still looked very thin. The old man dragged the giant bug's corpse towards the cave, but he sensed that something was amiss. He let go of the carcass and walked into the cave. His expression changed when he saw Lu Yin. This is the Sirius art. Lu Yin didn't know that the Sirius art that he had been using to recover his strength had been discovered, and he was still absorbed by himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 195. The old man's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin. At times, his expression was strange, and at other times, his eyes flickered as if he was hesitating about something. This was especially so when he saw the perfect constellation formed by Lu Yin's 9th star, and the strange expression on his face intensified. This didn't seem to be the orthodox Sirius technique. The orthodox Sirius technique requires one to open the 36 death acupuncture points in the human body and eliminate all weaknesses. This kid's Sirius technique was forcefully activated by an almighty powerhouse, but this method can only be maintained for a short period of time. The Sirius technique isn't something that just anyone can deduce. This kid will definitely have to go to the Sirius sect, the old man thought to himself as his eyes flickered. After a while, as if he had made up his mind, the old man flicked his finger and sent out a gust of wind that hit the back of Lu Yin's head, knocking him out once again. On this planet, it was as if he had never woken up, and the cycle of fainting and not fainting continued. The old man walked in front of Lu Yin and lifted the sole of his foot. One of the 36 death acupuncture points is right here. To learn the orthodox Sirius technique, one must open the death acupuncture points. I wonder what those old fogies from the Sirius sect will do when they see the pattern on the sole of your foot. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it. He then used his star energy to carve something onto the sole of Lu Yin's foot. Kid, when the pattern on the sole of your foot is exposed, your fate will change. I hope that you can withstand it, the old man muttered to himself as he looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. He casually removed the hidden energy from Lu Yin's body, but there was no need to do so. He had only wanted to leave a sliver of hope, but now, it all depended on this kid's luck. With his background in the Sirius sect, his chances were much higher than others. But why would a Sirius disciple be in the outerverse? The old man couldn't figure it out. This kid had pretended not to know about the Neoverse, and he had been fooled. No matter what, even if this brat was a traitor of the Sirius sect, as long as the Sirius technique was not crippled, he would still have a chance. Moreover, to be able to deduce the 9th star sphere, this brat must have a big shot behind him. How could the old man possibly know that Lu Yin had stolen the Sirius art? Of course, he didn't know about the Neoverse, and the Sirius sect's protection of the Sirius art was heaven-defying. The old man also didn't believe that anyone could steal the Sirius art. This was all a misunderstanding. As for whether or not Lu Yin would go to the Sirius sect in the future, and whether or not he would expose the tattoo on the soles of his feet, no one knew. After an unknown amount of time, he regained consciousness and rubbed his head. What's going on? He had fainted for no reason. Could it be the after effects of reciting the Stonewall scriptures? Lu Yin subconsciously looked up at the stone wall and was dumbfounded. The text from before was gone, replaced by countless numbers. What did this mean? He turned around to look for the old man. A piece of meat flew over to him. He caught it and looked outside the cave. The old man walked over. Eat it and carry it. Lu Yin was speechless. Do I even need to memorize these numbers? Nonsense, just do as I say, the old man growled. Lu Yin wanted to scold the old man. There were numbers all over the stone wall. He had spent nearly a month memorizing the entire text, and now there were even numbers. Don't worry, these numbers aren't pressurizing. You'll be able to memorize them quickly, the old man explained when he saw Lu Yin's increasingly ugly expression. Anyone would be tempted by the sudden increase in his battle force. The elder shook his head. I've already said that you don't need to cultivate the arcane art of life and death, and of course, you can't use it either. It's a gamble, and it squeezes out your potential at the moment of your death. Everyone has the ability to heal themselves, but not only will the arcane art of life and death not stimulate this potential, it will even suppress a person's self-healing ability and worsen their injuries. This potential will then be converted into power. If you die, everything will be gone, but as long as you're alive, this power will be fed back to you. Lu Yin stared at the old man. So you're saying that you didn't want to save me back then, but rather use the arcane art of life and death on me out of curiosity? The old man admitted it without any hesitation. Lu Yin retracted his gaze, as only a fool would believe him. This old man definitely hoped that someone would be able to memorize those things and deliver them to the person he had chosen. However, the place he had mentioned was too dangerous, which was why he had used the arcane art of life and death to gamble. Whoever survived would naturally have a greater chance of survival. Lu Yin was definitely not the only person who had been used by the arcane art of life and death, but he was the only one who had survived. The old man was truly ruthless. In that situation, Lu Yin's death had been certain, and he had even used the arcane art of life and death to suppress his ability to heal. It was practically murder, and it was a miracle that he had survived. Back then, someone coveted the arcane art of life and death, but he didn't dare to cultivate it. Thus, he searched the entire universe for 10,000 geniuses and beat them to death before using the arcane art of life and death. Unfortunately, all of those geniuses died, and not a single one survived. After that, this art was forgotten, the old man muttered as he looked at Lu Yin enviously. Lu Yin smiled. Old man, it looks like you've reached the point where you can cultivate the arcane art of life and death. Go ahead and practice it. Who knows, maybe your strength will increase and you'll be able to fly out. Fly out? Kid, do you think that I haven't reached the level of an explorer? Let me tell you, when I was at my peak, I could shatter over 100 planets like this with a single slap, the old man said disdainfully. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Only a fool would believe that. Even a hunter would find it difficult to shatter that many planets with a single slap. Alright, enough nonsense. Hurry up and memorize it, the old man urged. Lu Yin had no choice. He looked at the stone wall and began to recite the random numbers. Although there were many numbers, he was able to memorize them all in just a few days without any pressure. In order to prevent Lu Yin from forgetting, the old man forced Lu Yin to recite the numbers as well as the Stonewall scriptures from before every day. The numbers were easy to memorize, but the Stonewall scriptures were very difficult. Lu Yin could only memorize a little bit each time before he fainted and woke up to continue. This cycle repeated itself for another half a month. Starting from 10 days ago, Luin had taken over the hunting duties. Luin knew that the old man was very strong, but he wasn't used to having an old man who could barely walk find food for him. Luin felt depressed as he looked at the dry land and the slaves who were constantly mining in the distance. He looked up at the sky and saw a thick layer of dark red clouds covering the planet. This place looked like a graveyard. Hiss! A chilling sound rang out from behind him as a huge, strange beetle bit at Luin. This type of beetle could tear through metal with a single bite and tear through the earth. The slaves could only run when they encountered it, but this thing was food for Luin and the old man. With a thump, the beetle was killed. Luin retracted his hand and looked at the three-lined battle force that covered his entire body. He felt its strength and wondered what level he was at in the academy now. Was he an area master? Normal area masters were definitely not his match, and Frankfurt only had two-lined battle force. Perhaps Luin was qualified to fight for the title of the strongest area master. Luin didn't know when he would be able to return. He looked up again and then dragged the huge beetle back into the cave. There was only half a month left until the astral combat tournament. Luin tossed the beetle back into the cave and saw the old man staring at the sky. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" The old man frowned. "Something's wrong. They haven't collected any ores in a month." Luin's eyes lit up. Collected ores. Whose planet did this planet belong to? Who's collecting ores? When? The old man looked at Luin. "Do you really want to go back?" "Of course," Luin growled. The old man laughed. "Don't you know how much stronger you've become in the past 2.5 months? So what if I'm invincible in the universe? What's the point of facing you all day?" Luin rolled his eyes. The old man replied, "This planet belongs to the Leo family." Luin was shocked. The Leo family? The old man nodded. "That can't be right. I was attacked at the pirate port, so the Leo family should have been attacked and might have even been destroyed. How could it be the Leo family?" Luin frowned, unable to understand. The old man was disdainful. "Don't deny it when you encounter something. Think about how reasonable it is. This planet really does belong to the Leo family." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.